Feel your sweet embrace again. Take me to that special place again. Apart, floating on cloud nine with you. Heaven is when I'm with you. You are mine, you are mine. I'm yours. I'm yours. Say you'll never leave me. Hold on, don't ever let me go. Heaven dark like night. The spark is gone that was once a light, and you feel there's no end in sight. Just remember, when they bring you down, drag you through the ground, I can pick you up. Yeah, I will pick you up. And when they make you fall, can't take it no more, I can pick you up. Yeah, I will pick you up. Oh, I will pick you up. Off the ground when the music plays. Take your mind to another place. Make your problems seem to disappear. Help you free yourself from your fears. Let the sound light the fire inside. Start to fly with the ground on fire. Hold this feeling and don't let go. When I drop the beat, the whole crowd goes. When they bring you down, drag you through the ground, I can pick you up. Yeah, I will pick you up. And when they make you fall, can't take it no more, I can pick you up. Yeah, I will pick you up. I will pick you up. I will pick you up. Off the ground when the music plays. Take your mind to another place. Make your problems seem to disappear. Help you free yourself from your fears. Let the sound light the fire inside. Start to fly with the ground on fire. Hold this feeling and don't let go. When I drop the beat, the whole crowd goes. When your days turn to dark like night, the spark is gone that was once a light, and you feel there's no end in sight. Just remember, when they bring you down, drag you through the ground, I can pick you up.
Yo.
Yeah, I will pick you up. And when they make you
Yo, 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 yo. How's it going, everybody? Hope everyone's having a fine as fuck Friday afternoon, Friday evening, Friday morning, or whatever it is. Wherever you are in the world, I hope it's a good one, and I'm glad you're here. And also, Uggs, it is true. There's no bad vibes on Friday, except for the fact that my throat hurts. And I don't know why. I'm pretty sure it's allergies. But we're going to move past that. And I'm going to point out, I have a new light. You see it back there? Look at what it's doing. Look at this cool shit. That's some cool shit right there. Friday night, eat ass night. Amen, brother. Godspeed. 07. All right. Well, I don't know what the fuck that was. I've had it has been a rough week. As per usual. I don't know. I went a long period of time without having terrible on-call weeks. However, just recently, just like at the turn of the year, it feels like, I started to have really shitty on-call weeks. So here's another one where my sleep has been interrupted every day except for one night this week. And I even have a meeting scheduled tomorrow. So heads up, tonight's not going to be a DGen stream. There's no DGen stream tonight because I need to work tomorrow. I already have a meeting at 10 a.m. It still needs better lighting. Yeah, so I was supposed to get a floodlight in at the same time. However, somehow the USPS delivery driver was able to deliver that thing, but they couldn't find my mailbox. to deliver the other thing. So they brought one package in and put it in the mailroom. And then they had the other package and went, I don't know. How does that, how? So I was supposed to get a floodlight because that was my whole plan. I wanted to get 2 new lights, that fancy fucking thing, and literally a floodlight, like a 50-watt floodlight that changes colors because it's LEDs. Oh God. It's thunder and lightning out right now, so if I suddenly go offline, I might have died. But yeah, I wanted to get a floodlight back there as well that changes colors and just blasts color everywhere. Yo, Vez, what up? Look at my sunset lamp. Isn't that cool? I got a sunset lamp. That's apparently what they're called. Anyway, wicked. We have scheduled for you tonight a stream of reacts, I will say. We have a few news topics, a few smaller news topics that we want to go over. However, we have one big news topic that I wanted to personally go over. It's regarding the Baldur's Gate 3 drama, and we're going to be doing the usual incredible react meta of reacting to Asmongold's react video. Jesus Christ, that is so loud. Good thing you guys could not hear that yet. We have a big problem. What's the big problem? Oh, that's... There we go. Music for you guys. Actually, hang on. What? Wait, 1 second. We're just gonna do that. You guys listen to that for a sec. I'm gonna talk to Dave. Yo, my stream can't hear you. You can't have 2 instances.
I set mine up. I invite you. I accept your invite, and then it says
you're already using guest star.
Switch to this session. Yeah.
Motherfuckers.
1 step forward, 2 steps fucking back. We're gonna talk about this.
Wait, hang on. If I
they took one of the. I'm gonna fucking do my intro real quick. I'm gonna mute, and then we'll just talk, and we'll figure out cameras in a minute.
Yeah. That is rude. Automod, really mad. Jake and Bake. Urgh. That is, to me, the really mad emote is the Jake and Bake emote. I feel like I have something wrong with my brain. That is... Oof. Yeah. Twitch has destroyed my brain cells. Specifically being a Mizkif viewer, of course. Which I did see Miz is doing r/place, which is, you know what? I don't think I'm going to be participating this year.
Zach, how are you and your boy pussy?
Me and my pussy, we're doing just fine and juicy over here. How about yours?
I'm big mad.
Yeah.
Oh, are we going to talk about r/place coming back, and for the last 2 days, it's just been fuck spez stamps all over?
I was touching on that a little bit because I was watching Mizkif just before I went live, and yeah, no, like Miz is participating in r/place. He was like hesitant to do it at the beginning, but his viewers kind of wanted him to. But I'm not gonna be clicking pixels because Yeah. R/place this frequently, not good. Not no. It's good when it happens once a decade, right? It's a rare like online internet phenomena that brings communities together, initiates wars, and just people generally have just a good time with it. But like OTK also tried their own version. So the OTK network channel that does like 24-hour lo-fi and also reruns of OTK shows, they had replaced their lo-fi music with OTK plays, and it just became such an overhead waste, like a waste of overhead on the moderator team of all the moderators of OTK, because people were like getting way too fucking heated because they announced that the canvas would be on Times Square at one point. Like they announced they were gonna take a screenshot of the canvas and put it on Times Square, and so people not even relevant to the OTK community got like, they started frothing at the mouth and started attacking people and abusing people online, like doxing and even shit like that, because they were just so, they just wanted to get their name on fucking Times Square. It was ridiculous.
People are awful.
Yeah. So what the fuck is Guest Star doing?
One step forward, two steps back, as I said, but neither of our chats heard a few minutes ago. So update for my chat. We're not using Guest Star right now because I can't share my Guest Star to him and his Guest Star to me. We're gonna have to use OBS again. Good news is I can launch one OBS client, Zach, and you join and I'll join, and I'll just send you my link.
Oh yeah, Ninja, yeah. What is this?
It just sucks because this is the one use case I have for it where it doesn't work.
Yeah. And it's like, you know, this
and
would
it
be,
did work.
It worked fucking flawlessly. I was trying to see really quick if I started up my Guest Star, if I could give you, if they like made it so I could have a browser link for my camera as well. And no.
Yeah, I looked. They don't.
Yeah, that sucks. So until either one of us gets into this Stream Together program, we can't use Guest Star. That's fucking bullshit.
Pretty much.
Oh well. All right, you're getting the link set up?
Nope. That's...
Yeah. You're gonna need to make a new room. Yep.
I'm not gonna say I did that on purpose, just so people could see the room name.
Also, chat, as you'll see in a moment, once we pull up the React, I have made the swap over to Opera. However, I'm doing it in a clever way, where Opera is not my default browser. So if I ever get a link from Twitch chat, it opens in Chrome, which is on this window that you guys will never be able to see. So hell yeah.
I sent you the link, Zach.
No more accidentally clicking on fucking Amazon links and leaking my fucking city. It's happened like 3 times. Join room with camera. And this is fine, it's just, we're gonna have to do this every time. Wait, how do I get your camera link?
I'm getting ready to send it to you.
Oh.
See, and this is the shit part, is having to set it up every fucking time.
Yeah.
Right.
So bear with this, chat. Technical difficulties. Twitch decided to change things when we were already using it. Boom. Boom. Oh, now I gotta reframe you. Yeah, whatever, that works. Bango. All right. I still gotta do the Discord screen share too for audio.
Yeah, and I need to actually pull the other... screen share. It is the cum guy.
Yes, hello. And I got a fancy new light. You see it, Dave?
I do. Hey, that looks real familiar.
Yeah. Well,
is it the one from the link I sent you, or is it a different one?
I have no fucking clue, because honestly, what I did is I searched on Amazon sunset lamp, and fucking 500 of them showed up, and I was like, they're all the same price relatively. Which one do I get? I don't know. So
yeah,
I found
they're all
one
like
that was Amazon Prime.
$15.
Yeah, there are. I probably could have gotten.
Yeah, no,
one
that's
with
what
like
I did. I picked the one that was 1 day delivery.
Yeah, probably could have gotten
and
one
it
with
literally,
like
because I ordered it at like 2 o'clock in the morning. It literally showed up at like 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
I wish I had gotten one with a controller. Instead, it has inline controls. Rip.
Mine also has inline controls, but those controls are just off and on.
I can change colors and brightness.
So I almost got one that I could change colors and brightness, but I opted for the one that was that was lower watt, produces less heat.
Fair.
Because with all of the other fucking things that are running off of basically one circuit.
Yeah, they fucking sent this sumbitch with a USB power cord, and it doesn't have a USB duck. So I had to find my own, except I couldn't find my USB duck in time for one of my spares. Actually, I found a couple of my spares. However, they don't have the right amperage, because that light is expecting 5 watts at 2 amps. And I have ducks that can do 5 watts at a half an amp, or like 9 watts at 2 amps. You plug a USB cord into a thing
wall
so you
wart.
can plug it into the wall.
Cool. Never heard it called a duck before. I've always heard it called a wall wart.
I call it, yeah, I'm used to calling it ducks, because that's what they used to call when I was in middle school, and they gave us like school laptops, and we had those old MacBooks that had the cube charger. You'd slot in the thing that goes into the wall, and it looked like a duck. Anyway, but no, I didn't have any that like produced the right volt to amp ratio, so it's being powered by a battery pack. Saved by Anchor once again. But no, I was also supposed to get in a floodlight, but for some reason, and I was telling my chat about this. They were being delivered at the same time by the same USPS truck. The person walked into the mailroom for our apartment complex, put the sunset lamp down, went, okay, check, delivered, and then he had the floodlight, and then I can only imagine he looked at the box and went, I don't know. And then he walked back out with it and said he didn't know where to deliver the box. So, I don't know what's going on with that. Anyway. Yeah. The floodlight, it has like brightness controls. I'm never going to use it at full power, but I want something to fill color in my background. Just solid bam, and then I use accent lighting with the sunset lamp, with my hues. That's been my plan all along. Actually,
your
what I had hoped,
lighting setup is starting to look awfully similar to mine.
well, it's almost like there's kind of like a just a standard kit for early streamer lighting setup. You just fucking purple, pink, red the background, and you're maybe get a leaf wall.
You want to link to the panels?
Yeah, leaf wall. No, I got trust me, they're all over the fucking place. I don't want a leaf wall, to be honest.
So mine's Govee. I don't like Nanoleaf because I feel like they charge too much.
Well, yeah, they were
now,
the
I'm going to
first
say that
into
with
the
qualifier.
They were first into the business.
The Govee Octagon Nanoleaf set, the Nanoleaf version of these cost $200.
Yeah.
I paid $200 for these. However, these panels are a half an inch wider than the other panels, and I got 10 of them. The Nanoleaf set only comes with 7. So there is a huge value add for the same price there for me.
I still don't think I'll get it. I think they're just a bit too gimmicky for me. I would rather style my background with a bit more unique lighting. Like the chat had me purchase off of Amazon, which I still haven't set up. It's a little Death Star, like one-dimensional or two-dimensional light up panel. It's very tiny, but it's just I want to add to my stream, stuff like that.
So I eventually want that entire corner to be those panels. And I can set it up once I do that, because I'll have a high enough pixel density.
Right.
That whenever somebody types an emote in chat, it appears behind me on the panels.
Why not just get a projector screen?
Because these can do other stuff when I'm not doing that.
Fair. I've seen streamers using projector screens for like their backdrop and stuff to do like fun interactive stuff. Anyway, we're talking too much about improving our own setups, I feel like. Anyway, chat, I can't go too late tonight. Dave can't go too late tonight. We're probably going to call it around like midnight 1 my time. So we have a condensed list of news topics to go over here. 2 quick ones and then 1 really big video react. So we'll get into it. Dave actually has the first topic for this evening, because it is kind of a tie-in to what we were just talking about with Twitch's setup and or I don't know.
How things are changing.
I feel it's relevant. Is this gonna work? I didn't set up this scene beforehand. Okay, that's what the? Okay, my monitor sources are not working. What? There we go. Don't know what the fuck that was. Here we go. So this is Dave's first topic. Twitch has changed how it works for lurkers. Dave?
So I want to verify by saying this showed up in my feed. I have never seen this person before.
Yeah, Dave,
but apparently they know I do this now, and so they just feed me industry shit.
Dave uses the For You tab on Twitter. I know he's amateur, but yeah, that's all good.
No, because that's how I find the news stuff I bring to the table.
I mean, I browse it for that purpose too. So it's just whenever I browse over to the For You page, it's secondary. That's not what I first look at. But anyway, so.
Me either. The first thing I look at is notifications.
Dark Pixie, who debuted as a VTuber in October, it looks like. Nice. He kind of broke the story on this. I see that everyone is freaking out about lurkers right now on Twitch. Let me help you understand what to do and what not to do when lurking. I don't know about I don't know about this. Freaking out about lurkers right now on Twitch. I feel like lurkers have always been a part of the conversation, but never really people freaking out about them. I know that there was this came out today. Yeah, this is posted today at 3 a.m. my time. Jesus Christ. What happened like probably a month back, a lot of larger streamers were getting view-botted maliciously by someone else, attempting to catch the attention of Twitch to ban those people. So they're in their concept, in their mind thoughts, they said, I'm going to view-bot Mizkif and make Twitch think that Mizkif is view-botting. Then I'll report Mizkif for view-botting, and then he'll get banned. And it was someone who was salty about all the negative commentary towards Kick. So any large streamer that made negative comments towards Kick made like a very strong stance against it. We're getting view-botted just the same. Maybe that has to do with this. Maybe that rekindled the conversation about lurkers and what does that mean for view count. Because I think a lot of people were like, oh, maybe Twitch is just now displaying how many lurkers there are as like a proper view. Like people thought that that's what that was. No, it was the person actually admitted what they did. But I feel like this is a fair conversation, especially for smaller streamers. This impacts smaller streamers a lot more than larger streamers, for sure.
Right.
I just realized I don't have your camera on this, so I can't see your pretty little face. There you are.
How are you?
Oh, hello. I gotta reframe. I feel like you're too skinny in this. Here we go. Oh yeah. Happy little accidents. Okay. Anyway. Just turn into Bob Ross for a sec. Don't worry about me. So this person kind of broke down to the do's and don'ts of lurking. The new do's and don'ts of lurking. I have my doubts because in my personal
and the
opinion,
doubts are about things Twitch is claiming, not necessarily things this person is saying.
Exactly. Yeah, no, I think I mean this person, they're using direct verbatim language from Twitch to post this news report. My belief is that Twitch will never be fully transparent about how view count works, because if they are ever fully transparent about how view count works, especially surrounding the topic of lurkers, then it can be exploited. That's just as simple as that. It can always be exploited if it is defined. So yeah, especially if it's on the internet. But anyway, I digress. Tabs. So Twitch isn't verifying how many tabs count for good reason. Back to the exploitability conversation. But from what users have tested, 1 to 2 tabs count as a view. Anything more than that in Twitch's systems seem to get buggy. They post a Reddit source here where someone from Twitch oh no, that's not from Twitch. That's
they're
someone...
not from Twitch. They run a small streamer support Discord. But so they're interacting with a lot of streams at once.
Can 100% confirm you can only have 2 streams open at once that will count, and if you have more open, it can fuck with it, and more times than not, it won't count any. I know a little bit more detail on this because I have researched this in the past, and I did find some old, not old like official blog posty stuff, but it was actually, this is like 2 years ago I researched this. And there was like a Reddit comment from an ex-Twitch employee who came out and said Twitch limits viewers to 2 views per IP address. And their comment about anything more in Twitch's systems get a bit buggy. I believe that because yes, if you have more than 2 Twitch players running actively, if you have 5 Twitch players running in your home, and I mean on your phone, on the Wi-Fi, on your tablet, on your TV, Twitch app, on your computer, and on your laptop, if you're really that rich, holy fuck, give me gifteds. And Dave Alt too, you know, give him some love over there. But that's 5 browsers, 5 apps, 5 things playing a Twitch stream. It doesn't know which 2 to really count as priority, especially if everyone is actively participating in chats. So sometimes it just kind of says, you got nothing. You don't count as a viewer. You're in chat, you're interacting, your streamer knows you're there, but if you have too many players open, Twitch just kind of freaks out and doesn't count anything as a viewer. I've seen people, I've dug through Reddit comment histories, people trialing and erroring this with like test streams, alt accounts, and things like that, and that's been confirmed behavior in the past, and I don't think they're changing that anytime soon.
It's all anecdotal evidence, but there is a mountain of anecdotal evidence that is large enough to substantiate the claim with reasonable certainty. In
my own testing, it also I also verified that.
Same. Yeah.
But I don't think that they're changing this anytime soon. I think that because this is architectural to the platform, and also this is the most easily exploitable thing, because this is what streamers did back in the day. Mizkif has admitted to like, oh yeah, no, when I was first getting, I had 10 tabs on my mom's PC open and I got 10 viewers. Like, like that used to be a thing that they could do. And a number of big streamers have admitted to doing that back in the day. But anyway, yeah, this is valid. 2 is the hard limit. The next post here, muting a stream. Now, this is relevant because whenever I get Stream Elements access to a person's channel, there's a number of commands that I add to everyone's channel. One of those being I adjust their ! Lurk command, because most streamers have a lurk command. However, I adjust it to say, give instructions to tell the viewer, here's how you properly lurk, because if you don't properly lurk, then your view won't count. And it's like much appreciated that you want to give the lurk view. However, if you do it wrong, it doesn't count. Apparently, that's the part that has changed. And I didn't actually pull up this article. Is this a dated article? My goodness, that page loaded slow. No, this is not dated. Well, so there's no verifying on when this might have changed, because in the past, if you muted the Twitch player, and I mean, like, I'm gonna mute the tab in this case. In the past, if you mute the Twitch player, come on, I know you want to load something good. What are you cooking? Amazon Music, yeah, boom. Oh, Jesus. Am I overloading Opera 2 now? Jesus Christ. All right, yeah, if you mute the player right there, bang, you're no longer a viewer. You don't count anymore. That was the previous way of thinking. So the trick to get around this is, of course, to not mute the player and mute the tab instead. Man, that is really, really buggy right now. And you would then still count. Now, apparently this has changed. Muting the tab via browser or Twitch player does count as a viewer now. Apparently, by this string of text. Does muting a stream count as a view? Whether you mute the video player on Twitch or the browser tab, you still count as a viewer so long as live video is playing. So I feel like they adjusted their way of collecting metric data to no longer look at the audio stream, but to look at the health of the video stream. is the player actually delivering bits to the person's screen, basically, is what that view count looks for, as opposed to, is there actually audio registering as playing through the player? So that's interesting. It's an interesting change from what I've tested and verified in the past, which I'll have to go back and I want to test this out myself as well, because I still have my doubts. I think this is still something Twitch would never disclose. I remember back when Maul used to stream a lot, because he used to do that, believe it or not. Goss Maul.
Who?
Yeah, I don't know.
Who's that?
Exactly. I remember when I was lurking in his stream, I would hear at a very, very faint volume. I was like always curious. I was like, what am I listening to? I feel like I'm listening to like an ant that's like inside his microphone. No, what Maul was doing, because he didn't know how to mute tabs, but it warms my heart. He was listening to another streamer on as low of a volume as possible. And he didn't think his stream could hear it, but they could. Oh, it warms my heart. The attempt was there. While he's streaming, he's got his body pulled up at like 10% volume. Gotta respect it. Gotta respect the effort. But this is good. I mean, if true, this is good, because then it just leads to less confusion. It leads to what is it? Is there like a phrase for when you intend to do something, but because of how something is designed, it just doesn't work out that way?
It's kind of similar to Hanlon's razor.
Yeah, like I want to
Never
lurk.
attribute to malice that which can be explained equally well by ignorance.
Right. Yeah, I guess it actually, yeah, I think that applies well here, because it's like, you know, I want to lurk. I want to give my streamer my view. Then you just mute the player because you're playing a video game, or maybe you're watching something else. Maybe you're watching a YouTube video or something, you know. But you still want to give your buddy the view.
Don't tell my secrets. I do all three of those things.
I do too. No more than 2 streams.
I have 3 monitors.
Me too. But no, it, like, you as a viewer, you no longer, if this is true, you no longer have to like take that extra thinking, like to take that extra step of muting the tab. Instead, you can just mute the player. Hopefully this is true. I think this would be a good change.
Now, bear in mind, the way things are, because I read that full help document, the way things are worded, it sounds like you either need to have audio playing or have it on a foreground visible window.
Yeah.
There has to be throughput of some kind, otherwise you get relegated to being a user in chat and not a viewer.
Now, they continue on this topic, I believe. Let me read through just really quick, make sure I don't miss anything. We love lurkers. Yes, we all love lurkers. Share this info. Yes, that is exactly what we're doing. And I'm going to be changing these commands up once I get the next chance. The next step, however, this is what I think something to counter them saying it has to be a foreground viewable window. That's because a lot of browsers put tabs to sleep. And even if audio is playing, sometimes that tab can still be put to sleep. Like it's not rendering anything on the GPU side of things, so it's straight up honk shoe. It's honk shoe, going to Betty Bye time. But the audio is still playing. It's basically gone into podcast mode. Twitch knows when that happens, because Twitch is now recognizing, oh, instead of delivering 8,000 bits to this person, I'm now delivering 128. It's a big difference.
Gee, that's a very specific number.
Audio bitrate. Yeah. Well, isn't it? Does stream use 128 or one? They use 128. I remember this because Ari complains about it often. Music streamers want Twitch to support 192 bitrate streaming.
Yep.
Understandably, it's a different topic. I'm going off the rails tonight. But yeah, so a lot of browsers, like the one I'm currently using, have the ability to memory save tabs, but also you can actively choose and load in specific websites and domains of websites that you don't want to go to sleep. So you can put twitch.tv here, and any streamer that you watch on.
Now, a thing I want you to understand, I want to express is that I think the memory saver thing is a feature in all Chromium-based browsers.
Oh, yeah, probably.
The ability to add blacklist sites that don't fall under that memory saver criteria may be browser specific.
Yeah, that is true. I don't know what Opera GX's abilities are for that. Because I was actually trying to look for that, but I didn't look too hard.
I think it's on or off because it has a more elegant, I'm going to say it has a more elegant way of resolving memory bandwidth issues, and that's by being able to just put a hard limit on what it can consume.
Yeah, I have. That's what I have. I put a hard limit of 3 gigabytes on my Opera, which is probably why it's really fucking slow right now. You know what? Let me juice that up.
Yep.
Whoops. I also put a hard limit on the CPU, but I don't think I'm gonna be reaching that. But yeah, so this viewer count versus users in chat. This is another. This is actually, I think, the bigger topic of conversation right now, at least in my opinion, because analytics sites and Twitch themselves are now starting to catalog analytics and metrics around number of users in chat versus view count and what the ratio is of those two things. Like, for example, I know that my average stream, I have like a 300 to 400% chat to viewer ratio, which I love those Chatterino tabs, man. I appreciate it. That's what that means, pretty much. Yeah, either I got a lot of bots or I got a lot of Chatterino tabs. People tabbing me in their Chatterino. View count equals...
I mean, it could also be anybody who watches you but lives in an apartment on apartment Wi-Fi. And two other people in the building are all already watching someone else on Twitch.
Could be that, yeah. Yeah, that's another valid point.
I'm going to keep beating that dead fucking horse until someone at Twitch hears how fucking stupid that sounds.
Maybe in the future when, you know, everything that we do on the internet is tied to our fucking social security number, then maybe they can, like, figure out a way to, like, track. That's me being facetious.
No. There's an easy way around it. Allow 2 per, and is it 2 per person? Sure, right? Sure, I get that. But I mean, maybe have it tied to the MAC address of the PC.
Well, I was gonna see what I would think is not the MAC address, but tie into the TPM module, which is what games like Valorant do.
Oh yes, also perfectly valid.
Valorant, if you have TPM enabled, if you get banned from Valorant, they can hardware ban you. Not IP ban you, they can hardware ban you, as in your motherboard is banned from playing Valorant. If you have TPM enabled, which is a requirement for moving to Windows 11. So as that kind of technology is developed forward, then maybe we'll start to see a bit more stuff, not like what Valorant does, but more stuff that is like, things can recognize you specifically better on the internet, which is both positive and negative. But
right.
Is what it is.
Well, because like from an authorization perspective, an extra step of security and this verifies I am who I say I am is nice. But from a data perspective, like depending on what you're doing with your time online, you know.
And for chat, we're getting very technical. A TPM module, most modern motherboards and CPUs these days come with a built-in chip that basically holds a unique fingerprint. It's a fingerprint for your computer, basically.
Which your computer already has a few of.
Yeah, you have a few of those.
This is just one that can be public in a way.
Yeah, this by design, this chip is intended to be a way of authorizing your computer to do certain things based on your account's access with whatever system. So whenever, again, most modern motherboards and CPUs have this kind of technology already built into it. It's not being well utilized yet because operating systems have to become slowly weeded out. The older operating systems have to be replaced with the newer operating systems that require this technology in order for this type of feature to be more widely developed. Which, for example,
and
Windows
I still
11
recommend Windows 10.
it. Yeah, I mean, I have my TPM
for
disabled.
one, you can pick up Windows 10 home for cheaper than 11, and if you were just a regular user, there is functionally no difference.
I have that function disabled specifically only because I don't want Windows 11 to be automatically deployed to my PC. If it wasn't because of that, I would have it enabled.
Because they will do it without asking you. It's like, oh, Windows has an update. And it won't say, Windows has an update, would you like to move to Windows 11? No, it'll just say, Windows has an update. And then you click the update button, and then you never get to have Windows 10 on that computer again. Unless you want to install everything and get a new license key. Oh, and you can't just disable TPM, because then you just brick your computer. Yeah.
If you disable TPM after getting Windows 11, then it's just gone, sorry. Whoops. It's upgraded to Windows 11 just so you could suck Microsoft massive cock. You might,
Fair.
I mean, you could just practice self-suck.
I don't think 11 is bad, but I think especially like Pine recently built a computer, right? She could get a Windows 10 key for like $20, or she could get a Windows 11 key for like $60.
Right.
And they are functionally the same from a user perspective.
Yeah, from a user perspective. As a power user, there's still things I need to see in Windows 11 before I move to it. Basically,
motherfucker, as a power user, there are things I want to see in this version of fucking Guest Star that we lost from the last version.
I am old and can barely bend over. How the hell am I going to self-suck? There's a few ribs you can remove. It's easy.
That's not true.
Oh.
No, that's why you hire one of those Japanese fuck robots.
Oh, you can just get you can get a toy. I have the sexual flag enabled, right? Yeah. Okay. You can get.
Do I? I probably.
You can get an auto blow.
I don't know what that is, but it sounds terrifying. It sounds, buddy. It sounds like putting your dick near things that could also be, if configured slightly differently, potentially farm equipment.
It's not. No, it is. No, it's like a Japanese robot kind of thing, but apparently Soda Poppin'.
Oh yeah,
has one.
I actually don't stand behind, that either. For honestly real similar fucking reasons. Because it's like putting your well, stream failed to update. That's fantastic. What category does it say I'm in?
Tabletop.
Wow. It literally told me to go fuck myself. What the fuck?
Well, you're still live at least.
Yeah, but wasn't my stream title and shit correct earlier?
I didn't check. To be fair.
My stream title is supposed to be I came here to eat booty and be a dog, and I'm off duty as a dog.
Well,
I
anyway.
thought it was fucking funny.
That is funny. That is very clever. Anyway, viewer count equals users viewing the stream video, users in chat, logged in users that are connected to your chat, i.e. chat arena, people who have you tabbed. If you have the player muted and like you could just go to it. If you're really fucking insane, you could just pop out a streamer's chat window and then just leave that open and not watch their stream. You could just do that. But yeah, this is that's the end of this thread actually. I mean, if true, good. If not,
it wouldn't
true,
let me use the words eat booty.
that's
Once
fucked.
I changed it to toss salad, it updated, which means the exact same thing.
Well, it can mean more than also eating booty, but yeah. Tossing salad to me is more fellatio than anything else.
No, okay. In your other tab, go on Urban Dictionary and look up tossing salad. It is specifically the act of eating someone's asshole.
To perform oral sex on someone's anus. I've heard it described as the other side of the body. Other side of the waist.
Nope. 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 Oh, can you imagine making that mistake with a girl you're getting together with for the first time? Hey, you want to toss my salad? And she just looks at you mortified. I'm not sticking my tongue in your ass. I just met you.
Or she says yes, and you go, what the fuck's happening right now?
Wait, that's not what I asked for. Either scenario, it's a surprise for someone.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Anyway, all right. If true, good. If not true, not surprised. I'll give Twitch the benefit of the doubt because you know what? I feel like viewership numbers have been a little bit better lately for me personally. And I don't know if that's because of growth or because it kind of seemed like a couple of months back at least, it just kind of jumped by like 1 or 2 viewers. So who knows? Anyway, we'll move on to my next topic, which is just a really, really small one. I wanted to kind of talk about this challenge that's been going around. And this is kind of among those like TikTok challenge trends. That sounded like a lot more T's than there actually is because challenge sounds like it's a T. Anyway, this is Doug's 10 drive-through challenge. Now, it wasn't... I mean, it really just is the drive-through challenge. What had happened originally, and I love this graphic that someone made. What had happened originally is Doug, who's another content creator. If you're familiar, he's a great content creator, does fantastic content, does challenge content all the time, likes to punish himself, likes to create gadgets and programs and things like that that have cool integration with his chat. He decided to create this challenge. And as he was going, well, basically the challenge is go to as many fast food places as possible. And when you go to the drive-thru, specifically the drive-thru, you ask for the order of the person in front of you. So it's RNG. You don't know who the person is in front of you. And if you are like you, and you can't like one of the rules is Once you've pulled into the parking lot, you cannot back out of the drive-thru. So if you see like a fucking van loaded up with a soccer team in front of you, you can't back out. You have to accept it. So, Team Doug made it through 9 drive-thrus originally. 16,000 calories. It is a 4-player challenge. Doug was with Barry Bebop, Parkzer, and Perry. I don't know who any of those people are. I'm assuming they're friends of Doug. Hopefully they're friends of Doug. But as they were the first to commit the challenge, they also did attempt KFC at the very, very end, where they had a designated eater. So they had a 5th person come in and eat the KFC. They just downed it all because the other 4 just couldn't have any more. They had 9 drive-thrus. They called it 10 with the designated eater. While they were doing this challenge, people were starting to take note, because Doug is one of those creators that other creators pay attention to for ideas. So other creators hopped in and wanted to. I mean, they were talking shit. I'll put it lightly. They were talking some shit throughout the challenge, going, "This is easy. I got a squad that can down this shit." You kidding me? Everyone loves to tote how much fast food they can fucking eat. All right, we're in the U.S. of A. That's probably the one thing most people are good at here, is downing some fast food. The next team.
Zach,
yes.
Before you get into the next team, I'm gonna say, you've seen not stuff I grab for stream, but the kind of stuff and quantity. Now, bear in mind, I only eat once or twice a day typically. But the kind of stuff and quantity that I just sit down and eat.
Yeah.
I eat 3 meals in one sitting. That's why I usually only eat once a day.
Right.
You get me, you, Noob, and Maul on this, we will fuck this up.
I can't do it. Dairy allergy.
A, you're there for moral support. B, you can literally be with Maul so he can eat all the dairy stuff.
Hey, Maul.
So like if
cheese
it's a burger
off for
place,
me.
any burgers say, "Hey, can we get the cheese on the side because of an allergy?" Because I think that's fair. Because it's still being eaten. It's just making sure people stay safe.
Except most places have cross-contamination, which usually, like, if I go to a place and I say, "I have a dairy allergy, no cheese, please," and they'll do their best to, like, not cross-contaminate, there's 99% of the time still cross-contamination. If I do that at one place, it'll throw me off my groove for the rest of the day, but, like, I'll be fine. I can probably just take a Benadryl and be kind of good about it. 10 places in a row, that's not gonna... I won't be able to eat anything, genuinely. I could be the camera guy, but...
Hey, there you go.
Yeah, that's about it.
Hey, there you go.
Unless, like, we went to
And you can eat
place.
all the nuggies.
No. If the place has Moz sticks.
Most places that have nuggies don't have mozzarella sticks. Burger King does occasionally. Occasionally. They do at the moment, but only for like another 2 months. Also, the mozzarella sticks are not cooked in the same vat as the chicken nuggets. They're cooked in the same vat as the onion rings. I know that from when I worked there.
But in most places, they don't care. Because, like, I've literally... Trust me, I've looked up a ton of fast food menus to understand where I can still eat these days.
So the reason I say that about Burger King is they have 3 vats, one for fries, and then 3 vat temperatures, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because their shit cooks at different temperatures. Chicken has to cook at a lot higher temperature than a mozzarella stick or an onion ring.
Fair.
Which is why the separation was there. It has nothing to do with food safety other than cooking temperatures.
Right.
They don't give a fuck about cross-contamination.
Oh yeah, exactly. That's exactly the point. And like, to my point, is like.
But that being said, most of the chicken should be fine.
If I want to go to Wendy's and get myself a goddamn Baconator and I tell them no cheese, and there's cheese on there anyway, and I can do my best to scrape the cheese off, I'm gonna be fine. Like, I'll survive the day, but not multiple places, man. I just no. That would the allergen levels in my body would just.
Who do we get? Who do we get the sub in?
I don't know.
Oh, I got it. Wes.
Oh, yeah.
Because me and Wes have talked about, just casually putting away an entire large pizza because we forgot to eat earlier that day.
Yeah.
That is a thing we both did one evening, unbeknownst to each other until after it had happened.
Oh, also, there's also another big caveat to the rules. You cannot vomit.
Okay.
Which is, by the end of this challenge, a big ask for some people. Actually, I believe Team Doug, they did this challenge. They did 9 drive-thrus, 16,000 calories in, I believe, under 6 hours. Which I think is a soft rule, is the timing, to make sure that, like, you could do this challenge over 24 hours and it's fucking easy. But if you time limit it to like less than 6 hours, which has been generally where people are aiming for, then you're valid. So apparently, like 2 hours after the stream, one of the people on Doug's team actually vomited just for fear of sodium poisoning. Which is valid.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's if they already have elevated salt levels. I get that.
Yeah.
Okay. So I had blood work done a couple weeks ago. Want to know what blows my mind? My sodium is almost low.
Wow. I know my sodium's high. I know that shit's up there.
I eat exclusively processed foods unless I'm like cooking.
Yeah.
That should not be the case.
Well, anyway, the team following Doug was Will Neff's team. Will Neff was the first to throw the gauntlet down and challenge Doug to this torture. Will Neff got himself, Hassan, Cutie Cinderella, and Nandre. And Nandre I wasn't familiar with before. He's so fucking funny. Incredibly funny person. Holy shit. Some of the he's very, very wise. Wisecracks, like the entire stream. It was great. Anyway, they got through 10 drive-thrus the proper way. Doug's team had 10 drive-thrus, 9 of which the original 4 took, and the 10th drive-thru they had a designated eater, just a 5th person that subbed in just for one restaurant they could sub in. Will Neff's team decided, for integrity purposes, we're not going to have a sub in. We're going to go for 10 raw. The squad of 4, has got to do it.
To be fair, having both Hassan and Will Neff almost adds them an extra person anyway.
Have you seen Nandre?
I haven't.
Oh god, this is dangerous to look up, I feel like. Nandre. Well, this isn't the best picture, but it's the only one that really like shows his body. Oh, wait, that's just his fucking Twitter. No, okay, he has just straight nipple on his Twitter. Okay, that's fantastic. Good thing I'm doing this in my other window. Yeah. So this is Nandre.
So he's also a big dude.
He ain't no skinny man himself. And Cutie was declared
well,
the
and I
throat
don't
goat.
think I don't think Will or Hassan are like horrendously out of shape either. They're just big dudes.
In fact, they work out together
multiple
times a week. Fucking Will is, oh man, he is a hunksicle. He posted a pic. I was almost about to search my Twitter for Hunksicle.
I realized me saying that those two together basically adds another person could sound like I was, you know what I mean?
Oh no, I didn't. No, they know they're big boys. Yeah.
Oh
no,
yeah. Well, I mean, it'd be like if someone's like, like if somebody from, you know, Twitch just met me in real life, and they were like, "Damn, you are big." I'd be like, "Uh-huh."
Yeah. 48 hours after the fast food challenge right here. Look at this man. Look at this hunk of meat. Oh. God damn.
It looks like he works out to build actual strength too and not bulk.
Yeah. Yeah, both he and Hassan. Well, Hassan actually, I think, works out in part for physical training because he always has back issues. Not physical training, but for mobility, he works out for physical therapy. Yeah. But Will, works out for to look like a hunk of fucking sex meat. Anyway.
Hunk of. And I quote, fucking sexy.
He is an attractive man. Yeah, Will Neff, Hassan, Cutie Cinderella, and Nandre. They got 3 big boys on here, and Cutie Cinderella was there as she was named. And
Cutie Cinderella was there too.
She was called the Throat Goat and the Guzzler because she was handed all the beverages and all of the fries.
Okay.
Yeah. So she was the one just clearing smoothies, coffees, any leftover fries, any leftover chicken. She was nearly in a panic at the end of it, also concerned with sodium poisoning. Fair. Yeah, but they got through 10 drive-thrus, interestingly with fewer calories. They had good RNG here. They had better RNG than the Doug squad. Now, by Will Neff doing this challenge, following Doug, they established a bit more rules and classifications to be able to reach the 10 restaurant goal. You can have a maximum of 2 drink places, and you have to go to KFC.
Oh, but everyone hates KFC.
Except the thing about the reason why you have to go to KFC is because you could be behind someone who gets a bucket. And then the entire run is fucking thrown.
Well, if we get a bucket at KFC, Zach, you're eating it under the table.
Yeah.
I hate bone-in chicken.
Yeah, I do too. So, not sure what we do about that. But yeah, I think Doug's team actually did. I think they did get the reason why they had a sub in for their 10th, which their 10th was KFC, was because they got a fucking shit tier roll. They had bad luck on their KFC, looked at it and went, and then they had their 5th person sub in to get them over the line. Will Neff beat the record, hype as fuck. This happened 24 hours after Doug's challenge. Ludwig, not wanting to be, thrown off by his partner, Cutie Cinderella, decided to assemble his own squad 24 hours after Will Neff and his squad. So Ludwig brought the entire Yard crew, the crew of the podcast, the Yard, that these 4 very funny individuals have put together. Ludwig, Slime, Eamon, and Nick. They're all not skinny, but they're all also not fat. And they all work out. Like Ludwig has a home gym that they all used to just 3 times a week, all crank that shit out in there. Let me see if they have like a group pick.
If they're only cranking it out 3 times a week, they're not cranking it enough.
I mean, fair. You know what? I could just go to their YouTube and just pull up one of their podcasts.
That is
Oh,
a
that's
thing
very
you could
loud.
do, but why would you?
Well, to show what kind of bodies we're working with here. Gonna pre-pause that and just kind of. Okay, come on. God damn it! I pre-paused and everything. Where's a wide shot? Where's a wide shot? Oh, come on. The thumbnail was a wide shot. What are you doing? There we go. Here we go. Here's who we're dealing with. We got Eamon on the left. We got Ludwig, Slime, and Nick. They're all not skinny boys, but they're also not big boys. However, they all at one point have been or still are professional Smash Brother players. Which is a classification of gamer that is separate from many others. So I feel like they had some pretty good credentials here. They had a good possibility of making some damage in this record. My opinion, at least. Also, fucking Ludwig's legs here. Good lord.
Dude, I was just gonna say, Letty's thighs are fucking huge, bud.
This was 2 years ago. They're larger.
Oh, I'm sure.
Hang on, let me turn off my limiters here so speed up my browser a little bit. I'll find a more recent. No, not popular. Latest. What am I doing? Popular. Oh, hey. Look at that. Them outside. Yeah, they're all working on legs.
And actually outside, not on a soundstage that's set up to look like outside.
There we go. Wait. Oh, this is one where Ludwig wasn't on there. Fucking Eamon looking much more stacked. Nick, legs a lot beefier, arms beefier. Slime, I think, is just maintaining, which is
how tall is
fine.
Eamon?
He's a big boy. He's like 6'1", 6'2", I believe.
I was gonna say, because when I'm sitting on a standard height chair, that's about where my knees are. And I'm 6'1", 6'2", depending on which convenience store I'm leaving.
I'm calling him Eamon, but that's actually not his name. His name is Aiden. And he doesn't even like being called Eamon, but that's just what people call him. Eamon Gaiman. Does he ever disclose his height? I don't think he does. Yeah, he doesn't. Oh well. He is a tall boy. If you see him standing next to people, he a big one. Where's one with Luddy on it? This is their new set in a fucking warehouse. You can't see his fucking legs in this one. And all right, you get the point. He's got big legs. Ludwig, fucking huge on the leg department. All right. Anyway, they have a good classification to be able to challenge this appropriately, and they fucking did. They went to Krispy Kreme twice, actually. There was kind of a soft rule put in play that you can revisit one location more than once. You have that option. You don't have to. So both Doug's team and Ludwig's team doubled down on the Krispy Kreme. That was their choice for repeats. And they hit 11 drive-thrus, beating Will Neff's team by 1 with 17,000 calories. Definitely the double Krispy Kreme. And the Dunkin' D's. and Starbucks, yeah, no, they were loaded with calories. Calories and carbs. And honestly, I feel like the fact that they were carb heavy here kind of helped them out a lot. Because I feel like carbs don't sit in your stomach that as heavy as like other things. Like if you get a smoothie of similar volume to that of a burger, that burger is gonna sit heavier than that smoothie. For longer, at least.
So I don't think volume is the difference there. I think density is the difference there.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. Is like density wise, you're gonna feel more full from eating a burger compared to eating a smoothie. And like if you eat just a smoothie, you're ready to go like faster.
100%.
Yeah.
There are a few exceptions. Things made with potatoes, for instance, because they are a starch.
Right.
Which starches are dense.
Yeah.
So not necessarily true of French fries.
Right. Yeah. Now,
because if you've never tried to see how many boxes of large French fries you can eat, it's not as many as you thought.
No, your stomach always misjudges French fries. Always. Now, the most recent and I believe the speedrun killer here of contenders is at the top. Mizkif's team. Mizkif, Lakari, Russell, and Simply. The fucking A team. I'm gonna look up some pictures here.
Zach?
Yeah?
What if I told you that I felt confident that I could beat Team Mizkif's 14 solo?
Here, I'm going to show a few pictures here. And these are not going to be edited pictures. Here's Mizkif at his fattest.
Okay.
Bad angle, but he actually did have a gut. He had a beer belly. He had fat around the neck, around the back of his neck. Then they also had, who was it? Lakari. Lakari, shirtless. Let's see. Honestly, if I just look up the before pic of Camp Canute, probably would be the best example. Yeah, I don't have a good shirtless pic for Lakari, unfortunately. Oh, here we go. Hold up. Pause champ. There's Lakari, right there in the middle. This guy. That's Lakari. Sitting next to Canute. Where Canute is, I'm pretty sure, 6'4".
And huge.
Oh no, Canute is just 6 foot actually. Yeah, this is the body.
He's still huge.
Oh yeah, this is the bodybuilding streamer that I talk about all the time. He was the namesake of Camp Canute. He put.
Is that Sear?
That's Sear, yeah. And actually, Sear has made a lot more progress since Camp Canute.
Sear, Miz, there's Hassan.
No, that's Tectone.
Tectone. And on the left is the former model turned just chatting guy. Can't remember his name now. Hang on.
I even raid him sometimes.
I know. Wake Wilder.
Yes.
The only name coming to my head was Forrest Whitaker, and that was not the correct name.
Oh. Do you know who this guy is? It's actually funnier if you say no.
He looks like the guy from Office Space, but balding.
This is E-Rob.
The biggest.
Exactly. biggest fucking L taker of all of Twitch, except that one time he had a kid, I guess. But yeah, you got Miz, you got Tectone, you got S-Fand, camera guy Kyle, and this is NMPLOL all the way on the right here. But yeah, Lucari right here, target focus. This big gentleman, fucking anime gachi addict, Street Fighter professional, speedrunner professional. He's all gamered up. He knows a thing or two about fast fucking food. And I'm gonna skip over. I'm gonna let's do a lookup of Simply, another one of Mizkif's crew here. Simply shirtless. There's bound to be plenty of images because he regularly speedruns Super Mario 64 while shirtless. He even sometimes shaves neat little images or designs into his chest hair.
Gotcha.
Here is Simply.
Oh no. That's depressing.
There's got to be a better image than that.
I thought of a thing while you're looking for the image. It just came into my head, so help me remember it later when I'm trying to remember what it was. You know how I've been trying to figure out how to fit violations of the Geneva Convention into our war crime streams?
Right, yeah.
We just make it bingo.
Oh,
we call
yeah.
it Geneva Convention bingo.
I actually can't find a better... There's been so many times that he's strolled onto Mizkif's stream shirtless and he's just jiggling all over the place. I mean, it's it is just it's a trope. It is a trope at this point. He's a big boy as well. He's not like necessarily tall, I don't think. I think he is like 5'11", 5'10", but he is stout. He is like he got some fat packed in there.
He's average plus in height and stout.
Yeah. But then there's then the final reveal. Russell. Man, it is actually a struggle to get a picture of some of these streamers. Good lord. Sure. We're not going to go for a pic. We're going to go for a video. Are you finding
lots of pictures of Russell Crowe topless?
You know, I actually have to look up. Like, Russell's name is Russell on Twitch. It is just Russell. However, he's commonly referred to as Comedy Russell. So I have to look him up by that. That's Russell.
Oh, he also a big dude.
They're fucking ace in the hole, at least on first thought. This is
that would be what you guys think of me as, I'm sure.
Pretty much.
Oh, we also brought a giant from mythology with us to help us consume these meals.
He's also really tall. Not sure of his exact height, but he's also really tall.
I can tell he's tall based on where the back of his chair is versus where the back of her chair is.
Yep. Now, this stream was incredible to be a part of. They went through 14 drive-thrus, 19,000 calories. It was kind of insane when they were reaching the 10-11 point. They were all like, oh my god, all this fucking... And they got like 3 bites left of their burger and they're like, God. I mean, they're kind of flubbing it up, but also like clearly you can tell their guts poking out. They all ripped their shirts off at one point because they just were too hot. Like they had to get out of the car to walk around to like make things digest faster. They were all in pain. They were all burping. You could tell the acid reflux was kicking in by the end of it. And then simply goes and takes a poop. And he comes back from that poop. They finish the last bite.
Reinvigorated.
On the 11th drive-through. They finish the last bite on the 11th drive-through and simply goes, "Oh, dessert." Then they're all like, "Are you fucking insane? You're kidding. You got to be kidding me." Actually, I might have my timing mixed up on this, but it was a journey. And then why is everything in, what language is this? I'm just noticed, what language is my Twitch in? Do I have like auto translate turned on or something? Oh no. I am not familiar with this. An Opera AI prompts has access to this site. Why? Why do you have access to this site? What is this? Why is this in a different language right now?
It looks vaguely Eastern European.
It does. Is this
Romanian,
all of my? Is this all of
Hungarian.
my tabs? I just want to see. Okay, so it's not auto-translating the text. It's just Twitch. How do you change your language on Twitch? Why does it think I'm
Hang on. Ms. Kiff might have accidentally set his own language that he streams in to like Romanian or something, which would put his main page on the
currents of opportunity flow with great
That's
force.
just chatting. There's always room for dessert. That's literally what he is quoted as saying. No, he's in English. Right there, his tag, English. Fuck. How do I change my language? How did my language change? Oh, there we go. Magyar? What the fuck is Magyar? How did that change in the first place?
I'm gonna ask Becky.
Interesting choice, Detective Martini. May I ask you?
Language. Magyar. What the fuck? Why was my Twitch on that?
Magyar is the Hungarian word for Hungarian. It refers to the language, culture, and people of Hungary. If you have any more questions or need further clarification, feel free to ask. Thank you, Becky.
Well, there you go. Well, this is Mizkiv's VOD for the for the challenge stream. You can see here weapon number 1. This is the Metal Gear Russell. Wearing the same shirt as I just displayed in the clip earlier. There's Simply. And there's Lakari chilling out in the background. So you can see Simply now as a better view of Simply. Now, man, they were in dire straits, right around here. They pull up to this parking lot and they are stressed the fuck out. Oh, wait, yeah, okay. So I was thinking they were at number 13. They had already beaten it. They were wanting to see how badly they could stomp their competition. They pushed themselves to Whataburger, which is what they're currently trying to digest here. See, they got the food down here. They got a double burger combo. They had 2 combos with like 4 spicy ketchups. None of them enjoy spicy ketchups. They're in fucking dire straits. They're like in pain. Lakari just ate 2 handfuls of fucking raw jalapenos because the previous place that they just went to had a burger loaded up with so many jalapenos that it was effectively its own double burger patty of jalapenos.
Oh God.
And Russell was the one eating that burger, and he was like, I can't handle jalapenos. And Lakari was like, tagging in. So they like scooped out all the jalapenos. It was a fucking pile of them, and he just with his fingers was just like, oh my God.
Okay, so you want to know what my strategy is?
Oh, you just swallow them. You don't chew them.
Oh, no. For the whole thing. You start with KFC.
That's what they did. KFC right there, number 1.
You happen to have it arranged that an acquaintance of yours just happens to pull in the drive-thru before you.
That is, specifically against the rules. There was some theories that Ludwig's team was being stream sniped because they got some very, very lucky pulls. Mizkif's squad was getting very, very lucky pulls, but they weren't announcing the places they were going to until they were like just 1 or 2 minutes out. Specifically to not get stream sniped, because Mizkif doesn't have the kind of community that would want to help him. Mizkif has the kind of community that would go try and be in front of them and say 55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 cokes. Then that whole meme. But
we need to have a talk discussion with each other.
Man.
Carl, you're out, right?
But no, real talk though, you start with KFC because then you can kind of gauge the rest of your day. But there are a bunch of places that are super low effort that a lot of people don't think about, especially if you start in the like late morning, early afternoon, like Sonic, where people are just getting drinks, but it is a burger place.
They did that. That's what Mizkif's team was very fucking smart about it, because they have some professional fast food eaters here. Like, Russell actually came in clutch by like 5-heading, predicting what the time of day it was, what kind of person would be ordering at this place. Do people typically order big things here, small things here, depending on time of day? Like, Russell had that all fucking mapped out. And there was even a time where they pull up to a place that had a double drive-through, which was weird. But they had 2 cars to choose between to pull in behind. And Russell was like, no, this guy right here. And they pull in behind him, and they're like, Russell, there's 2 people in there. What do you do? They're gonna they're gonna have like a whole ass fucking meal. The waiter was there for a while ordering shit from them, and they ended up getting a large fry and a Coke.
Holy shit.
And Russell's sitting back there like, I'm telling you, man, I saw that car. I saw it's an older car. It's this brand. And I saw he fucking was just like, I knew they were going to get something small. Meanwhile, they look at the people to their right they would have pulled in behind. By the time they had left, they were still ordering. They were like, Russell just pulled the 50-50 of a fucking lifetime. Oh my God, by just 5-heading the car design in front of them.
I'm apparently, and this is going to be delayed for my chat, but I have an ad that's starting in 14 seconds.
Oh.
As evidenced by the ad thingy, but it also popped up at the bottom of my chat very visibly.
Oh, really?
In the vanilla Twitch chat.
Oh, they're experimenting with that already. God damn.
That's a lot quicker than I expected that.
Yeah. That's impressive. Chat, you guys don't really see what we're talking about here, but Twitch is making it a bit easier for streamers to know when ads are running. That's cool. No. I wonder if I see it too, because I'm on Turbo. I don't see anything. Just a broadcaster. Anyway, yeah, this fucking Russell with the 5-head plays and then simply doing the poop refresher just made this entire thing. Oh, here's Simply Shirtless. He came back from his poop, grabbed this burger without saying anything, and just started going to town. And everyone was just mind blown.
Dude, that sounds like such a good day.
He's just going.
Okay, so you want to know the real problem, Zach, with me doing this challenge?
Yeah.
It's just a normal evening for me, honestly. I'm at
And the thing that makes it really hard for me to participate and be a valuable member of the team, I detest mayonnaise.
Oh, yeah. That would be rough.
And that's the part that would be hard for me, because
See,
I order all of my sandwiches without mayo.
This guy is tapped out. Look at he's like, ain't no way. Not one more French fry. He's done.
He just needs to go poop. He'll be fine.
I have an idea.
Okay.
Now they had to finish the spicy ketchup as well, which they just ended up glorping that shit down the gullet.
That was
Gross.
yeah, that's the one I put on the burger. Yeah.
Water chaser. Yeah, that's what it's gonna do. It's a chaser. It's literally this, and I'm done. I can't do dessert.
Oh my god.
Okay. So in my mind, they have to use the condiment in some fashion. They don't have to use all of it. People always order more than they think they're going to need just to make sure they have enough.
It like in terms of rules of the challenge, effectively like every last drop. If you get a drink of something and it's like filled with ice, you want to suck that shit dry as fast as possible so you get as minimal meltage as possible. Then you can throw away the ice. You can make an argument for ice, but you had to make sure that like you're sucking through the straw and there's nothing else coming out. Then you can toss it. When it came to sauces and shit like that, every last drop. Like you basically had to tongue that fucking shit out of the canister to get it to be valid. Which is effectively what they did here.
See, and that's dumb to me, unless you have to pay for it. But if it's like a free thing...
Right, yeah, no, these were all like extra sauces that they purchased. Like it was four extra spicy ketchups on the receipt.
Well, because like using Burger King for an example, because that's the only place I ever get sauce from that I can think of.
Right.
Like I usually if I get like nuggets there, or like if I get a burger and order fries, I'll ask for 2 tubs of barbecue, and they'll give me 2 tubs of barbecue, but you don't get charged for it. So there isn't any sense in that being required. Yeah.
I mean, whenever, because like they would pull up to the window, they would get their stuff, and the worker would be like, did you want like any sauces or any packets? And they'd be like, the person in front get any? No. Like it was, but if they did, then yeah, okay, all right, come on. You know what, one that was also kind of insane, Dairy Queen. They pulled into Dairy Queen expecting to get a cone or like a sundae or a whatever the shake or whatever the thing is called.
No, this time of year you don't want to do Dairy Queen because they have their full menu on, which includes a lot of barbecue and backyard favorites, hot dogs, decent burgers. Like, you're running a risk there because a Dairy Queen run, especially in the middle of the day, could be a guy going to get food for the fucking office.
They had a dude in front of them that ordered a 4-strip steak fry, which is 4 strips of thin steak fried. And it comes with white gravy in a box filled with fries.
Yep.
That fucked them. They were so demoralized and confused at Dairy Queen. Yeah.
But me, who I grew up in the Midwest, they've been doing food in the Midwest since I was a kid.
Yeah.
My understanding is they've just started doing it on the coasts in the last 10 years.
I will say, Dairy Queen was the last time they didn't listen to Russell. Because Russell said...
Oh, was Russell saying the same thing?
Russell was saying, I'm telling you, Dairy Queen's not a good pick here. Yeah. And like, yeah, it was just... man, it's scary how well Russell knows his fast food. Like, I get it, but it's also
sounds like a
frightening.
kindred spirit.
Yeah.
What's also frightening?
I get it, but it's also frightening. Just like, this man knows the psychology of the not just like himself ordering fast food, but the other customers and the hour by hour tendencies of the customer base at these restaurants.
Dude, I worked in fast food for 6 years. That's where most of my understanding the customers comes from.
Right. But like he they would suggest a spot, and he'd be like, no. It's 7 o'clock. No, you don't want to go there. They do this special thing after 7. You don't, no, and everyone goes there for this one. Like,
Sonic's a good example. Where they have certain times a day. You don't want to go to Sonic between like 1 and 3 in the afternoon because they're running drink specials to try to get people to come in for lunch.
Right. But yeah, I think also 10 was a special request. That was one that was against Russell. Russell didn't want to go to Taco Bell, but Simply, who didn't eat much through 1 through 9, he was like, hey, Simply was the driver, which is why he wasn't eating that much. Number 10, Taco Bell, he was like, whatever it is, I'm soloing Taco Bell. And it was I believe it was a chicken and bean burrito and a, whatever that like hexagonal shaped thing is that they have, the queso, whatever. It's like full of cheese. A lot of cheese.
A quesadilla?
No, it wasn't it wasn't a quesadilla. It was like the special.
Oh, was it the quesarito?
Quesarito, that's what it was, yeah. It was a quesarito and a bean burrito that he got, and he fucking tanked that shit. But that was the other last thing that.
So I will say that Simply made the right call there, though, because that's probably what allowed him to take that poop that saved the day.
Yeah. He was like, immediately after, he was like, man, I hate beans. Why'd they have to get a bean burrito? And then like 3 restaurants later, he's going poop. Because of the beans.
Simply boom boom.
Yeah.
If that's not an emote for him, it should be now, by the way.
He's already known as the poop guy, which is incredibly hilarious. Because there was a clip where he forgot to mute his mic after he rushed to the bathroom. And you can hear like an almost empty ketchup bottle sound. Coming out of the bathroom. And you can hear him spamming the bidet as it's coming out. Oh my god, he got called the poop guy for so long after that. He still is. I think he rekindled the poop guy namesake because of this as well, because he came, like, the camera also panned to him when he was on his triumphant return back from taking a shit, and he like throws both hands up and he's fucking walking proudly back, and then he just grabs a burger and starts fucking zeroing it. Just it's like everyone was screaming in chat at that point, like, let's fucking go. Just, oh man, the rooting for Simply by the end of this, Simply was the MVP by the end of it. That's why I put such a notion on Russell being the weapon number 1. It ended up being Simply that was the real difference maker by the end of the night.
Like really fucked, just go walk for a bit. It actually helps a lot.
Okay. Yeah, you have time. Take a walk.
We got time.
I mean, dude, you literally, if you pick that one dessert place and you luck out, you get like a small scoop, a small little cone. You could really luck it out.
Go do it.
Because worst case, it's a lot. You
Just
say, nah.
they're just sad. They just eat fast food all day and they're sad about it.
Oh. Holy fuck. I didn't think we were gonna clear this. I did not.
Dessert, then I feel like you wait on it.
You go dessert, done. Oh my god.
18,000 calories. I think that's the best play.
Yeah, but they simply is already discussed. Like, I think I can go for dessert, and yeah, they were.
He says dessert, and he asks you.
Yeah, that's how they were responding to that. But he did it.
53 minutes, 14 restaurants.
Woo! You know who we got to call now? Calories.
53.
Hang on, I want to see the arms up.
You are.
Oh, there he is. There's the king right there. There he fucking is.
Not over, by the way. I have a razor sponsor to do.
He did have a razor sponsor. All right, yeah, I'll call it there. It was, the chat was going wild, rooting for their poop guy champion. I was in there too. I was spamming that fucking chat because I was cheering him on. But yeah, it was recalculated at 19,750 calories total. Incredible pull. They had, in the very beginning, they had some really good luck. It was the In-N-Out. That's what it was. The In-N-Out had the double drive-through where they got a fucking large fry and a drink.
Dude, In-N-Out's a fucking gamble anyway because of the size of their menu.
This was like everything before DQ was early day. That's when they were like, okay, we need to start off at the big burger joints, like the cheapest places where the people typically get the most amount of food for dinner because they're ordering for like a soccer team at the end of the day. So like they early game KFC lucked out. They had like 3 wings they had to chow down. McDanks, barely nothing. Starbucks, they had 2 drinks. Burger King, just a single burger. Fucking insane. But then by the end of it, yeah, Whataburger, oh man, that was demoralizing. Carl's Jr., I can't remember what they had. Chick-fil-A, again, can't really remember what they had, but they had
Carl's Jr. / Hardee's, I'm and Wendy's, I'm all in because they don't put mayonnaise on a lot of their sandwiches.
Yeah.
They either put ketchup and mustard, they put barbecue, or they put mayonnaise. So because they have other not ketchup and mustard options.
I actually like Wendy's Baconator because it has mayonnaise on it.
Okay, you want to know how I get their Baconator? Have them take the mayonnaise off, mustard, barbecue, pickle.
I don't know.
But dude, it feels like backyard, like smoker barbecue at that point.
Yeah, but I go to like, I like the flavor of just a Baconator. Like it's just.
I can't do the mayonnaise.
I'm already.
with the Baconator, I can handle the mayonnaise if I'm hungry, but it's not a thing I could do long term.
Right.
Also, if I was going to do this, I would spend a whole day not eating.
See, you would think that. However, I think that's the bad play because your stomach shrinks. I think the day prior, you spend a day eating light, but also drinking a lot of water to keep your stomach expanded.
Yeah, no. You drink, you stay full of liquids all day.
Yeah.
Right? You eat what you need to just survive, because not
maybe
literally
even
starve yourself. God.
Maybe even be on a diet of like liquid meal replacement drinks like Soylent or something, because those go right fucking through you. I tried them for a bit, and I mean they're good. Just like whenever I would have Soylent, I would chug that shit for like a breakfast. Like 30 minutes later, I could literally feel in my stomach, like, you know how when like you get a sink filled up and then you like boonk, pull the plug out, and then like the final last bit of water does that like sound.
Yep.
I could feel that in my stomach 30 minutes after downing a Soylent. Like my stomach was just like, okay, like what the fuck was that?
So I, and still sometimes I do the Carnation instant breakfast things.
Yeah, that's a good one too.
If like I'm feeling like I need something in the morning.
Yeah.
But I typically don't eat until 4 or 5 in the afternoon.
I've just gone with the classic bagel in the morning. Dip it in some aioli, maybe some butter, not butter, but margarine. Oh, and I put.
Seeing like I'll do bagel or muffin or something.
If I ever
like
go
that.
with just topping it with butter, I also sprinkle some Can't Mix on the butter, extra flavor. Anyway, yeah. No one has decided to fuck with this challenge since Mizkif's team, because I feel like they killed the speedrun. They beat it. They beat the record so hard. Like there was supposed to be teams trying 24 hours after them, but they canceled.
Okay, you have 6 hours, right?
Yeah.
You can easily hit 3 an hour, as long as you plan your route properly. And
Yeah.
I would say there are cases where you could hit 4 or 5 in an hour,
Depending on what it is,
like,
yeah.
denser areas.
Yeah.
The other trick is, I have yet to hear a rule about you have to eat all the food from that restaurant before you order at another one.
That is a rule, yeah. You could be on the way to the next restaurant, but you couldn't pull in, like you couldn't pull in to order more food as you're finishing the previous. I believe that's, at least that was the rules that Mizkif was going after.
Right. No, but that's what I was meaning, is like there was no reason for them to be chilling at Whataburger. They could have been en route to somewhere else and then parked close.
Oh, they were doing that because they were just in pain. But yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So
I think there is a
realistic.
I did also miss a rule on there's a limit of. Oh, I said 2 drink places, didn't I? 1 drink place and 2 dessert places was the official rule. When Mizkif's team passed the record of 11, they basically went, fuck it, we can write our own rules now. Like, if we push it to 14. So that's why they went with a 3rd dessert place at the end of it. But anyway, I digress.
Gotcha. But no, because my thought is, if done properly, if you start at 10 o'clock in the morning, your first order starts at 10 o'clock in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
Using my geographical area right now, because that's what I have access to.
Right.
You can knock out 4.
I don't know that
you can
could
conceivably knock out 9 places before noon.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
What people order from these places, like, isn't going to be a lot during these time frames.
Right. Because they're like, especially if you do this challenge starting 10 a.m. on like a Tuesday.
Right.
Yeah. It was actually considered...
because of that knowledge, that's why I think I could solo this and do better. Not because I think I can consume more calories than that on my own, but because I think I can hit more restaurants
you can
than they did and stay well under that calorie count.
Yeah, which Mizkif's team was at at 11 drive-thrus, they were at like 14,000 calories. That's how good their luck was. Like, they had incredible luck and I think pretty decent strategy.
Well, okay. So you want to hear the crazy thing?
The only bad part about their stream was that they started their stream at like 2 p.m. local time in Texas. And they're also in fucking Texas, by the way.
You gotta start at like 10 a.m.
The rest of these guys are in LA. Mizkif's squad was in fucking Austin, Texas. So they were actually predicted to have a debuff because everything's bigger in Texas. However, that did end up being the case.
Well, let's put it this way. At all of the stops before noon, these are what I estimate the orders to likely be. A small coffee. A small coffee.
Yeah.
A small coffee. A small coffee.
Yeah. A bagel.
You stop to take a shit. A small coffee and a bagel.
Yeah.
No. Hang on. Check this out. A biscuit sandwich of some variety and an orange juice. Do you know how many calories there are in coffee? Pretty close to fucking zero.
Practically nothing. Yeah. Well, I don't think it's not going to all be small coffees. There's going to be some big chunguses in there, and there's going to be some barely coffee beverages. And I mean like the...
Oh, yeah. But you get what I'm saying.
The macchiatos
and even if two of those are like a full meal, it's only going to be for one person.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Because it's too early to be ordering lunch and shit for everyone at work.
Yeah.
And it's too late to be bringing stuff into the office for breakfast.
Yeah. Because to bring in coffee for the squad, you're pulling in at like 7 a.m. Yeah.
Right.
The 10 a.m., 11 a.m. crew, that's people, barely anyone's doing this, but that's people who are like, man, today's a busy day. I got to grab another.
At noon, we finally break away from intermittent, eat a biscuit and a piece of sausage and some cheese and drink coffee, or whatever the sandwich at the place happens to be for breakfast. Also, get Taco Bell for breakfast because there are only 3 things people ever get at Taco Bell for breakfast.
True.
Coffee, cheese quesadilla, coffee drink.
Taco Bell has coffee?
Yeah, at breakfast time.
Yikes. I wouldn't. Jesus.
Right?
That's terrible.
It's not good.
Yeah. Yeah, I will say, there is a limit of 1 drink place. However...
Yeah, but none of these places are drink places. They're just places where you can get drinks.
Starbucks is a drink place. Dunkin' Donuts is a drink place. As far as the rules
I haven't
of this...
gone to Starbucks or Dunkin' yet.
Yeah. Well, as far as the rules of this goes, if you go to McDanks and all you get is a small coffee, that is a food place. So, yeah. Run is valid so far.
Well, and on that list are McDanks, the Burger Baron.
Yeah, local places also.
There are 3 mom and pop. There are 3 mom and pop cafes with drive-throughs on this list.
Right. Yeah, no, like local places are not, like, you don't have to go to franchise stores because they went to P. Terry's, Andy's Frozen Custard, Bucks. That's not Buc-ee's, that's Bucks. Like a local dessert place to Texas. But yeah, like, so you can go to local places.
No, you want to know what the noon stop is? It's a local deli that's around the corner from my place that there are 3 sandwiches that they're like really known for, and all of them are great. So that's like you've done well over half your list. You've stayed under calories. Like at this point, this is a list I could accomplish by myself.
Right.
Provided I went on a Tuesday at 10 a.m. Right. That's the timing is everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
and hope I don't get fucked and fall behind because there's a big order in there somewhere for no fucking reason.
That is a run killer. That is like Miskiff said. It's like not getting LBLJs in 16 star. Like it's just early game run killer. You just reset. Like that's all you can do.
We'll try again later, guys.
Yeah. I'm
at the second place, and for breakfast, these people ordered an entire fucking pig.
Well, because. You might just run behind that one person that ordered like 2 box coffees. Like the thing that they set on the fold out, and then like you pour into a cup. You're like, yeah.
Yeah, or worse, right? You swing through some place like franchise pizza place with special lunch menu. Little Caesars has one. Lots of places do. Right.
I feel like pizza
and
place
so you're
in
thinking
general,
you're going to get the $5 lunch combo from Little Caesars. We'll use that one because that's one that I know is pretty much everywhere, right?
Right.
It's lunchtime. You're expecting to get that, and instead you get 24 large pizzas because they're having a pizza party somewhere for some fucking reason.
I feel like
somebody peed in the potty.
I feel like the risk and this every single team was like every single team here. The question of do we do like Little Caesars? No, like everyone was like 100%. The risk of a pizza place is far too great. The risk of ruining the run.
That being said, if you did get like the $5 lunch combo. Going through a drive-thru, that's a 20-ounce soda, essentially a personal pan pizza, and like a side.
The most dangerous thing on everyone's list is only there because it has to be there as a rule of the challenge, and that's KFC.
See, okay, if I did it, I would say has to be KFC or the thing everyone else has been afraid to try. A pizza place, and I would go for the pizza place.
I feel like that'd be a valid like contention on.
I feel like that's a valid
set.
substitution because you were running the same risks. You're actually running more of a risk because A, it's more common for people to place large orders for pizza for events than anything else.
Maybe not even like large orders of like 5+ pizzas, but just an entire large pie fucks you over.
Oh, from Little Caesars, that's nothing.
Yeah, fair. It's cardboard. Yeah.
It's not cardboard. It's really good, but they do a Detroit-style thin crust.
I don't like Little Caesars. I really don't like their crust. At least that could just be something local to me. I find their crust lacking up here.
Because my understanding, somebody who worked there told me that they actually make their crusts, like in store. So they could be using local ingredients, and that could make a difference.
Probably. It's a pizza. Fuck, their marketing worked on me. No, I fucking really good attempts though. Like the amount of.
Do you think pizza would be a fair substitution that people wouldn't push back against?
I see your incoming ad break.
Really?
Yeah. I can snooze it too.
Oh, because you're an editor on my channel.
I can snooze this shit too. I'm not gonna, but that's fucking cool.
Nice.
That's fucking.
Yeah, no, that is a nice feature.
No, if only Chat Arena could show that.
If I have a mod in chat who can currently see it, can the mod see it too, or just
I don't
editors?
know. Fen, can
you know what? I haven't seen it in your chat yet, Zach. So I'm guessing it's just editors.
Probably. Twitch mod permissions. Is there like a table breakdown somewhere here? Oh, editor running commercial breaks. Mod can't run commercial breaks.
Okay. But no, I think
There
Because
is
as risky as it is, I think if you go at the right time to specifically Little Caesars, you have a better chance of not getting bullshit than you do at KFC.
yeah, true.
But if you get bullshit at Little Caesars during that time period, it's when you're going to get the most bullshit.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be lunchtime and somebody could be ordering a fuckload of pizzas for the office.
Yep. Yeah, I feel like there's still talks of some groups giving this an attempt. But I feel like everyone is going to continue aiming for let's just see if we can get to 10. Everyone's looking at the Mizkif record right now and going, like, when Ludwig did his shit, everyone was like, I can fuck up Ludwig's record. Yeah. Now that Mizkif has set the record at 14, everyone looks at this challenge and goes, what if we just go for 10?
Zach, I know what your role is. We all stream from our phones to Twitch separately.
I was
we
thinking
all go
about
on our own separate adventures.
Yeah.
Hang on. And then you stream all of our feeds to your stream.
No, I was thinking about, as we've been talking about this, I don't know if a remote run would be considered valid, because part of all of this is that you're all crammed into a vehicle. You're all like touching each other.
Require us all to
getting
still have
bloated,
at least 3 other people in a vehicle with us.
Maybe, I don't know.
And just because we don't want it to feel like we're having more time because we're split up, I'll do it with a team of 3 and we'll have 2 hours to complete it. That's 6 hours spread across 3 different directions of travel, 2 hours each.
I think it'd be more valid if the other people just waited.
Oh, and we did it as a
Yeah.
Yo, what if we make it a relay?
Relay, that's what it is. Yeah.
The 10 drive-through relay challenge. We could just make our own challenge with the same rules and make it a relay. And you go until you tap out. So we'll start with the heavy hitters at the front.
Here are the current rules. 4 fighters, max of 1 drink place, max of 2 dessert places, must go to KFC. Soft rules include max of 6 hours, can only repeat a single restaurant. For hybrid food and dessert places like Dunkin' or Dairy Queen, you can make the call of how to categorize it based on what you ordered and how hardcore you want to be. Mizkif's squad, they hit Dairy Queen as a dessert place, however they got the 4 steaks strips, and arguably they could probably say that was a food place. They wanted to be Mizkif wanted to do the integrity run, so he called it a dessert place, which, respect. I mean, they fucking played the hardest rules and still won by fucking 3 places. Jesus.
I think we could do this as a relay. The problem is funding.
Yeah.
But to be fair, you're looking at what, $125 a head?
Someone in Mizkif's chat was cataloging how much their bill was, and I think it was at the end of it like $185 by the end of it.
So if we each have $100, it should be able to cover what we're doing that day.
Right.
So that's not as bad as I thought. But that's, I mean, that'd be like going, yo, what about the 10 Michelin star challenge? How fast can you, hang on, make reservations, get sat, and eat to acquire 10 Michelin stars? So if a restaurant has 3 Michelin stars, it's going to be more expensive. It's going to be harder to get into, but you get 3 stars out of it.
Damn, the cost is gonna fucking suck for that. That's gonna be like, even for a single person to do that, it's gonna be like a couple $100.
Oh yeah, especially since you have zero action economy when it comes to what you're spending, because you literally have to go with, look at someone who's already ordered but doesn't have their food yet. I'll have what they're having.
Right. You can play a bit more strategy.
Oh, and you have to get permission to film.
Yeah. Which, good fucking luck. Yeah.
Actually, it's so most places, as long as you contact them in advance,
right? Yeah.
And promise you're not going to say anything negative about their establishment, will typically let you get away with murder.
Interestingly, more franchise places allow it if you call the manager in advance, whereas more mom and pops and more like singular, like non-franchise places don't like it. Like from my experience of watching IRL streamers and hearing their commentary on like who allows versus doesn't allow, and they like walk into a place and there's confusion on if it's allowed or not. Oh, I talked to your manager. Well, that manager left for the day. Jesus Christ. It's a nightmare to organize.
No. You want to know how you handle that? You don't set it up that day. You set it up a week in advance.
Oh, yeah.
And then call back 3 days later. For stuff like planning. That, like you have to be, like it has to be part of your reservation process at that point.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hey, I'd like to make a reservation. We'd like to do some filming for a segment we're doing on Michelin star restaurants.
Like NMBLOL absolutely does that. Never has a struggle finding places to film at because they have fucking Milena, who is anal as all hell when it comes to planning content and creating content ideas. Actually, Milena is like the content mastermind behind a lot of OTK events. So she's got the brain for it. However, like Extra Emily fucking calls 10 minutes before starting stream. Like, hey, can I record? Fuck. It's like,
right. And see, me, if I was doing IRL streams, it would be the former rather than the latter. But that's because, especially with my physical limitations, I need to know where I'm going to be and that I can be there. Because if I suddenly get, relocated, that could be more than inconvenient.
Right.
But no, for another project I was part of forever ago that never got legs, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was somebody else's project, but they wanted to like film different challenges made with stuff at thrift stores, and they wanted me to be on their first episode.
Yeah.
Right. So think Scrapyard Wars from Linus Tech Tips, but for whatever you can find it, whatever thrift store we pick, and whatever you can make out of it.
Mm-hmm.
That was their idea. Fantastic idea, I think.
Yeah. I mean, that actually does sound like a great game.
And we get there, and we walk in, and he starts going, hey, I'm so-and-so, yada, yada, yada. And then one of the employees walks up and goes, what are you doing? And he says, oh, I'm filming a video for my new YouTube channel. And she says, you can't do that here. Who told you could do that here? Well, I mean, if I could talk to your manager. And she goes, no, you guys need to leave. And so we left. And then I looked at him and I said, all right, you want to try this my way? He says, what's your way? I said, there's a thrift store 3 doors down. Let's go to that one. Let me talk to the manager before you start recording. At the very least, you should have called them a couple of days ago and verified that it was okay to record, especially since this is something you're going to want to do frequently.
Yeah.
I wouldn't ever go back there.
Right. Yeah. You just labeled yourself as an asshole.
Let me go in. Let me talk to the manager. And we got inside, and I'm like, hey, is the manager around? I have a couple of quick questions. And the manager comes up, and they're like, yeah, what's up? Is everything okay? I'm like, everything's fine. I just have a couple quick questions. I don't want to take up a whole lot of your time. My friend has an idea for some videos he wants to make for his YouTube channel. We can leave the name of the business out and everything else. Like, that's all totally fine. But the goal is for us to film ourselves buying things that we then repurpose in some way.
Right.
And she goes, oh, that's clever. Yeah, I don't have a problem with that. Just so long as you don't mention the name of the business or show any of the signs relating to the business, or you blur them out if you do. I'm like, yeah, no, we can do all that. Then she says, yeah, then nobody's going to care.
Some businesses,
don't film people who don't want to be filmed. I'm like, yeah.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Yeah. Obviously. Some businesses will be like, oh, no, here's the QR code. Scan it.
Right.
Here's our Instagram. It's like,
but yeah, as a rule of thumb, if you haven't called ahead, just ask to talk to a manager when you get there. If you call right before you show up, you seem like you planned poorly. If you ask when you get there, it seems like it was your plan all along and you would prefer to ask face to face.
S-Fan does IRLs and he does solo IRLs. He has a fantastic IRL setup where he has a Sony action camera that they don't make anymore. However, if you know the right person, you can get a hold of one. It's a very, very unique camera for IRLs that's just fucking perfect. Anyway, he has a shoulder mount for it, so it's like first person view. All he does is tilt down, pokes his head in. Hey, is it okay if I record in here? I'm doing like a YouTube, TikTok thing. Yeah. Okay. Bink. All right, we're back up. Cool. He does that solo. What NMP and Milena do, they usually drive to places. Like he does like a whole thing of streamers in cars where he has guest streamers on, and then they just drive them places, bring them around to fast food or barbecue places. If they ever go someplace that's like impromptu, Milena hops out first. They don't even like converse about this. Milena hops out first, just doesn't even talk about it. She disappears for a few minutes. She comes back in, and like Nick looks at her and she goes, yeah. And what she did is exactly what you just talked about. She talked to the manager, got permission. So
yeah.
Definitely
and
agree.
It's totally cool to just show up and ask to record, as long as you are polite about it. And as long as the first thing that you do is recognize that you are taking the manager's time that they don't have to give you, and appreciate and respect that.
Yep. Just don't be a dick. Yeah, absolutely. As most things go in life, don't be an ass. and people will like you. If you're respectful, wow. Actually, I was watching... And
if you're going to be an ass, do it the right way.
I was watching the stock guy. Yeah. I was watching the stock guy, and because he went to TwitchCon Paris, and he was talking about his strategy to get a upgraded flight every single time. Because he knows the mechanics behind the flight business to know that they always hold on to like one or two of the premium seats just in case someone last minute wants to throw down a few hundred and get an upgrade, because that's where they get a lot of their money. So what he does is he walks up very early. Oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Okay. So because this is if it's still the same method, this is the method that has been used for decades now. You show up early, you be polite, you be prompt, you have all of your paperwork in order before you arrive at the airport. Yeah. That is essential. You get there early and you say, hey, I'm here. I'm checking in for my flight. I know I'm early. I was just curious. I know sometimes you guys have, phrase it depending on who you're talking to, I think is important here.
Yeah.
Right? But the gist of what you should say is, I know sometimes you guys upgrade flights for free. If it comes time to board and you have some laying around, I would appreciate it. And then you explain, I recommend being truthful, but like in my personal case, I'm okay flying business class. I'm okay flying coach, but as a larger person, it is more comfortable for me and the people next to me if I sit in the bigger seated area.
Right. Yeah.
Right. Well, so that is, so you give a valid need for that if no one else wants to pay for it.
Yeah. Very, very similar. Stock guy's method is to get the person to like you by telling jokes. So basically you walk up and you go, hey, like, I know you guys like set some stuff aside for like last minute people. He doesn't mention the free upgrade. Because the problem, the thing that
Oh no,
he
you
wants
never
to,
directly mention the free upgrade.
because he doesn't
You allude to it.
Yeah, he doesn't. He like points out the awareness of like, I know you guys like set some seats aside. Is there like any available for an upgrade? Yeah, there is. Well, I don't know if I want one right now, but like if like last minute, if no one has anything filled, can you just put me on a wait list? Yeah, sure. And then he like makes a sly comment about like, oh man, you should hear my wife back home, or like some sort of like self-deprecating joke that just gets them to giggle, gets them to laugh, and then like you like ask them stuff about themselves if you like find a thing to like point out, and then get them talking and just to open up casual conversation, and then they like you, and then they go, oh, I recognize that guy, I liked him. Then when it comes time to board, it's the same people boarding you.
That guy didn't yell at me or have all of his paperwork fucked up either.
Right. Then like an hour, a little more than an hour before the gate's about to open, because sub 1 hour, the desk shuts down for that flight. But a little over an hour before, you walk back up and you say, hey, can I get one available? They'll go, oh, don't worry about it. Here you go. No.
And if they don't immediately go, if they don't immediately go, oh, don't worry about it, here you go, and they go, yeah, I have one, you go, how much is that out of curiosity? And then they will give you a number.
Yeah.
And you will act like you really want to do it, but you can't afford it. And you're like, oh, you know what? Maybe next time. Then you can typically, if not get it for free, get it at a very severe discount.
Yeah.
Because they're not selling that seat anyway.
People in the Stock Guys chat like immediately hopped on him for like, oh, so like social manipulation. And he's like, no.
Yes.
No, I'm just genuinely being nice to a person.
Okay, so hang on.
It does manipulate their thought process, but his motive is to be nice to a person and bring light to their day, make them laugh, make them smile. They might have been having a rough day. You might have made the difference.
You might have, but that's not his motive. His motive is a free upgrade.
Well, yeah.
You can't bullshit. A, you can't bullshit a bullshitter. B, Zach, the reason I know this is because that's one of the oldest social manipulation techniques in the book.
No, yeah, get people to like you, and it's
because that's how you get.
There's literally a book on
anything
this
for free.
Yeah. No, the Stock Guy memes. He's a memer. He's like Miz, just tells lies.
Oh, yeah.
Just yeah.
And the thing is, I don't think proper social manipulation in a professional setting is necessarily a bad thing.
No,
because everyone gets something out of it, and nobody
you gave something
anything.
to them. You didn't exploit them. You gave something to them. You made them smile, made them laugh.
And I feel like that's a fair exchange.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
That's exactly how he explained it too. Is that there's value in both directions.
And the airline doesn't lose any money. They weren't going to sell that upgrade anyway. You already paid for a ticket.
Pretty much.
Although I will say that's a way to get free flights too. You show up right before a gate closes and you go, do you have any tickets left for this flight? And they say, yeah. And you go, how much is it? And they give you a number and you go, I'm not going to make it to my daughter's birthday. I can't afford that. Thank you for your time. And then you walk away. And before you get 10 steps away, they'll go, wait a minute. Maybe we can do something here.
Yeah.
You want to fly to anywhere for less than $100? That's how you do it. Provided you get the right schmuck at the desk.
Right. Yeah, the last time I tried
because
to do that,
all airlines have seats on every flight that go unsold. Every flight.
The last time I had to do that was because of a flight cancellation, and they barely spoke English, so it was hard enough as it was. Didn't work out. We ended up taking a bus, but anyway, yeah. I don't know how.
The last time I had an issue with a flight, I got my group of 13 upgraded to a private jet.
This was a year ago, so things were a lot complex.
This was
a year ago. It's still
this was
to this
22
day.
years ago.
It is like 60%
in
of the time.
2003.
Yeah, this is like.
You think flying was complicated 2 years ago? You should have flown in 2003. Oh my
60%
God.
of flights weren't getting canceled back then. They are now. It is more common your shit's gonna get canceled than it is you're just gonna walk right on the plane and have a clear flight. Like it like when you purchase a flight ticket right now, you need a secondary contingency paid for. Otherwise, you're gonna get that flight canceled. You're gonna have last minute decisions you need to make.
Oh, our flight wasn't canceled. It was overbooked by 12 passengers. There were 13 people in our group. Guess who they bumped?
Right.
And we're like, no. We have to make it to our connecting flight.
Right.
You have a group of high school students here. We have to make it to our connecting flight. And they're like, well, we do have a 15 passenger private jet that's currently unavailable and needs to go that way anyway. You guys want a private jet? And we all just kind of looked at each other like, duh?
Yeah.
Dude, there was a pool table that folded out of the wall of this fucking thing, which made no sense to me because how are you going to play pool while flying?
Yeah. That's a bit strange. I will say, up in my neck of the woods, not that many private jets around. Just saying.
Well, let's put it this way. I was flying out of the airport that Warren Buffett frequents.
Yeah.
There's always private jets just fucking sitting on the tarmac.
Right.
Just waiting for someone to need to go to a place that are
basically
owned by the airlines that they just park here.
Yeah. Yeah, just basically waiting for a celebrity. Yep.
Yeah.
No,
they
private
gave
airline...
us essentially they gave us what I would consider the party bus of aircraft.
Yeah. No, yeah, because like the private airline industry is not what people think it is. Like most people don't actually own a private jet. They own the rights to use a private jet because they have a contract
through this
with a
airline,
company.
and it's whatever jet that airline has available for them. Yeah.
Pretty much. Anyway, all right. Fucking enough of the airline talk. We actually have a video to react to that hopefully we can get all the way through before Dave and I have to call it. That's going to be
You should pause
challenge. I should pause Ferret Walk. I have paused Ferret Walk. So Dave and I talked about this a little bit. I gave a kind of a short rundown of what this is about. It's the Baldur's Gate 3 drama. However, this isn't just any video about the Baldur's Gate 3 drama. This isn't some news resource. This is Asmongold, which for some people is a news resource. However, I'm just doing
and to
the
those
ultimate.
people, I say, really?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, really? I go to Zach Rar for that, not Asmongold. Joke is it's the same person. Yeah. Anyway, I'm doing the ultimate react meta here by having us react to Asmongold reacting to a video of this. So, because I also
only if
see
we
that...
individually react to us reacting to this, and then we react to each other reacting reacting.
We need like Maul to react to our reaction of this, and then we react to Maul's reaction of us reacting to Asmongold reacting to this.
Then you be a special guest on LTN, and LTN will react.
Yep. And then my Tuesday stream is me reacting to LTN. Anyway.
Yes.
All right. Jesus. We haven't even pressed fucking play yet. All right. Let's get into it. Let's do it. Okay. My play button is not associated with the right media player.
And the level of investment from the devs for the game is way too high for the industry. Baldur's Gate 3 and the level of investment from the devs for the game is way too high for the industry standard. Nah, that sounds like bullshit to me. Where is this?
Can you full screen?
Oh,
so this video is going to be a little bit rough because, well, I wasn't really prepared to make another video this week. However, before I go on vacation, I ended up stumbling upon an article, and I absolutely had to talk to you guys about it.
Okay.
The article is basically about how a bunch of developers feel that they shouldn't be held to the same standards as Baldur's Gate 3 is setting.
What?
A lot of people are seeing Baldur's Gate 3 for the first time. They're watching the videos, or some
Right.
of them actually got to have some hands-on gameplay, and they're sitting
You can fuck a bear druid in bear form.
there going, man, this is
Hang
a
on.
huge...
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So, I want to say that based on Asmongold's expression, this is going to be one of those times where him and I agree pretty heavily about a thing.
All gamers are pretty much in agreement here. All
Yeah.
like actual gamers are
Fuck
like,
you, the new standard has been set. Quit trying to pass legislation to make games worse, you prick.
or let this decade's mega game be the decade's mega game. Why are you complaining about the fact
We
that you're
need
being,
a new Skyrim. It's overdue by a couple of years now.
you're being handed the a potential target for the game of the decade? Why fucking complain about that? Why see the negative in the fact that, man, gaming's been dry lately? Anyway, yeah.
You know what my thought is? This Baldur's Gate 3, I haven't played it yet. I want to. It's a funding issue, not a skill issue.
Plus, it's only a demo right now. A tech demo is the only thing that's out there.
Oh, right, but like if I had the money, I would pre-order it so I could just play it.
Right.
Because I think it's going to suffer from a lot of the same problems as Skyrim, GTA 5, Cyberpunk when it comes out.
Bloat.
Because any game on this scale has those same problems.
Yep.
Period. And I'm talking like weird animation glitches, weird buggy quest interactions.
Which is from bloat, where when you have 100,000 animations in a video game, you're gonna fucking miss some minor details in some of them. Maybe when some of them glitch out, like it just, which I think Baldur's Gate 3
He poses aggressively at Zack to assert dominance.
True. I think they did this in a fantastic way, though. That's unique from Skyrim, from GTA, from whatever.
Oh, no. I'm not saying it's not unique and not its own thing, but I'm saying it's on the scale of those games for when they came out, right? Because this is magnitudes larger than either of those games. The map is, from my understanding.
Most AAA title games have a 1 to 2 week before game launch tech launch, basically a tech demo launch where they like privately invite like pre-order owners and things like that, and they claim that this is a it's a bug fix test, it's a stress test, it's a way to get gamers to figure out like balancing issues and things like that, especially if it's a multiplayer game. 99.9% of the time, it is only a server test. And the actual bugs identified and the actual balancing issues identified in that early tech demo are not addressed until like 6 months into the actual game release. Baldur's Gate 3 is still a year out.
It's usually the first full revision that gets all of those. But that early discovery period does let them know of anything that's game breaking that they can correct right away.
Right. Because
they're worried about things that are game breaking, including the server not being able to handle the fucking functions it's being asked to run.
Right. But there's going to be like glaring balance issues and potential, and I'm looking at Halo Infinite, like player base destroying issues that were found in the tech demo that now the player base for Halo Infinite multiplayer is piddling at the very bottom. Actually, it's actually kind of gone up recently with some of the more recent. It's actually trending upwards. I'll give it that for multiplayer purposes. But which I know you don't play multiplayer. I'm just saying my experience and what I've seen.
Oh right, yeah.
Baldur's Gate 3's.
Well, and that's the thing is with a game like Halo Infinite, when talking about the game, you almost have to talk about it as two different games.
Oh yeah, yeah. Which is, I mean, Halo 3's Mythic Edition was 2 separate discs. Same reason.
Right.
Campaign.
Because it was.
Yeah, campaign and then multiplayer. Yeah.
Right.
And the campaign also had ODST loaded on it. But no, for this situation, Baldur's Gate 3, the tech demo launched a year and a half before the slated release date.
Because they want to do it right the first time.
Never would see a AAA title game do that. That's fucking insane.
So that's the thing. Larian makes AAA quality games without being what most people would consider a triple quality production company.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, look at Divinity Original Sin 2. It's
Never
fucking
played it,
groundbreaking in the world of isometric RPGs.
Yeah. Never played it, but I know it's quality. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, because I would say anyone who plays games knows someone who has played that game and wouldn't shut up about it for at least a couple of weeks while they were playing it.
Oh, yeah.
And they probably know more than a couple of somebodies. And it is a quality fucking product.
Right.
Another thing that Larian does that I think is going to just enhance its ability to kind of step into that, decade-long story like we got out of Skyrim, GTA 5, etc. Larian is very mod developer friendly.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That's what gave Skyrim and GTA 5 the staying power they had, was the mod community.
And there is also enough base blanket features proposed to be built into Baldur's Gate 3. You're not even going to really need to mod that much because you can already have sex with a fucking bear druid. I mean,
right. Well,
you can already choose your penis size and shape.
Look, I'm just going to say I'm excited for a game based in the Dungeons and Dragons mythos that seems to be taking the Dungeons and Dragons name fucking seriously for once. And yes, yeah. I'm looking at you previous Baldur's Gate titles.
Baldur's Gate was actually
they're not bad. They just didn't play. They didn't play like I wanted them to.
Baldur's Gate, I don't remember which game it was the first RPG I ever played, and I had it on PC. I think it only launched on PC actually, on a fucking Windows 98 gateway PC. And I still remember, I've talked about this before, I remember some sound effects from that game. I can still hear those sound effects in my head because I was fucking 7 when I played it.
Okay. So
formative
my first
years.
RPG was Arcanum of Steamwork. My first real, quote unquote, real RPG.
Mm-hmm.
Because my first RPG was technically the original Legend of Zelda. No, it wasn't. It was Adventure for the Atari.
Same thing.
But the first modern RPG, we'll say,
right,
was Arcanum of Steamwork and Magic Obscura. It came out in 1998. Was that a Larian title too? I'll look later. It doesn't matter. I'll look later. I think it might have been a Larian title. But and yeah, same. I remember a lot of things about the game vaguely, but there are certain sounds from the game. Like there's a scene in the beginning with a crashed blimp. I remember the audio track for that scene.
I can picture the scene out, like when you first start the game outside the in-house, because I couldn't figure out how to fucking control the game. It took me a while. Someone tried to rob me. I killed them and tried to loot their body many times. And the loot sound effect is the one that's fried into my fucking, the like opening up their inventory and you're flipping through pages of books, it sounds like, and dropping coins. Like I've even on stream before, I've looked up like sound effect compilations for Baldur's Gate on YouTube, and I found the exact sound effect. I was like, fucking it's like, but yeah, anyway, we're 30 seconds into this video. We got to continue.
It was Troika was the developer for Arcanum.
Oh, well. Probably not a thing
Troika,
anymore.
if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
Who just got wholesale absorbed by Activision.
Ooh. Yeah. Oh, Troika.
Activision was the only publisher who published for them, so they just became a development team at Activision, I think.
Troika makes Black Ops, don't they? Or Treyarch, or some amalgamation. Treyarch, yeah, some amalgamation of that, yeah. Anyway, all right, we gotta continue the video. 30 seconds in, fucking A. I was about to say we're bad at this. We're not. We're good at this.
Right.
Step forward.
The problem
for
is we're
RPGs
too good at this.
Yeah.
And etc. But there's some people that don't want to be held to the same standard that Baldur's Gate 3 is setting right now. And for the small,
then get out of game development.
Smaller developers that hop in on this conversation, I think they're absolutely valid with what they're bringing up. However, things get really interesting.
Not even necessarily get out of game development, just understand that if you are not going to hold yourself to that level, you need to do something else to differentiate yourself and make your stuff interesting.
If you're
there are all kinds of games that don't have the graphical fidelity or the in-depth story or the this or the that or the other as other games, they're still really good. Dave the Diver,
oh my God.
love. It would suck if its graphical fidelity was the same as Super Mario Maker.
Yeah.
Part of its charm is the older style graphics.
I find this is something that I learned very, very early on in years through fucking Halo 3. The transition from Halo 3 to Halo Reach through Forge is that having more limitations creatively actually makes you a bit more creative. Because in Halo 3 Forge, you had a set number of objects you could spawn. You couldn't do no clip. So you had to be very, very creative about which objects you used, what shapes of them, how you placed them, the gravity of it all, and like you could freeze objects so that they didn't have gravity applied. Halo Reach Forge came out. I was the Forge guy in Halo 3. If you wanted to know the trick to actually make things clip within each other, I knew the trick to do it. If you wanted infinite objects, I knew the trick to do it. And they were like creative tricks. And I was like a specialist that came into maps to like clean them up, make them tidy, make them everything like fit perfectly for them to be like competitive maps. Halo Reach comes around. And they introduce objects snapping at particular angles, individual angular like changes. Like you could control things at a very, very minute scale. It had built-in no clip, had infinite items nearly. It had just raw building block structures, like just 1x1 cube, 2x1 cube, 2x2 cube, 2x2x2 cube. Like it was just like they just had fucking like building blocks, pure and simple building blocks. I was not motivated to create Forge maps in Halo Reach. I was more motivated to go back to Halo 3 and make more maps in Halo 3, and the same thing happened to a ton of other people. They were still more interested in making maps for Halo 3.
Better in Halo 3.
But it had more features in Halo Reach. It was more limited in Halo 3. However, the limitations made us more creative. So to your point, Dave the Diver established from the get-go, probably in development, that they're going to be this pixelated art style. Okay, so the artists are limited to this set of constraints, and then they have to be creative to make it cool to look at. And they fucking succeeded. That's a beautiful looking game.
Oh, yeah.
Really is. And the music is also great. But anyway, digression.
The music is fantastic. Don't get me started.
Lurking your streams of that, it's like every once in a while I'm just like, what music am I listening? Do I have a playlist open? Nope, that's Dave's stream. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, all right.
Yeah, no, it's just it's really low intrusive but still engaging and atmospheric. Yeah.
That's it. I've seen some people chattering on Twitter about it being Game of the Year potential, and I kind of agree.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree. I mean, I said that after my first stream of it, that it might be my game of the year.
Yeah. Anyway. Got to get back to this.
Developers also feel like they
We're
need to chime in
officially
as
a minute
well.
in.
This article comes from Game World Observer. The article is titled,
I mean, this kind of stuff happened with Elden Ring. Remember that?
Why Devs Consider Baldur's Gate 3 a
Similar. What happened, the thing about Elden Ring is Elden Ring has one guy that is the god of that genre as the lead developer on it. He is the fucking Picasso of that genre. And he's the Picasso of fucking making video games that are fun to play, like that like look really good. He has just really good ideas in his head. He left a studio that was abusive to his creativity and his talent and made his own studio to then make Elden Ring. And people were like, oh, the scope of this game is going to be fucking way too hard to compete with. Because there's just one fucking genius at the top. Similar conversation,
so
different flavor.
Right, but here's the other side of that. First off, I don't think comparing the, we'll call it hype for lack of a better word right now, around this to the hype around Elden Ring for one big reason. Elden Ring was never going to be a mass market success.
Nope.
Elden Ring
Niche.
was never going to have staying power.
It was going to be
It's
a niche.
too niche.
Exactly. Yeah.
Something like this, as games like Skyrim have proved, has brought appeal not just to RPG players if done properly, and it has replayability in the fact that there is choice here.
And the
lots
choice
of it.
actually fucking matters. God.
Right. Unlike Mass Effect.
Well, it does in a way, but in Mass Effect.
You get what I'm saying, though.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway. All right. Continue.
anomaly.
Rockstar level nonsense for scope. What a fascinating quote when we've already been referencing GTA 5.
Not new standard for the RPG genre. It's Rockstar level nonsense for scope. The article reads, what sparked the debate for Baldur's Gate 3?
Okay.
This all started with a Twitter thread by strange scaffold head Xalavier Nelson Jr. I'm glad I said that right this time.
Studio's best known for Space Warlord Organ Training Simulator. Trading simulator.
Game.
Isn't that a RimWorld clone?
Nope, it's not. It is a logistics management simulator where you act as a stockbroker, but you're trading organs, not stocks.
So, I don't get it. How,
And it's
a dev. No, I get what you're. I'm saying I don't get.
text-based with a UI. Also, I should mention, at least from my understanding.
I don't get that the game dev of a logistics management simulator with text-based UI is trying to compare.
They also have an upcoming Max Payne-like shooter, El Paso, elsewhere, and that's probably why they're complaining.
Max Payne-like. Logistics
Max Payne
simulator
wasn't
like.
good.
It wasn't. Anyway, yeah.
The studio head
I think this is someone speaking where he shan't.
is best known for Space Warlord Organ Trading Simulator and the upcoming Max Payne shooter El Paso elsewhere. He cited several things that separate Baldur's Gate 3 from most RPGs in the market, namely long development cycle that started back in 2017.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. I thought the game already came out. Yeah, I thought I played it whenever it came out, but it turns out that was actually just a beta.
Previous games, Divinity Original Sin 2 and Divinity Original Sin.
Yeah, early access period lasted 3 years for Baldur's Gate 3. That was their tech demo. A 3 years long early access period.
months in,
Yeah, I was just
worth
an
of
idiot.
tech and institutional knowledge to draw from. Successful early access period lasting 3 years that provided Larian with community feedback, bug hunting, and cash flow. A huge team of over 400 developers across 7 studios. The license for one of the largest entertainment IPs out there in Dungeons and Dragons.
Okay.
Reading directly from Nelson's tweet.
Be jealous. Yeah, they got D&D. They got the big dick. Like that's they own that license. Yeah, hell yeah, good for them.
Like a lot of people, I'm deeply excited for the lovely folks at Larian and what they've accomplished with Baldur's Gate 3, but I want to gently, preemptively push back against players taking that excitement and using it to apply criticism or raise standard to RPGs going forward.
Okay, it's 1 out of 10. Let's hear what he has to say.
A 10-part thread.
This is not a new baseline for RPGs. This is an anomaly. Adding that, trying to reach the same bar without the same experiences or advantages could kill an entire group of studios. Adding on to that, Rebecca Harwick from Grimoire.
Let me read what he says. Let's read what he says. Let's find out for ourselves.
He pulled up the thread. There we go. This is why I like Aspen.
Okay.
Sorry, Zach Rar. Oh yeah,
So
he
he's
even
made.
did. That's the guy. The guy made video tweets, and actually, some of the things that he says in these videos, I'll give validity to. He makes some good points.
3 videos responding to people that were not happy about what he said. Okay, so doesn't look good. Like a lot of people, I'm deeply excited about the folks of Larian. You can't separate a game from the process used to build it, so let's look at Larian is taking into development for the final version of the game.
Pause it.
Okay,
You know what they're taking? They wanted to make a AAA title. They didn't have the money to fund it, so they released it in early access, which is something I've been saying AAA developers should do forever because it allows better funding for a game while it's still being developed and allows them to polish and bug test properly.
Yeah.
They took the correct approach. They went, oh, hey, this is what studios smaller than ours do. We're not as big as the other guys yet. We could probably still get away with this. Meanwhile, me, Dave, hi, am sitting here frothing at the mouth going, no, everyone should be fucking doing this. It makes the most sense. Because people who don't want to play a game in early access won't play it. They'll play it when it full releases.
Yep.
And people who are fine with it, me, if it's interesting, will fucking play it. And you know what the craziest thing is? You won't have the debacle fucking Cyberpunk had. They could have released that game 6 months sooner in early access, and everything would have been fine.
Now, I know it's not
because
as
it's in
simple as
early
this.
access.
I know it's not as simple as this, but effectively, you're looking at 2 polar opposites of a major decision being made. On one hand, you could pay for a Q&A department. You could pay and service that Q&A department, have them play test the game throughout the development. They're specifically trained Q&A people who bug hunt specifically, trying to break shit because they know the engine in and out. They have direct access to the engine devs. They can have that direct feedback back and forth. Or instead of paying for a Q&A department, you could be paid for the Q&A.
Not only that, but you not only do you get paid for the Q&A, but if you start a creator program as part of that early access program, you're going to end up recruiting a bunch of people who are just going to hunt bugs anyway, because that's what they do. Guys like Zach, me, the Spiffing Brit.
Yep.
And a host of others. That is a huge sub-niche across entertainment.
Anytime,
is how can we break this thing?
Anytime that I'm fully aware that I'm playing a game that's in early access, and then I run into a bug, I actively report that bug, and even sometimes have back and forth. Oh, Jesus. Welcome, Raiders. Garbage. How's it going, man? Wow. Yo, Nighty, how's it going? I was not expecting a raid tonight.
Welcome,
Garbage
Raiders.
raid.
Welcome, Garbage. How was your
Shout out to
day?
Garbage. You're playing The Last of Us.
Don't be ridiculous.
Ooh, thank you for the follow, Mushy Mushy. We're actually reacting to an Asmongold video, as you can see over there. We're talking about the Baldur's Gate 3
Who is reacting
stuff.
to a video by some other dude.
Well, and he's also pulling up the raw tweets.
Right.
It was very good. Ooh, good. Sapphire, how's it going? You completed the game?
Bad comment.
Ooh. Nice. Yeah, Last of Us, I haven't played that game before, but I have respect for it. Like, it's a game of good quality. When we're sitting here talking about the quality of RPG titles here. Yeah. W Garbs. Yep.
We literally, that is literally the thing that is happening right now.
That is literally what we're talking. No, The Last of Us and the Last of Us series drips in quality. Even the show is done really well.
Oh, I haven't seen the show because I haven't played the games yet, and I know that they're not really related. But
the first
kind
couple
of one
of
of those
episodes
things where I'd rather go into at least the first game knowing nothing.
Yeah. I will say, and this is worth warning you about, like the first couple of episodes of the show are camera angle for camera angle the same as the intro to the game. It's actually wild.
So I should definitely play the game first.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I would recommend. Okay. Because then the show kind of trails off and takes a different direction at a certain point. But yeah. Anyway, yeah. So this is Dave's and my kind of a talk show that we do every Friday, Game Gremlins Live, where we just kind of talk about recent topics and events. And today we've decided that we're going to react to Asmongold's React video about the Baldur's Gate 3 drama. It was a good playthrough. Yeah, I fully expect that. Yeah, I'm glad you had fun with it, though. Yeah, anyway. So I lost my train of thought on what we were talking about earlier, but I
was saying that this guy's about to, in the tweets, he's about to make the argument that Larian had all these resources, but the only reason they had the resources to do that is because they released the game in early access.
Yeah. The conversation between like having an actual quality assurance department and then instead of having a QA department, you instead get paid for your audience to do the QA. And yeah, people like you and me, we are frothing at the bit sometimes for these games to go into early access so that we can contribute to the quality assurance, do bug hunting, bug testing.
Well, not only that, but that's just a better development model.
Right. And especially, this is for Baldur's Gate 3, a historic game title that doesn't really get a lot of games being developed for it because it's using the D&D trademark license. And I don't think a lot of developers are brave
is
enough.
A location on the Sword Coast.
Yeah.
In Faerun.
Yeah.
Or Faerun, depending on who you ask.
I don't know my Dungeons and Dragons lore that well, but I just know Baldur's Gate.
I have the Sword Coast Adventurer's Guide in a backpack at my friend's house for the last 4 years.
Nerd. No, I just know Baldur's Gate because I played the original RPG when I was a kid. You had a 12-hour stream? Damn, that is a long one. Yeah, you're probably pretty tired.
We're not doing that tonight.
No, we're not. Yeah, we're out in like
we do that some Saturdays or Fridays or whatever.
Yeah.
Both technically, I guess. Not this.
I suppose. Yeah. No, I usually go live on a Friday at 8 p.m. my time, and then I go to bed at 7 a.m. It happens. One time it happened for a 13-minute long video.
No. It was a 20-minute video that it took us 13 hours to cover.
Right. Yeah. That's where I got the number 13 from. Yeah. This is a 45-minute video, so we're trying to get through it. But no.
I'm trying to hold my tongue some and say a whole lot all at once.
Yeah. The problem with modern AAA studios and their QA departments is that they don't fucking listen to them. And that's exactly what happened with Cyberpunk. Cyberpunk's QA department was screaming about the console port, about the quality, about the T-pose
game
bugs.
Developers were screaming at the publisher too.
Yeah.
The publisher's the one who pushed all that. It's not the problem with QA. It's not the problem with the fucking devs.
Yeah. Yeah, so that is like you're paying for this service that you end up ultimately not using because the publisher is just like, yeah, fuck it. You can play it on a 4090. Why not? Just toss it out there. Kick it out the door, you know, lock the door before it's even like mostly out. Like that's what happened in Cyberpunk's
I mean, to be
case.
fair, I played it on a 1660 Super and had one problem.
I was exaggerating for current hardware, but yeah, because in the context of like Baldur's Gate 3 and that like a separate universe, that Larian has a QA department that they also don't listen to. No, Larian, the developer of Baldur's Gate 3, released a 3-year-long early access tech demo to figure out the bugs, and then it's launching in a year and a half from now.
Okay,
they're doing it right.
So here's the thing.
Or maybe not a year and a half.
This thing
a
will
year.
run in up to 4K. It's estimated. They're also expecting it to still be able to run on graphics cards as old as a 980 Ti.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she's got range. Baldur's Gate 3, she's got range. Anyway, let's continue with the video.
So, like...
it's on a mix of hardware, yeah.
Starting there, okay, good. License and brand, this is a small and complete list. Larian is coming into this game swinging with a gigantic weight of expectation to deal with.
True.
We're also doing it with an immense amount of wind, direct experience, resources, tooling at their backs. I think also keep in mind that, yes, they also researched the wind ahead of time. You know, having a tailwind, you might think that this is just some sort of like an accident. Oh, they cultivated this positive outcome, right?
Yep.
It's not like, you just got lucky that the wind was at your back. No, this was a cultivated outcome.
Yep.
So let's see here as a team.
Like they're
That's
taking,
exactly what I just said.
Yeah, they are taking the fact that they hold the license to fucking Dungeons and Dragons, one of the most recognized franchises across all of nerdhood. They're taking that very fucking serious. This is like Valve making Half-Life 3.
As they should.
Yeah,
As they should.
Yes.
Right? Okay.
Yeah.
Larian, Nintendo will never license The Legend of Zelda ever again.
Right.
But if they did, it would be to a company like Larian, who, if they get a license like that, they're gonna do it fucking justice.
Right.
And I say they won't license it again. Capcom made a couple for the Game Boy Advance. Like, other companies develop Zelda games. They're always published by Nintendo.
Right. Yeah.
But I honestly, Larian could be a good fit for the Zelda team.
Could be. Yeah. You're back. Oh, no worries, man. Hey, you did a 12-hour stream, all right? You want to raid and run, you can. I'm sure you're tired.
Yeah, do what you need to, homie. Fuck.
Otherwise, I appreciate you being here, regardless, so...
Mega Games Baldur's Gate 3 is one of the largest attempted, built by a specialized group of people using mature tech specifically built to make this specific game, reinforced by invaluable mass player feedback and market validation ahead of its launch. This is not a new baseline for RPGs. This is an anomaly. Trying to do the same thing in the same way without the same advantages could kill an entire group of studios.
So this developer is arguing that this is not a new baseline for RPGs. This is an anomaly. He's arguing that because he's saying that player expectations, in his eyes, are being set to Baldur's Gate 3. I don't think this guy actually realizes players are aware Baldur's Gate 3 is an anomaly. The kind of people who would be interested in playing Baldur's Gate 3 before it's even announced.
The anomaly is what sets the standard that everyone strives for.
Yeah, fair.
Why do you think RPGs got so much better over the last decade? I don't know. Probably because of Grand Theft Auto 5, the Fallout series, Skyrim, Minecraft.
True. I mean, yeah, that's fair.
If they go as big or bigger with the next title, Larian themselves could die. That's...
Get over yourself. Larian's not going to die. Larian's been around for a long time.
It's the risk reward with a mega game, of course. We're an industry dangling elephants over cliffs, pointing at ones that don't collapse under their own weight as indictments of the ones that do. Please celebrate the achievements created by Baldur's Gate 3. It looks like a massive amount of effort. It's going to pay off in a big way. One of the brightest voices in the medium. But if you shout that every RPG should be like this going forward, you have no excuse. You just missed the point. You've created expectations and conditions to ensure that your favorite creators may not be able to give you a thing that you want ever again. Well, I think that it's not really up to the... I can see what he's saying, and I think that there's like some truth in what he's saying, but I also don't think that the customer can be wrong in matters of taste.
Boom. What have I been saying since we talked about this, what, a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago?
Yeah.
It's fucking... It doesn't matter what other developers think. It matters what the consumer as a whole thinks. Also, the consumer should always expect a better product than the last one they got. If you don't, you're doing it wrong. Be a better consumer, please and thank you.
Right. Why would I go, oh yeah, this game has less features, I want to play that. No, I want to fuck
now
the bear druid in every game moving forward.
Now, that being said, that doesn't mean there's not a place for Dave the Diver.
Right.
Or whatever the next Minecraft is. Might actually be a game called Tectonica.
Oh, yeah. No,
well, okay. I think Tectonica is going to be the next Subnautica, rather.
Yeah.
You know, like all of these things wear out, wither, die, and get replaced. That is the natural order of things. Right? I loved my grandparents. They were fantastic people. They did a lot for me as I was growing up. But they're dead now.
Fair. Hang on. Oh.
My mother is now a grandparent, and she's fulfilling that duty for my daughter. And when my daughter has children, I will fulfill that duty for them. And then I will die and be replaced by the next generation, which hopefully does it better than me. That's how products should work. Don't release a new product if it's not better than the last one. That being said, there's a reason people like... Zach, are you a washcloth or a loofah guy?
Loofah.
I actually use a sponge.
Fair. Sorry, I just realized my subscription to Monster TTS expired. Yeah, no, I like... So I use a loofah, but I use a loofah that has like a scrubby backside.
Oh, see, and I use the real big, like, foamy sponges that are... It's basically a loofah, but without the weird nylon texture, because I don't like the way that feels on my skin.
Yeah. How do you spell loofah?
It's one of those, and then it's got a little scrubby bit on one end.
Yeah.
But some people prefer washcloths. Some people prefer to stick the ball of soap against the bar of soap against their dick. I'm not one of those people. Some people prefer bar soap. Some people prefer body wash.
Yeah. By the way,
some people have an all-in-one pits, tits, and ass.
With bar soap, you're not supposed to put the bar right on your fucking... You're supposed to lather with the bar, put the bar on the thing. And then, I'm just educating for those that don't know. Because I didn't know that for the large portion of my life. Monster TTS should be working again.
But yeah, so it's one of those things where this should set expectations for games that are trying to emulate this style of game.
Right. Yeah,
right?
No, absolutely. Yeah.
But that's pretty much where that line gets drawn for anybody who's reasonable. If you're trying to compete with Baldur's Gate, this is the standard to compete with Baldur's Gate. If you're not trying to beat with if you're not trying to compete with Baldur's Gate, make whatever fucking game you want.
Yeah.
But if you want some of the Baldur's Gate market share, that's what you have to compete with now. Know that.
I don't think logistics simulators need to be fucking concerned. Why isn't Monster TTS working? God damn it.
Maybe have to restart stream. Or not stream, but the asset in your thing.
Yeah, maybe.
You knew what I meant.
Yeah. Can I throw a test? Where's a test? Sorry, I'm being distracted. You know what? Wow, the raw
I tried
TTS,
to test it for you, Zach.
The raw TTS didn't even work. Why the fuck isn't it working? Maybe my overlay changed?
Maybe.
Like the key
Because a lot
in
of
the
people
overlay?
just did an update within the last couple of days if they're in any way affiliated with Twitch for very specific reasons. But there's nothing new on that front, and it's a topic we've covered twice now. So.
Yeah. I'm checking my Stream Elements TTS to see if that's like causing a problem.
While you're looking, I'm actually going to take a short intermission and use the restroom.
Okay. Fair enough. Hi, chat. It's just you and me. Ooh, turning the music back on. Bang. Chat, how have you guys been? You guys having a good night? I'm having a good night, actually. I mean, besides tech issues, I'm having a good night. Very good night? Well, yeah, I mean, I'd say. You had a great stream, it sounds like. Like, that genuinely is a really good stream. Show secrets. There's my token. Repaste my token. Save. Okay. Now, go to my own channel. You're so glad it's Friday? Yeah, so am I. Well, unfortunately, I'm on call this week, so I don't exactly have a Friday this week. What it is. Oh, shit. And my stream just died. What the fuck? I'm having double tech issues right now. Are you kidding me? Hold up. I know what's happening. My backup service is running and uploading and soaking up all of my upload bandwidth. Get the fuck out of here, task manager, to the rescue. All right. That should be good now. I thought it died. I saw my bitrate go to 0. Not what you want to see. All right. TTS. Yo. Nothing. Fuck. Why is this busted?
Hey, I'm back.
Welcome back. My shit's still busted.
Down here, Darwin. Thank you.
I think this is why I originally fucked with my Stream Elements overlays.
Yep.
Because the TTS is baked into the Stream Elements overlays. The Stream Elements TTS is, baked in. TTS settings. TTS is disabled. As it should be. Yeah. I have TTS disabled in Stream Elements. In multiple places. I can't get this figured out. I might just turn off the channel point redemption and just say I don't have TTS for this stream. Yeah, I'm just gonna do that. I'll figure it out off stream. I don't want to spend any more time on this.
That's fair.
Sorry, guys. All right. That's taken care of. Yeah, because
did I tell you I recently turned on TTS? Is there... I have questions for you later, but that's for later. I meant to ask you yesterday, but I forgot.
Fair enough. Also, yesterday I was barely there when we talked. But anyway.
No, I mean like during the day.
Oh, gotcha. Well, let's get back to the content.
If people like Baldur's Gate 3 and this is the expectation that they have, then the studios that make these games either rise to that expectation or they lose in the competitive market, because that's just what happens. Like,
exactly
if
what we
one
just
studio is able to make games that is like way better than everybody else, and like, again, he's saying that Baldur's Gate 3 is an anomaly because of the like development time and everything like this. But, like, many games have been developed for like years and years and years. Think about like Elder Scrolls, you know, for example. And there have been games that were developed for 5-10 years. Duke Nukem Forever comes out, it's garbage. So I don't think that's necessarily a guarantee that it's going to be good. But the truth is that if you want to compete in a free
Development hell
market,
is usually a reason a game is bad. The difference is they had a long development cycle, but they never entered development hell. Duke Nukem did.
Yeah. Which is, development hell is usually due to drastic rewrites, because the like first couple of samples of what the game is going to be outlined as gets presented to a board, and then that board says, "This ain't it, chief, rewrite it." Then just people have, that's when either game developers are lacking in vision, or the people who control the wallet, aka the publishers, are being too demanding about what they want as a story or what they want as a game, because they're trying to reach too broad of an audience. That's exactly what happened with Destiny 1.
There can also be licensing issues. There can be platform issues. There can be upheavals because of a unexpected platform change during development. I know the Xbox One and PlayStation 5 getting announced fucked up a lot of people, actually.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So like there are a lot of reasons a game can spend years in development hell, right? This was not that.
No, this isn't development hell. This is clear vision, head fast, moving forward, organized planning. Like exactly.
you have to compete with people that are willing to invest that much into a game. And at the end of the day, a customer has $50, and they can either buy the mega game or the game that's not the mega game, right? I mean, based off of his language. So why would a customer ever make a decision to buy a game that even the developers of the game potentially are saying isn't as good? It's the same as streaming. Like, you can't expect people to watch your stream just because you don't have the time or resources to buy a better computer or buy a better mic or buy a better PC or buy a better camera. You can't expect people to make up for your lack in quality just because you think that they owe it to you or something like that, or you think that's what's fair. The truth is that the customer is the ultimate decider in what succeeds and doesn't succeed in the market, whether that is a video game, whether that's a content creator, or whether that's like a TV show.
I actually saw a thread posted to r/Twitch because I get those notifications. I browse r/Twitch every once in a while and help out a new creator with a post. I saw a post there that was from someone who is a new creator or someone who is hoping to become a creator, and they asked the question in the title of their post: does a streamer with a lot of viewers mean that they are a good streamer, and that streamers with not a lot of viewers are bad streamers? Ooh, the replies were spicy. Because I feel like
So I would honestly say no, because there's a lot of different reasons for varying viewer counts. I would say, as a general rule, people with a lot of viewers tend to be entertaining to their audience, at least.
The separation between someone who has 2,000 viewers and 50,000 viewers, honestly, comes down to probably their niche and how much they collaborate, usually. 2,000 viewers and under are just undiscovered most of the time.
Yeah.
That's about the range that I would say.
That includes everyone from 1 to 1,999.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, there's a couple of flukes in the middle there that absolutely are well, for one thing, they're usually happy sitting at 800 viewer average, 1,200 viewer average. They have found their own unique little niche, and the niche that they hit is just so like small comparative to the rest of streamers. Look at Wake Wilder, where he's sub 1,000 but has a dedicated audience, and you know what? He doesn't really care if he gets to 20K. I still think like the less than 1,000 people that are in his stream think he's a fantastic fucking streamer for what he does, because they're there for what they enjoy to watch. Wake Wilder doing Peepo Talk at 3 a.m. in the morning. So that's what it is. Not a lot of people enjoy that content, except for the ones that do, and they're in his channel. You know, so that's
Asmongold
what it is.
Looks like a thumb.
He's a he's a Texan, so makes sense.
Is it the customer is the ultimate decider? And if people want games that are like Baldur's Gate 3 and are willing to not buy games that aren't like Baldur's Gate 3, then you either make a game like that or pack your fucking bags, because that's just how it is. I'll watch his video real quick.
Yeah.
And we'll see what he has to say.
His videos, I tend to agree with this guy a little bit more in his videos than in his write-up, I will say. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of... I haven't seen all of this Asmongold Reacts video. I've seen about half of it. This guy's videos go a bit more into the the scary side of financials in gaming right now. You're gonna lurk for a bit. If I don't type, most likely fell asleep. Oh, hey, thank you for the lurk, man. I appreciate the raid too. That was awesome. So awesome. Have a good night. If you don't talk again. Yeah. All right, let's get to his videos here.
How we could go on Twitter about how Baldur's Gate 3, as cool as it looks, as much as we should celebrate what Larian has achieved, is not a baseline or standard for what games can be moving forward. It's an anomaly, much like the other.
And again, like every customer decides what that baseline is. The studio doesn't decide what that baseline is. The studio makes the game that they can make, and then the customer decides if it meets their baseline.
Other mega games being made in this era of development.
Yeah.
And that caused a whole kerfuffle. So I'm going to address some of the comments and concerns with that discussion via video.
Sure.
The first major category of concern that I see around this is people saying, are you saying we should expect our games to not be good, meaningful, well-made, stable games at launch? And I'm not saying that at all.
I do think that like this idea, like I have like, there's like a little bit of like double talk going on here, because like I expect always online live service games whenever they're released to be garbage.
Yeah.
I just expect them to be garbage. I expect them to be fucked
I said that
up,
earlier too.
Messed up, etc. Do I think that's acceptable? Well, I'll deal with it, right? But it's really fucking annoying.
Yeah.
It is extremely fucking annoying. And the only reason that we put up with it is because nobody else can do it right.
Yeah. No one has come up with a method to develop a AAA title game like that in this era that actually has a decent launch. And so no one has set the expectation that that is something that is achievable. And once someone can set that expectation...
And I think Larian's going about the right way, because, their launch is going to be a year and a half out. But people have already been playing the game at that point for 4.5, 5 years.
Yeah. Their deployment strategy, their development strategy for this game is, for the scale of the game that it is utterly unique compared to other similarly scaled games. And if that's what it takes to set the standard so that games finally launch successfully on launch, fuck it. Yeah,
Look,
if that's...
I'll
eat that sacrifice.
I'm going to call it right now. If their launch is half as successful as we expect it to be, there are 2 companies who are going to change their deployment strategy immediately.
Yeah.
Microsoft and Rockstar, because they are both working on massive open world games right now. And since the community is accepting of this to the point where they're getting pushed back from other developers.
Right. Yeah.
Those are 2 developers that, well, those are 2 developers who right off rip can just afford to change their strategy.
Right.
Like they have the funds and or manpower to make that happen.
You know who's a developer that everyone ignores in this conversation because every fucking game that they release is an anomaly? Valve.
Nintendo? Oh. No. Valve cheats. We know Valve cheats.
Kinda, yeah. They're
That's
always
not fair.
in development. Yeah.
Nobody gets compared to Valve. That's not fair to everybody else. Valve is the Samuel Colt of making people equal as far as gaming is concerned. Cannot be touched.
Yeah. Valve isn't a game development studio. It's an art studio. And its games are art.
No. It's an R&D company.
Yeah.
And its research is how to make a game better than anyone else.
Right.
And that's the God's honest truth, because I guarantee you they have just as many people hired for or more, probably more, hired for R&D purposes than they actually have on active development teams.
I would say, I believe Valve is similar in staffing number to Larian. And they don't make video games. they make video games, but they don't release video games. Yeah.
They make a fuckload of tech demos, though.
Yeah.
And they are all just like, how the fuck did you make that work?
Yeah. That new game, Viewfinder, is inspired off of one of Valve's tech demos, which released as the Valve tech demo released as hold up. Fuck, where is it? Under what to play? Superliminal. One of Valve's tech demos released as Superliminal. I believe another studio picked it up because Valve was kind of done with the topic, or I think they let the person go who was running it and just gave him the, go for it. And then Superliminal is what inspired Viewfinder. Just out of something that Valve experimented with like a decade ago. Anyway. Yeah. It's
but okay, so for those of you who aren't aware, I say Valve cheats because Gabe Newell, the bigwig at Valve, the guy who makes pretty much all of the decisions, because he makes good decisions, so the board just kind of lets him go.
Well, they don't really even have.
They have a board, and that board's like, dude, you keep making us money, we're just gonna let you do it. You're the golden child. They
don't really have a board. They have an old guard. They've an old guard that's kind of like a boys' club, which is a little contentious, but that old guard is actually diminishing.
There are a group of people
years.
who could overturn something Gabe says. They just never bother to because he's usually right.
Or they have gone to Gabe and said, "Gabe, we can't do this," and Gabe went, "Yes, you can." And then turned around and continued to play with his knife collection.
Right. Well, because he has the bad habit of going, I want to get into this kind of thing. Who are the top 3 experts in this field? Cool. We're going to invite each of them to dinner at Denny's and offer them a blank check.
Yeah, because he's literally done that multiple times. We're getting off topic. fuck,
Yeah,
we
because
go
we were
go
talking
down
about Valve.
We go down the Valve rabbit hole so frequently. Fuck. All right.
There's a reason for it, though. Valve is relevant to the stuff we talk about entirely too often.
Yeah. And they're not introduced into a lot of these conversations. Like, I don't think Asmongold's going to talk about Valve because he's not really a Valve gamer.
But to be fair, it's also not a fair comparison.
Yeah.
Because they're not a game development studio. They develop games occasionally, but they're not a game development company.
They're R&D. Yeah. Anyway, let us continue.
Started doing it right, and then the studios that couldn't do it right still weren't doing it right, they wouldn't be studios anymore. That's the truth. They're all fucking up, so it's okay.
So in the late 90s and early 2000s, there was a huge problem with shovelware. Shovelware is basically taking someone else's game, throwing a new skin on it, reboxing it, and selling it, right?
Right.
Well, then the lawsuits started happening. The shovelware died down a lot. It still exists, but games have to be at least a little more unique, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Right.
And that's when we started to see certain companies really stand out from other companies because of the time, effort, energy, or creativity, or a combination of those things that they put into their projects.
The Golden Gooses, yeah.
A good example of that is the original Halo development team.
Which is why I bring up Golden Gooses, because that's a quote from Marty O'Donnell, who was responsible for a lot of the early Halo development. He said, "Be nice to the goose."
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's an exciting time and space to be in,
Right.
as long as you temper that excitement with understanding and reasonable expectations, right? I will never expect an indie game to be flawless.
No. Yeah. Like you have to understand the the scale of game that you're playing, and yeah, I don't know. It's like in a way, it's not like you can go to a grocery store and you have 5 different brands of beef that you're trying to purchase, and you're just grabbing one and you're kind of going, let's figure out what this is about. Then you didn't like it, so then the next time you go and grab a different kind of beef. We're talking about video games, right? You're not just talking about beef. You're talking about beef, chicken, pork, like all this other kind of stuff. Sometimes it's liver. You know, it's like
now. Potential good example though is 5 years down the road, somebody's just getting into RPGs and they're trying to decide whether to buy Baldur's Gate 3 or the Elder Scrolls 6. Right? Because the Elder Scrolls 6 will be launched by then. There's a huge Elder Scrolls fan base. But the thing is, as much as I love the Elder Scrolls, if the games cost the same amount and Baldur's Gate's a better game, I'm going to recommend Baldur's Gate.
Right.
Because those are games on the same scale, attempting to accomplish the same kinds of goals in the same type of setting. That's apples to apples.
It's like how someone says that they want to like get into playing games like if someone comes to me and says, oh, I'm interested in playing Skyrim, how do you think I should play it? Then I ask them, have you played Oblivion? And if they say no, I say, play Oblivion first. Yeah. There's a reason
because Skyrim,
for that.
So Oblivion does some things better than Skyrim.
Yeah.
But Skyrim's overall vanilla controls feel so much more natural.
They do. Yeah, combat in Oblivion is a bit rough. I just think that like by universe design, Elder Scrolls has Oblivion has just like better overall content.
Yeah. You get the Shivering Isles DLC. I did not get enough of my boy Sheogorath in Skyrim.
Yeah.
Have you seen his mother? That woman wields fear like a cleaver.
Sheogorath,
or did she wield a cleaver and make people afraid?
Sheogorath in Elder Scrolls Online has hundreds of hours of content, by the way. It's fantastic. Yeah.
Oh, no.
You're welcome.
Sheogorath is my favorite entity in the entire franchise.
Hi, Thor.
You too?
No.
Hi, Thor. You were waving at Thor.
Yeah. Sheogorath, he's the party god, isn't he? Or is he the god of mischief?
He's the Daedric Prince of Madness.
Yeah. I call it different labels, but there's also the Daedric Prince of like just partying. That's the guy that I like the most.
Oh, that's
I forget his name.
Yeah, fuck him and marry him in the fucking Skyrim quest with the rose. Sanguine.
Yes, Sanguine. Yeah, I like that guy. I love
Sanguine's
that
the
guy.
party guy.
Yep.
Though to be fair, Sheogorath
fuck
also likes to party. His parties just occasionally include turning you inside out, turning your mother into a donkey, and possibly fucking your ancestor's horse's great step nephew-in-law.
Right. While you're inside out. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway,
Right.
all right.
Yeah.
Gotta get back to the video.
He party's different.
Oh my god.
What I am saying is that the terrifying thing about investing into video games is that money, time, and specialized development staff do not guarantee quality.
So this is where I start to agree with this guy, that there is a genuine concern of money flow in game development moving forward. Yeah, he makes some good points here, so I'm just going to play it out.
They don't. It can give a talented dev team space to fail.
Okay. However, if you have money, time, and you have hired the right development team for your game, a specialized development team, I would consider that.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, your game will do well. Period.
Yeah.
Those are the only three things you need to make a good game.
I would add a fourth, that they're provided the appropriate freedom.
Staff.
That they're provided the appropriate freedom to make the game of their vision.
Yes. I would agree with that as well. But that's a
interruption has been
thing.
A huge thing in game development lately. That like a creative director's vision just gets fucking chopped in half by whoever the publishing company is, and it gets scrapped and rewritten and scrambled and all this other fucking bullshit just because it wasn't poppy enough. Yeah, I'm still salty about Destiny, man. Anyway, let's hear this guy out.
And then succeed, it can give you space to put more game inside of your game, but it does not guarantee quality or that the game will come out at all. Whether the game...
I mean, sure, of course that's true. Yeah, that's the same with anything. Like,
comes out, whether the game will be good, whether the game reaches enough people, all three of those things, regardless of your time or budget level, are up in the air. And that means...
I think that they are up.
It's not regardless of your time or budget level.
Right.
If you have an unlimited budget, you can hire all of the people you need to make sure that all of your concerns are handled. Hire a marketing team. Your game reaches enough people, period. You have an unlimited budget. Congratulations. Your marketing team has enough money to market your game properly.
Yeah.
You can release a dog shit game that sells 1 million copies if you have a good marketing team.
Trying to think of a salty example, but I don't want to be mean.
I have one. Look at Rage 2.
There you go. But on
look at Anthem. Look at Anthem.
Oh, there you go. There you go. That's a good one. In the topic of realism, like no one has truly unlimited money. Even Valve runs out of cash at a certain point until they release a new knife skin. But under the if we were to limit the scope of finances to that of realism, that money can only go so far, and it's not going to buy your game success. You can dump $200 million into a game, and that game could still flop. And $200 million is a fucking lot for a game. That's $200 million.
That's a Hollywood movie.
Baldur's Gate 3 and GTA 5. Right. So games can still flop at that financial scale. This guy talks about that. And I agree 100% that they can. However,
That's not the game failing. That's not your development team that is a failure to plan accordingly. Because
Maybe.
if you know going in what your budget is, then you know going in where your game needs to fall in the echelon. And guess what? If your budget's $20 fucking in an unlimited amount of time from you, you're gonna release a text-based indie game as your first game. That's I'm exaggerating, but you get what I'm saying. Like
the budget for
as long as
the budget for Destiny 1 was $140 million.
Okay.
And it flopped like a fucking goldfish out of water because of a late into the development cycle restart of the entire content plan, i.e. what I just talked about. The original creative director's vision got sliced by the production company because it wasn't poppy enough.
And they turned it into an MMO style extraction shooter from what it was going to be, which I was interested in, and I'm not interested at all in what it is now.
Yeah.
They took a game that would have been interesting more broadly to people, and what they wanted the game to be, they could have added as an additional feature.
I mean, they were in such dire straits after the scrapping because they had a year and a half to rewrite the entire fucking game. They reused character traits, character profiles, character models, mapping models. They basically creating new models, new characters, new backstory was nearly impossible. They had to just rip apart from over here and put it over there, and this person's story is now this person's story, and just haphazardly put together because they had a year and a half to develop an entire fucking story after $140 million.
To be fair, the entire development cycle for Fallout New Vegas was 18 months.
Yeah, but that's Fallout New
Vegas. That is
Vegas.
A fantastic game that is 90% asset rips from Fallout 3 because they only had 18 months to develop the game.
Yeah, pretty much.
I find that funny because ZeniMax went to fucking Obsidian and went, hey, we know a lot of your guys were working on Project Van Buren. Do you want to make it as Fallout New Vegas? And they're like, fuck yeah, what's our timeline? They're like, it needs to be done this time next fall. And they're like, wait, what?
Well, also, in Destiny's case, the tech engine they were working off of was severely limited, where every single change needed to re-render the entire map, which took something like 20 hours in a render farm for every small, minute pixel change. So their tech also was shooting them in the foot that late into a development cycle. They
made bad planning decisions. Because I'm sorry, any engine that's that restrictive, that requires that much throughput,
their plan
probably should optimize it a little bit, huh?
Their plan was to optimize it for the release of Destiny 2, given that their Destiny 1 game wasn't going to be scrapped. And it was. So yeah.
But to be fair, if they hadn't been fucked over, it would have been fine. And Destiny probably would have been an amazing game. The same fucking thing happened with Brink too, if you remember that.
I never played Brink.
It was bad.
Yeah.
But it could have been so much better.
Up in the air, but like I don't think it's as much up in the air as he's making it out to be. I think that a lot of times games get pushed out and they're not finished. And if you ask the developers, like, you got this developer drunk and it's 2 a.m. and you ask him, was it ready for release? They would say no. I think that's what happens a lot of times, is that the game gets pushed out on purpose and it's not ready.
Yeah.
That the one thing that money, time, and development staff do guarantee is risk. Games are business and art. They're creativity and science. If we could do it perfectly 100% of the time, we would. But there's no blueprint or template. So when $20 million gets lost on a game, that's obviously a big amount of money.
Yeah.
But when $200 million gets lost in a game, it can take an entire wave of studios with it. 7 studios.
You saw that happen with Forspoken, for example. They invested a ton of money into the game, and then it went straight into the garbage. And that's what happens.
Not including outsourcing partners, worked on Baldur's Gate 3
planning.
Yeah.
alone. If that
all
goes
of
down,
the failed games these people are mentioning, I attribute to bad planning in the planning phases.
I only partially agree because I know the combination of affect that a publishing company can cause because of how Destiny went down. Like bad planning, yes.
Well,
but
no,
also,
I'm not talking about Destiny. I'm talking about Forspoken.
Yeah. But we don't know the behind the scenes of Forspoken if they had a similar thing where the production company forced them to scrap and rewrite shit.
Fair.
We only had whistleblowers from Bungie because they were so fucking pissed off at Activision. Like, at launch, at Destiny's launch, everyone at Bungie fucking hated Activision. No one enjoyed being Activision's little puppet boy. And that's what they felt like. They couldn't wait to get out of Activision's clutches, and they finally have. Anyway. So there was whistleblowers because they were that upset. That's the only reason why we know that. Now that we know that, we know it's possible to happen elsewhere.
It's fair.
He got another one.
So, when template. So, when $20 million gets lost on a game, it can take an entire wave of it can even, because of its gravitational pull, label an entire genre as an irradiated wasteland that doesn't get touched for years to come.
He's actually really right about this, and I think this is a very good insight, is that failure in a genre that's that large of a scale can actually lead as an indicator for nobody else to make a game in that genre. I think that obviously MMO and RTS, right? I mean,
MMOs.
You know it, I know it, everybody knows it.
World of Warcraft has flopped so hard in recent years that everyone's looking at MMOs going, nah.
Well, and like, look at ET. That almost killed the entire gaming industry.
Yeah, that was insane.
This is the second more insidious effect of the mega game. If developers and players determine that games with a half decade or more of development time and hundreds of millions of dollars in their budget are the only games worth making. RPGs aren't selling right now? You don't invest $100 million into it. If a classic series, perhaps beloved by many, if its budget for a resurrection can't reach 100 million, 200 million, it's assumed that it can't have a real impact within the market or enough to make it worth pursuing.
I wish that the people that make these games would understand that sometimes adding more things to the scope of a game doesn't necessarily make the game better. I think that a lot of these developers, it's kind of like I see this a lot with companies where it's like how does Twitter fire 80% of their people in the game and the website still works? What were the 80% of people doing? Like what?
Mostly moderation.
How's that even possible? And like that's the kind of stuff that I wonder. Like, how do you have all these people that are working at a company and then they're doing nothing?
Well, it's also R&D. A lot of Twitter's R&D got fired too. R&D and moderation got hit pretty hard with the layoffs. So Twitter turned into we are an active platform with barely any development, and the development that we do have is Elon storming into the office saying, I want this and I want it 2 hours ago. Now that's my project for the day.
They're creating no product.
So that's not a valid comparison to this.
They're useless. No. I think that oftentimes, like if you're spending all of this money on a game, I think that like this guy is just assuming this cost. Maybe the cost is part of the problem. Maybe you're focusing on the wrong things. Maybe you're
bad planning,
investing money in places that you shouldn't invest money into, and you're not investing in places that you should. Have we ever thought that maybe the reason why you're failing with your $100 million investments is that they should be $20 million investments?
Limitation breeds creativity. It's the thing that I said earlier in the stream.
And you do 5 of them, and then 2 of them succeed? It's just, I mean, come on.
Resource into the mega game that you're making. Games are already being...
So the other thing to add to is I don't know how I feel that I'm agreeing with Asmongold so much.
This is why I wanted to specifically react to his video reacting to all of this stuff, because he do be kind of spitting.
Well, but he's a gamer.
Yeah.
Right?
He
and I
is,
feel like that's the mindset we're all looking at this from.
Yeah. He's a professional gamer.
He's a gamer, and more than that, as much as I loathe to say it, he's a businessman.
Yeah. Yeah.
So he understands business.
He has more money than the budget of these games.
For a decade. Yeah,
Asmon is
dude,
arguably one of the richest streamers out there.
to speak to that, right? To speak to maybe your investment is too high for the project you want to do.
I know what
there
you're
were jobs that I turned down that would have made me crazy money, but I could not afford to pay everything I would need to pay to see them through to the payday.
Right.
Because like they were jobs where I would have had to hire 4 or 5 people, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. You don't get paid on a job till it's done. So unless you have the cash flow, it's a lot like with a game. You don't get paid on a game until it's released and people are buying it.
Right.
So you need to make sure that you have the cash flow to support the project you want to do. And if you don't, do a smaller fucking project.
Right.
Don't put all your eggs in one basket. And I think that's what Asmon's saying here.
Well, also in comparison to how Asmon lives his life, the man cooks $2 steaks, and he is the richest streamer out there. He could afford his own.
He's the richest streamer out there because
chef.
He cooks $2 steaks.
He could afford his own fucking chef. However, he doesn't see that as a value add. My $2 steaks seem to fill my stomach just well enough.
And they taste fine. But that's why he's one of the richest streamers. Because he understands what does and doesn't add value for him.
Well, that's the businessman aspect of it, yeah.
Right.
And the content org ownership. Yeah.
Right.
And all the brand deals that he's had over the 2 decades of streaming. Yeah.
Find right now behind the scenes by whether or not they can have the maximum amount of time and investment pumped into them. And anything that can't reach that is denied. It's an entire future of your favorite video games that's being determined as not worth making because it isn't expensive enough to be affordable.
I feel like this is a massive indictment of the industry if this is actually true. This is like super bad.
Yeah, this is the part that's alarming. And I have no context to like say yay or nay to what he's saying, but effectively what he's saying is that if someone slaps down an idea on a publisher's desk that just requires $2 million in funding, that the publisher's going to go, not big enough. Nope, not going to do it. And then, but then if you slap down something that has $200 million in funding, the publisher's, oh, yummy, yummy.
Okay, so I don't know how much I believe this person as he works for a small indie dev company.
It's questionable, yeah. But
so I don't know what kind of interactions he has had with larger development.
Yeah. Like you have to question what his exposure to this that part of the industry is. I mean,
okay. That is the backwards mindset of any fucking functional business. And I'm not saying it's not going on. But the thing is, when you are looking at making an investment, you should always look at your return on investment as a percentage and not a dollar amount.
I think he's trying to convey an accurate message that is actually happening, that there is a concern of money flow in how games are they go from the publisher's desk to then like actually being agreed upon as like a project, and whether like the decision making process that publishers are currently using to decide value versus time versus is this expensive enough to be affordable. I think he's trying to convey a concern about that, but he's not like that could be a genuine thing. He doesn't have the right words on how to explain it effectively. And he doesn't have the right examples or the right you know what I mean, like tangible
terminology
thing.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
Okay. So if what I'm understanding him saying is accurate, there's another industry who went through something similar a decade-ish ago, a little longer than the music industry, where it was getting harder and harder to get funding to produce your albums, regardless of who you were, unless you were the big mega group, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Right.
Right.
And that ended up being one of the best things to ever happen to the music industry because it pushed people outside of thinking they needed
a record deal.
label.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So we got this huge, and ironically, it was about the same time as it was becoming incredibly easy to just produce your own stuff using a computer.
Right.
Right. So now we're seeing an industry in potentially the same problematic state, but at the same time, and the thing that nobody has mentioned yet is developers are being right now handed a fucking tool that lets one person do the work of fucking 20.
Right.
Unreal Engine 5.
Yeah.
What does Baldur's Gate run in?
That's a good question. Baldur's Gate 3 engine, Divinity 4, which is also what Starfield is running on, by the way.
Right. No. That's a good sign because you know what engine runs Divinity Original Sin 2?
Divinity. Yeah. I mean, it's the namesake.
I'm pretty sure it's I'm pretty sure it's Divinity 3.
Yeah.
Ironically enough, I think Divinity 2 runs Divinity 3. Because I think the games in the series are Divinity, Divinity Original Sin, Divinity Original Sin 2. Just like it was Red Dead Revolver, Red Dead Redemption, Red Dead Redemption 2. Same sort of idea, if I remember correctly.
Right. I was actually trying to see who the publisher for Marathon is going to be, because Bungie, when they left Activision Blizzard, when they left their publishing company, Activision Blizzard, they talked directly about wanting to self-publish moving forward.
Wait, hang on. What do you mean, Duck? Aaron, is that you? And I don't know why all the 2s are 3s.
No,
okay.
And then yes. Okay.
I heard that in your voice too. No. Yes.
Well, all right.
Sorry, video.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, oh, the game is expensive. The game isn't expensive, so we don't want to make it. Like, I genuinely believe this. I've said it like 10 times. I think that AAA studios are getting too big to succeed. I think they move too slow. Consumer interests evolve too fast.
Yeah.
And you're going to have, listen, whenever GTA 6 comes out, everybody's going to play it, right?
The music industry was having.
Mm-hmm.
Whenever...
That's why SoundCloud now exists.
The new Souls game comes out, everybody's going to play it, sure.
Fuck. That's why Spotify exists. More specifically, have you like look into the origin of Spotify and how they originally monetized and how it actually kind of fucked over a few artists, but then deployed into this platform of music distribution that is actually very cool today. Like, yeah, it's a good story. We did play it, and I loved the new Souls game, Elden Ring.
Dude, everyone who liked Souls loved Elden Ring.
Yeah.
I never played Elden Ring because I'm shit at Souls likes, and they frustrate me to no end. And then I just get mad and want to chew a hole in my wall to then shove my fist through, pull the water heater valve at my face, and open the fucker up. Melt that bitch live on screen.
You're a nuke wizard again. Nice. Yeah, that's a very fun build. Yeah, there's also a reason why Souls-like games are called Souls-like games, by the way. You rolled a fucking 0 on a D20.
You can't. No. I did it wrong. You can't put D20 unless it's more than one.
Oh.
But there's a lot of these other games that, like, the little nuances to them, and these are also, like, beyond S tier examples. Like, I'm talking about, like, the B and A tier examples. Like, remember that one game? What the fuck was it? I don't even remember its name. I hope nobody else does too. That one game that we watched, and it looked like absolute pixel soup, and they were on like some ship, and it looked like this like super over-designed Anthem-like game. It looked like fucking garbage, and
His chat knows.
they invested probably $100 million into that shit. And so, nobody remembers it. I probably would remember the name if I saw it. But yeah, nobody even remembers the name of the game.
They're going to get it here soon.
Exoprimal? Maybe Exoprimal. I don't know. That
Genesis
could have been
Alpha 1.
So yeah, these games are just so bad.
Atlas.
And maybe you're investing... I think these developers are investing money in the wrong places. That's the truth. I really think they're just investing way too much money in the wrong places.
Oh, buddy, I hope you don't want to become a triple.
He says, I'm super worried about gaming nowadays becoming like movies where everyone's putting all their eggs in two baskets.
Actually, I don't think it was Atlas. I think he actually points it out at some point. I'm super worried about gaming becoming like movies. Nah, it won't become like movies.
Oh, really? It's becoming... How many fucking Spider-Man movies have we had?
You know, that's a fair point.
A lot. How many Spider-Man games have we had? Also a lot. It's more like movies are becoming like games.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
A game director, because in 2013, 10 years ago, Activision Blizzard put out roughly 30 video games. And if you even just look at their big titles that year, there was 10 or 15 big swings. Big AAA games from Activision. Now, 2023, Activision has put out Diablo 4.
Yep.
Which has been in development for 6 or 7 years. And by all reports, they're going to put out a Call of Duty. So if you want it to be...
I don't know. I mean, is Activision going to make a new Call of Duty? I mean, fuck, who knows?
No, they're skipping a year.
Director on a big AAA game, your chances went from...
Okay, but to be fair, there are also a bunch of eggs they have in other baskets that are still in ongoing development, like World of Warcraft. That's a place where they're investing money where they should stop.
Oh no, they have pretty much stopped most like growth development on World of Warcraft, and their World of Warcraft operates 3 expansions ahead. They're always developing current expansion, next expansion, and the expansion following that in a developer cycle swing where like it goes through phases of story dev, asset dev, and then production, and then adding some cool new features on production that were like planned for that expansion. And I'm pretty sure
everybody I know who's playing Diablo 4 likes it.
Yeah, a lot of people love Diablo 4.
I have a haunting suspicion I won't.
Yeah, with World of Warcraft,
in an
I'm pretty
state of semi-peace. Yeah.
Yeah. With as a current WoW player, my current theory of World of Warcraft is they have developed up to the point of they're working on the end of World of Warcraft's story, pretty much. I have a hunch that they I really hope that they actually are. I'll put it that way. They really should be developing the end of that game. Current WoW player favorite X-Pack, Wrath of the Lich King.
Hang on, can I guess, Zach?
I already answered.
Oh, did you say it? What did you say?
What'd you think I was gonna say?
The one after Wrath of the Lich King.
Fuck no. You think I like Cataclysm?
Oh, no. Maybe
That's
the one
an
after
insult,
that. I'll know the name when I hear
sir.
it. What's the one after Cataclysm?
I believe was Battle for Azeroth. Fuck. I always get there's a few in the middle I get mixed up.
So it's not
No,
so I'm wrong.
Mr. Pandaria.
But I remember at one point you said that you thought Wrath was okay, but it's overrated.
No, Wrath is my favorite.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh.
The introduction of the Worgen race was probably the only positive out of Kata. Pandaria was really cool. I will give Pandaria that. It was really cool. Battle for Azeroth and Legion were kind of cringe at times. Legion, I love the development story of Illidan, because Illidan's my favorite bad character of all time. And then Dragonflight is a refreshing reintroduction to a new style of storytelling, which is their old style of storytelling, but with a more modern look to it, if that makes any sense. Because the old style of how they told stories was very, very well developed text-based adventure. Yet in Dragonflight, they have a lot of voice acting. They have a lot of cinematics and in-game well-rendered cinematics that aren't like the shit ones that we had in Shadowlands. Fucking the cinematics in Shadowlands, I laughed in the serious cinematics because they were modeled and animated so fucking like they look like goddamn Cocomelon. I mean, it's
they looked like Cocomelon.
Yeah, the Worgen should have been a pick your side race.
Yeah.
Because I could see a lot of them siding with the Forsaken. Yeah. Beer being 30. Okay, well, that gives us an opportunity to go back to the video and stop talking about World of Warcraft. Because I could talk Dave into a coma about World of Warcraft.
15.
He's tried.
I have.
Shit's weird right now.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely weird. And also, I think it's because they don't have the creativity to make a game that actually defines the genre.
The creativity left because they got fed up with publishers.
Okay, yes. So, and this is the thing that I wanted to say about Activision Blizzard, right?
Mm. Yeah.
The biggest problem is they have made some very bad choices and got a lot of pushback even from members of their core community across every product that they release. They have fucked up in every one of their franchises at least once and multiple times with most of them. Yeah. And so there's a lot of faith lost in Activision Blizzard. So they're sticking to their old standbys that they know people are going to fucking play because they need to build people's faith that they can make a decent game again.
They need PR.
And that's where they're at. They are Activision Blizzard is failing.
Yeah.
Not monetarily, but they're losing the battle for the hearts and minds of their core demographic.
You know what their problem was? I got it. You know what the biggest problem at Activision Blizzard was? They didn't stop to ask politely for their coworkers' breast milk. Instead, they resorted to stealing it from the breast milk fridge.
Yeah, I'm sure that had something to do with it as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, public perception's everything, especially when you're a big developer like that.
I mean, there's a lot of other darker stories from the past half decade. I don't want to cover them on stream though, because that's too upsetting. It's a Friday. No bad vibes on a Friday.
Exactly.
And I think that's one of the reasons why we haven't seen a lot from the Riot game, because I don't think that the Riot developers, I think
MMO.
Riot knows that a massive amount of their reputation is tied. It's tied to the MMO, and they have to find a way to define the genre. And I don't think that they've been able to do that yet, or that they know how to do that yet.
AKA Riot's MMO is kind of in development hell right now.
Because right now, almost all
Who the fuck
MMOs
is Riot?
League of Legends.
Oh, yeah.
are just
Thank you.
trying to be a better version of WoW. That's it. Like, WoW is seen as the foundation.
Yes, we are reacting to Asmongold reacting. Well, he's not reacting to a video anymore. He's reacting to a story. The reason why we're doing so is because Asmongold has very good talking points and makes some valid arguments, and he's also a very good businessman. So Dave and I are both reacting to the story itself and to Asmongold's opinions on this story. Asmongold is one of the largest streamers on Twitch, primarily does a lot of MMO streaming, but he is just a fucking raw dog gamer. So,
or the template, and then they build off of that. And I think that's not good.
Make bank, especially in. So I have 3 pieces of good news for you and your son. The first one is that programmers make bank, especially in industries that aren't video games. Games programmers and games people.
Yeah, basically. I'm pretty sure a programmer I'm pretty sure programmer in like finance or banking, kind of the same thing really, but you know, is gonna make more money than gaming. But yeah, sure.
Yeah.
People in general are often paid less.
Buddy of mine's a programmer. I don't know who he's working for now. I know the last company he worked for, he developed software for physical hardware that people were developing. So he was an R&D software developer for people doing R&D fucking like devices.
So he's making firmware.
Well,
effectively.
And also user interfaces, mobile apps. But I know the kind of money that he makes. I actually have another buddy who's a programmer in a different field entirely. But yeah, all the people I know who are professional programmers outside of a gaming industry field make good fucking money.
6 figures minimum.
The problem is you have to be a really good 6 figures or higher. Yeah.
Yeah.
The problem is you have to be a really good programmer with a lot of qualifications to qualify for those kinds of jobs.
Yeah. And you get your foot in the door usually with like back-end engine design of a video game, you know.
To their counterparts in other industries. So whether it's finance or agritech or whatever the case may be, programming is everywhere. You should be fine. Don't worry. The second major thing that I would say is a source of hope is he can be a creative director if he aspires to be on projects of a different scale. At the AAA size of things, we are getting eggs put into 1 or 2 baskets.
I think this is just so dangerous that AAA games are trying to, like, why not just try to develop the next BattleBit?
You know BattleBit, right? Have you seen that game at all? BattleBit is a pretty much a Roblox-looking Battlefield, except it has all of the features that the entire fan base of Battlefield actually wants in a Battlefield, and has 0 features that they don't want. BattleBit is the perfect Battlefield game that is, I believe, free to play. And I don't know the development story behind it. I don't know like if it's open source or if it's like just like a small dev team or whatever, but it's not at all like a high graphical fidelity, but it is still a multiplayer game that deploys every single positive feature and 0 negative features that like people of that genre enjoy. And it's also 256 player matches. So 128 players versus 128 players on a single map.
And it was developed by what, a team of 3 people?
I don't know the development story behind it. I can probably look it up really quick.
But yeah, this is one of those things where it's like, I don't know. I think.
Oh, it is a team of 3 people.
I think a couple of AAA developers should crash and burn.
BattleBit is made by a team of 3 people. One of them is even a Twitch streamer.
Nice.
Yeah. And he does dev on stream.
Of course he does. But no, so the thing is, you want to know what, to me, the big deciding factor is for a lot of games? Whether or not the game has any heart in it.
Yeah. Yeah, which is what it goes back to my conversation about how vision gets slashed by publishers. You can tell when the actual developers of the game had more creative freedom in being able to develop the game that they wanted to put forward, and they actually put forward that game. That's the heart.
Yep.
You can connect with the artistry that's behind a video game when, like, you can fucking tell that there was love and care put into a game, and that love and care actually made it through to like production.
I hate to keep bringing it up, but a perfect example of that is Dave the Diver.
Yeah, absolutely. BattleBit is $15
because that game couldn't have been released as a AAA title. It is too many different fucking things.
Right.
Anybody would look at that and go, that's too many things. That doesn't make sense. It's not going to feel cohesive. You can't do this.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. You'd be, oh, it's too cluttered. No, it's not too. It's not focused enough. It's you can't. It's like a game you can't really put into a genre, except just indie and fun. It's in the fun genre. Whatever. All right. We'll continue.
Adventure RPG management sim action shooter.
Oceanic action shooter.
Yep. There we go.
Survival. Colon. Just keep going.
Really like what Riot does, for example, where Riot still takes shots like this with their Riot Forge games. Where it's like they license their IP to other studios to make games on their behalf. I think that's actually a really smart way of...
That's what Activision Blizzard did for a while, and then they just started acquiring those studios.
Continuing more content for the game.
Obsidian Games.
But
incredibly creative studio. The one time that Obsidian Games went through a more controlling publisher, when Obsidian Games is handed an IP and said go, they make a fantastic fucking game. When Obsidian Games is handed an IP and then they hand the game back, and the person who handed the IP to them says, "What the fuck is we don't want do this instead." The game flopped. I can't remember the what game that was. There was a game that like Obsidian did that flopped, and it was because of the person who published it, who gave them the rights to the I don't mean to talk shit on Obsidian, because they are... I love Obsidian.
Dude, I was talking about New Vegas
yeah.
before you got here, and using Obsidian as an example of a team, of a relatively small team on a tight development schedule with the right attitude can do amazing things.
I mean, they did Oh man, so many games. I actually have a lot of. Okay, they did the fucking South Park Stick of Truth. They went from New Vegas to South Park Stick of Truth. Then they did Pillars of Eternity, which was kind of a flop, but like technologically was a really cool game. Armored Warfare was a bit of a flop. There's a couple here that I just don't recognize. The Outer Worlds, also two incredible titles.
So good.
Then there's Grounded and Avowed, which I think Grounded was pretty good. I don't know enough about Avowed, but I feel like there was one that was like just a severe flop in a story because they were told to like scrap it or something. Yeah, anyway.
AA side, and on the indie side, he has a chance of still being able to make his creative dreams and vision come to life with a team. He could even lead his own team in his free time because of the new accessibility of games tools that are available with things like Unity and Unreal Engine. He could make his own team, have a Larian of his own one day. That's
fucking your son being a programmer could make a game better than an A or B class developer single-handedly with Unreal Engine 5.
Oddly within reach right now, and that wasn't the case for a lot of prior ages of video games.
That's what I was saying before about how this is the best age in gaming nowadays, is that like the barriers to entry for making a video game now are just so much more, like, so much less than they used to be.
It's like the rise of digital music production, where DAWs started to get released.
Yeah,
exactly.
I literally just
I know. I'm doing a callback where when you said the music industry went through a similar phase where a bunch of artists.
I know. It's wild to me how beat for beat
the ingredients are in place. The ingredients are in place where wallets are getting too controlling, the big ones are getting too big, and accessibility for the individual to just go solo is on the rise. I mean, DAWs weren't always a thing. And by DAW, I mean like a software suite for music production.
Regardless of how you feel about Epic as a company, if you are trying to get into game development and want to be a solo developer right now, and your game needs a 3D space to live in, use Unreal Engine 5.
Yeah, no, my issues with...
That's basically the only choice right now. It's the new Unity.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I will tell people to do that. My issues with Epic Games is that they have one of those big conglomerate wallets behind them that is in that controlling nature, but concedes where they can, where they know they should, which is frustrating for me because it's like you're saying, oh, they're the one record company that's good, but like they're the largest record company out there. It doesn't exactly, those two things don't necessarily add up. Like,
well,
has to be dirty money.
And
in
my
some
thing is
part.
talking about the engine. I don't look at that anything like a record company. That is a tool, and I'm always going to recommend the best tool
to
for
Tencent.
the job.
I'm referring to Tencent behind Epic. That's my problem with Epic is that they're heavily controlled and regulated by their wallet, which is Tencent. That's my only problem with Epic. I got no problem with the engine itself because the engine itself was developed by developers that had the freedom to create such an incredible tool. So,
and it gets exponentially better every revision, and I don't know how they keep doing that.
Yeah, no, it's actually insane.
Source of hope that I would offer is that all of the scary, unsustainable things I'm talking about can change.
Oh, they will have
We're
to.
at the tipping point, in fact, for being able to basically determine what the next 10 or 20 years of video games look like.
Yeah.
So, if we change the way we talk about, buy and play video games, creating the systems that cultivate the video games and the healthy work environments that we want to see, that enable creators to give us the best version of games.
OTK just started a publishing company for video games. they don't have. Well, they're going to be self-publishing games that they've actually been. There's like 1 or 2 games that OTK has requisitioned for development by other studios, that are going to be published under this new publishing company. However, the idea that a bunch of content creators who are gamers first has started their own production company for video games. The gamers are the wallets behind the video games. What?
Well, and here's the okay. So this is new information to me. And I was thinking I would try to self-publish once the Stream Buddy platform got functional, right?
Yeah. Mad Mushroom.
But since there's a lot of crossover between my project and their fields of interest, that might be an interesting collab if I reach out to them when I have a product to show them.
Right. Yeah, it's Mad Mushroom. That's the studio name.
Okay.
For some reason, they can't help themselves but develop companies that have logos shaped like penises. Starforge, that's a fucking cock. Mad Mushroom, everyone knows the mushroom. It's cross image, you know. It's just come on, man. It's funny. Anyway,
not just the
owned by this fucking guy over the not that guy. This guy in the lower left hand. This guy owns 2 penis companies.
Ones that some guy somewhere with a spreadsheet decided would be the most profitable. We get that if we change the way we talk about, buy, and play video games. So
of course, we've
got hope. We just gotta work together. 2023, and here's why. Video games kind of can't afford to be specific in 2023, and here's why. So over roughly the past 20 years, the games industry...
I don't agree with this. I'll listen to what he says, but I don't agree with this. Just right off the rip.
has seen a major change in the processes used to make games. Not just the graphical quality, not just the types of things we can achieve, but specifically how we achieve them. Every year of game development costs you money, and that only increases the more people you have working on a game at the same time. So, in the early 2000s, and even as late as 10 years ago, our biggest games were still taking between 2 to 3 years to develop. And now, we're firmly in the era of the mega game. Games with hundreds of millions of dollars in their budget, not including the marketing.
So I think that, okay, so if he's talking from like the perspective of like massive big studios, then yeah, it's probably better for a game to have like multiple angles. That's why, for example, Diablo 4 has like MMO elements to it as well. It has, you know, some degree of social elements.
What was that one game? Oh yeah, Dave the Diver.
It's because they want to have more different groups of people that can come into the game.
The more different flavors you can pack into a game, the wider the audience reach is, and that's what publishers like.
But I do think that a video game being specific is actually a very good thing. And, you know, a great example of this, Vampire Survivors, Halls of Torment, Fortnite, BattleBit, let's see, Street Fighter,
Beat Saber.
Vampire Survivor is a good example. Honestly, for as much different stuff as there is in Dave the Diver, I don't really think it's that diverse, though, because all of the activities in it,
they're all funneled into one goal. Yeah.
Theme, right?
Yeah. They have
all
a content
part of
funnel.
One whole. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there, dude. Okay, I found out earlier today. Ricky has almost as many hours as I do in Dave the Diver. I have 35. He has 32. Okay.
Yeah.
He's still on chapter 1 and just bought his 3rd dive suit upgrade. He's not playing the game wrong. He's not doing anything bad. He didn't miss anything. He's just playing the game differently than me. That's the difference.
in
It's
Ghost
not that you
Recon,
need a bunch of different types of game rolled into your game.
right?
Your game needs different ways to approach your game.
And it needs to not be the same gameplay loop over and over and over again. In Ghost Recon Breakpoint, we are up to chapter 3 in the main story. And my character's level 35 or so, something like that. My other character is level 37 and is still on chapter 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, just different ways to play the game.
Because there are wildly different ways you can play that game. You
Yeah.
want to know what other game is going to have wildly different ways to play and approach every situation in it?
Is it coming out soon? Like next year?
Year and a half.
Hmm.
It's called Baldur's Gate 3. I don't know if you've heard of it.
Oh, I have a very specific question. Can you have sex with a bear druid when they're in bear form?
You can, while it's in bear form.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Where do I pre-order?
Where's my pre-order?
Yeah.
Dude, if I had the money, I'd already have it pre-ordered too, but I don't have the money. And I was thinking I'm going to try to save up some money, but now it's looking like I'm going to have to replace my mouse and keyboard because there are enough keys dying in my keyboard that it's not worth buying replacement keys. I'm just going to buy this keyboard again and keep this one and use the good keys off of this one to replace, because that's the cheapest way to buy extra keys at this point, is just buy a whole nother keyboard and then have roughly half my keys on this one are still basically unused.
Yeah, I still haven't pre-ordered it, but I intend to. Definitely intend to.
But I am going to get a 6-button mouse, I think.
I love multi-button mice. It's just so nice.
Well, it's not a 6-button. It's got 6 buttons on the side instead of 2. So it's a 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. It's a 10-button mouse.
That's why I like the Razer Naga. I can make this thing a 12-side button, a 2-side button, or a 6-side button, because it has different panels. You can just rip off the side and it magnetically attaches all the contacts it needs. It's a modular mouse.
That's actually really clever design.
And it's both wireless and wired, and has this thing that you put your USB cable into, so it's like wireless but only by a distance of like 6 inches. Or you could have it wireless by a distance of Bluetooth, but it would rather have the just by 6 inches thing. Anyway.
Latency, yeah.
Yeah.
See, that's why I like, dude, mine is 4 feet through a monitor and the corner of my computer tower away, and my latency is still indistinguishable from a wired mouse at this distance.
I'd probably be able to feel it, because I can feel a latency difference, not by using that dongle, but I tested using Bluetooth, and I used a latency tester on my mouse.
No, I'm using the dongle.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the dongle is different than Bluetooth.
It's not Bluetooth. God, no.
Yeah.
No. It's on a Lightspeed connection.
Yeah. Which Lightspeed's pretty good. The latency...
I mean, there's a reason a lot of the other big, like, gamer gear developers are just wholesale using Logitech's Lightspeed connection and licensing it from them.
I'm pretty sure that's what Razer does.
Razer and Corsair, if I remember right.
Yeah, 2.4 gigahertz on this receiver.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Anyway.
It's probably Logitech's Lightspeed connection. They make more hardware for other people to put into their devices than they make for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm using their microphone technically.
Right.
Anyway, let's get back on topic. Yeah.
Like, there are many super popular, hyper specific games, but of course they're probably not going to hit like the same peaks that some game that tries to appeal to everybody will.
Yeah, it's not gonna. They're not gonna have 50 million players, because They're very specific games. Unless you're CSGO.
Right.
Then you're just a freak.
And those numbers have changed dramatically.
But no, if you're making a niche game, it should have a niche game price, both for development and for sale.
Yeah.
There's a reason Vampire Survivors was never $60.
Yeah.
But you know what? If you look at earnings ratio versus development cost, it's made just as much as a lot of AAA titles.
By ratio, yeah. Oh, yeah.
By ratio,
Grand Theft Auto 3, the game that in many ways
and the
kicked off
ratio is the important thing.
Whoa.
That's what you need to use to determine whether or not a project is successful. Because if you spend $200 million and make $220 million, you made $20 million.
That was a flop.
But if you spend $1 million and make $21 million, you made $20 million.
Yeah.
Those are very different outcomes, though.
Yep. He's about to get into game that we're very familiar with.
And those numbers have changed dramatically. Grand Theft Auto 3, the game that in many ways kicked off the modern age of the 3D open world game, was made with a team of roughly 25 people in 2
Pause
years.
No. No. Grand Theft Auto 3 does not get the first 3D open world game. Fuck you, you're a moron.
He's a console kitty.
Who?
This guy. Because it was one of the earliest ones to console.
There was a console game that came out before that. There was a 3D open world game.
Let's look at the wording that he used here.
Was made
Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time, which came out in 1996.
Hang on.
Dramatically. Grand Theft Auto 3, the game that in many ways kicked off the modern age of the 3D open world game.
The modern age of the 3D open world game.
I missed those words. Okay, I was going to say, because The Legend of Zelda defined 3D open world games basically until Grand Theft Auto 3.
There you go. Yeah, no, I agree.
Was made with a team of roughly 25 people in 2 years. Red Dead Redemption 2 took 8, with thousands of people working on it. Horizon Forbidden West, 5 years. Starfield, 7 years. And every time that number goes up for the industry at large, the number of people that one game needs to potentially be able to bring in at one time in order to justify the expense.
He's actually making a really good point here. He's saying that because the games are so expensive, they have to appeal to a wide enough audience. And I think that what happens is that whenever you try to cast a net that big, it doesn't really catch anything because it doesn't really appeal and it doesn't really hook anybody.
Starfield can't launch and just be another No Man's Sky. It has to be much more than a No Man's Sky. It has to be a No Man's Sky.
No Man's Sky and Elite Dangerous and fucking Space Skyrim all in one.
Pretty much. Yeah.
No, fuck Space Skyrim and Outer Worlds all in one.
Yep. Man, I got to play that game again.
That's what we need from
genuinely.
Starfield with the hype that's been built up around it. The thing is, I think we're probably going to get it.
Yeah, and it's going to be a buggy mess at first. We're still going to be pleased with it. It's a Bethesda game. We expect it to be a buggy mess.
Fallout 76 eventually won me over, Zach.
They
might fuck up, but it tends to not be forever.
Man, the rabbit hole of fuck-ups that they made in sequence for Fallout 76, though, was unheard of. The frequency
Dude, that's why
and
it was like
number.
2 years before I even considered playing the game.
It was fuck up after even their reconciliations for saying I'm sorry for this fuck up were also fuck ups. And then the apologies for that apology fuck up were also a fuck up. It was insane.
It was a nightmare, and then they got their shit together and went, okay, wait, we're going to stop apologizing, and instead we're going to listen to what you guys are saying and actually fix it.
The Internet Historian video on Fallout 76, holy shit. That was an incredible
Can we react
YouTube
to
video.
that next week?
Sure. Yeah, fuck.
I haven't seen that, and I would love to.
I'm down to always rewatch that, because it is hilarious. Anyway, we have half a video still left to react to here.
Yep, sorry.
Goes up as well. I grew up playing and loving stealth games like Splinter Cell and Tenchu.
I always hated
and these
them.
games were made in the millions to tens of millions of dollar budget range. And because they were making a stealth game specifically, because they were doing that for 2 to 3 years, because they could, for lack of a better term, afford specificity. Every decision in that game, from the art style to the way you could interact with the world to even the way story was delivered, was all calibrated to deliver the best stealth experience possible, and you could feel it. Now you could say that stealth.
Okay, all right. There's one more.
Now you could say that stealth is more places than ever. It's in Cyberpunk. It's in Spider-Man. But those are
every game has stealth now.
Now, if you have an RPG without stealth, you fucked up.
And that's what he's saying, right? It's like every game is trying to incorporate everything.
Stealth playthroughs, stealth play styles, and as talented and.
Okay, so I'm going to argue against the stealth argument he's making, though. All right? So, as games have progressed, we're looking for more and more realism of action in the game. You can do things you can do, right? So because of that, you know what stealth's been a component of since its inception, essentially? The tabletop RPG.
Yeah.
RPGs, which he's referencing specifically here, have started incorporating that because games can be complex enough now to allow for that complex series of actions to happen. Role-playing games are intended to be immersive to the point where you feel like you are in control of the action.
You feel like you are the character. That when your character gets shot, you get shot. If you got shot in the shoulder right now, how would you be able to fucking carry on your mission? It'd probably hurt.
But the thing
You'd have to
is,
bandage
a
that
lot of
shit
these
up.
other game styles he's referencing are like shooters, which, look, I know a lot of people who are in the military. Most combat, there's an element of stealth on one side or the other.
Yeah.
And that's not only in modern confrontation. That's going back to the late 17th century. Prior to that, people stood in lines and charged at each other with horses most of the time. There were still people sneaking around and stabbing people in the dark, though.
But
Those were called assassins.
But without the golden boys of stealth games, I don't think we would have stealth baked into most.
No, we wouldn't.
Shooter or regular RPG games. Yeah, we wouldn't. Because we had the golden boys of stealth. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And now Cyberpunk turns into a stealth game, a stealth RPG, because that's just the playstyle that you used. And that makes it a diverse, non-specific game, because if you can choose your own playstyle, it's a non-specific game, and that costs money. The developer does that. This is what he's saying. That this is exactly what he's saying.
But the thing is, you have to include stealth for realism. Right?
I say, I would argue that the inclusion of stealth is for the ability to spread the net of player base over a wider area.
Well, yeah, because there are going to be a huge number of people, me included, that go, if I were in this situation in real life, I would hide in that fucking closet until everyone left.
And then there's our good friend Fenrisian Viking, who brings a rocket launcher to just a casual dinner date.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But
different
you get what I'm
playstyles.
saying.
And you want to cast the net to cover as many different playstyles as you want, and that's where the cost of development and the time of development goes up. So the cost of being specific is not worth it. You can't create a specific game that is really, really like this is the perspective. I'm not saying this is like what I agree with. This is from the perspective of the publishing companies. You have a very specific idea of a game that's going to cast a small net on a number of people, and you're a AAA development studio. You want to make it really fucking good, so you ask for $50 million. And the production company goes, no, you need like triple the features for me to agree to that. But we want to make the greatest this game of the decade. With this much money, we can do it. Nope, you need some more stuff in there. To cast a wider audience. I don't want to please 2 million people. I want to please 20 million people. Yeah, but we're going to please those 2 million people so fucking good they're going to believe in our company again. No.
See, and again, from a business perspective, I feel like that's a fallacy because return on investment is a ratio.
Sure.
And as long as your ratio is good, and the crazy thing is, things that cost less usually have higher ratios.
True. However, I've brought up this topic before with you, Dave, is that I think the lessons that the publishing companies are learning are the wrong ones. They don't play video games. They're not gamers. The people who control the money behind video games are typically not gamers.
Right.
So they're making the wrong decisions because they don't even play their game that they just funded $200 million. But that's also the argument that this guy's making, which is, yeah, this is why that's why I said in the videos that this guy puts out, I start to agree with him.
Hardworking as those designers are, that's never going to be the same as an entire experience intended to deliver one specific cool thing.
That's
I'm a
true.
game developer, and I've been talking a lot.
And I think that's the issue. And again, that's the too big to succeed thing. Is that whenever you need to cast that wide of a net, sometimes it ends up like appealing to nobody.
Recently, about how the size of your game determines what you
well,
can
and with that, okay. So you're familiar with dimensional concepts, right?
Sure.
So I want you to imagine a net, right? And then I want you to make it bigger. But the thing is, you're not adding more holes to the net. You're increasing the size of everything.
Right.
Casting a wider net means you're leaving bigger holes for people to fall through. The problem with leaving bigger holes for people to fall through, for instance, a good example of this is me with most MMOs. I like a lot of the gameplay loop of an MMO, except for the required grinding. That's the biggest detractor to MMOs as a whole for me, is the amount of grinding required to be functional in the game.
Right.
Well, imagine you keep making that bigger, and eventually it'll be so big it no longer looks like a net. You might see a line.
Yeah, I mean, that's, again, also what he's talking about, that they're getting too big.
No, and I agree with that, but I'm saying that stealth is a bad example because it is too much a function of how people can react in a situation to hide. It's literally a ingrained fear response in us. So removing the ability for us to hide, I think, is dumb.
But there's good stealth and bad stealth, where good stealth is an entire play style and bad stealth is just an option in combat.
But a lot of that is determined by your perception of the game. For instance,
no, I'm just talking feature set of the stealth gameplay.
Oh, no, and I agree.
If a game has a well-featured stealth gameplay, that is one way of playing the game, but if it doesn't have a well-featured stealth gameplay, it's just an option added onto the more specific target of that game.
Right.
Being hyper-realistic.
Right. Now, I would say games like Skyrim, the nature of RPGs. See, and RPGs are weird for this too, because the nature of RPGs predicates choice.
Right.
So, yeah, there's fishing in a lot of RPGs. The reason for that, Lots of people like to fish. There's hunting in a lot of RPGs.
Yep.
Well, you used to have to do that if you were going to survive. So depending on when the RPG is, yeah, checks out. You know, so it's like.
But that's a feature that they're adding to the game to cast a wider net.
I think it's a feature that they're adding to the game to have the game experience be what they envision.
Sometimes
and that's
it
the
is.
Ability to.
Monster Hunter is a perfect example of that. A lot of the features in Monster Hunter games are there because they envision the game to have those features. And the only reason why that popped into my head is because of fishing, because Monster Hunter fishing is wild. But some games, you can tell when a feature is an afterthought that they only included to appeal to a certain type of gamer.
Oh, yeah, horse armor.
Horse armor, or stealth in Ghost Recon Wildlands, or stealth in Ghost Recon Breakpoint. Like the stealth in the Ghost Recon games kind of feels like it was a fucking afterthought that is only there to appeal to a certain type of gamer. That is them just
which is
tossing
wild
in a
because
feature
it's the same development company as
net.
makes fucking Splinter Cell.
Yeah.
The guy from Splinter Cell is in both of those games.
Literally. But the stealth still feels kind of weird and bad. Yeah, it just doesn't fit well.
In Wildlands and Breakpoint, I agree. I conversely to that, you know what stealth feels really nice in, and most people rarely interact with it? Fallout 4.
Oh, yeah, no,
has an amazing stealth engine.
My primary gameplay in Fallout. Stealth is my primary gameplay in any Bethesda studio game because they do stealth
you use
really
long
well.
Arms, Zach. But if somebody wants to do a revolver build, stealth is really inconvenient.
Do I use long arms? No, sometimes I use pistols with a silencer. Because in Fallout 4, you can modify fucking anything. Honestly, usually in Fallout 4, I use whatever gun I have ammo for at the time.
Oh, see, in Fallout 4, I never run out of ammo.
I mean, I usually don't at a certain point in the game, but at like super early game.
Yeah, early on, you use whatever you have
no
shooting
preference.
blasty juice for.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no, I'm saying like halfway through the game where you've kind of built around a weapon as well as a tactical style, etc.
Where my primary is I got a sniper, a rifle, a pistol, and just in case, a nuke launcher.
Oh, speaking of features that feel tacked on, Fallout 4 has one. I like the feature, but it has one. It's the base building mechanic.
Oh yeah. Mods aren't a necessity.
Which is terrible on controller. It's fun on PC.
Super fun on PC. Yeah, when it actually was it. You know why it's super fun on PC? Because it was on delayed release on PC. That feature, I believe, there was like a PC specific patch that they added later on that made it feel a lot better on PC. We're getting off topic again. Fuck. Yeah, the Merv. Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah. And
I gotta move forward.
And as a result, a lot of people have been coming into my mentions and saying, this guy sounds scared. This guy sounds like he isn't ready to reach the raised bar that we're getting because of the mega games that exist right now.
All of his arguments to do against Baldur's Gate 3, I almost wholeheartedly disagree with. All of his other arguments about the games industry as a whole, fuck yeah, that's scary. It's what the reality of what's going on. Sure, Baldur's Gate 3 doesn't need the crosshairs on it.
But the thing is, comparing it to, and honestly, I would compare in this scenario, Larian to a like small independent recording studio.
Right.
Yeah, they have employees, they have people they work with, they have all the right gear, but they're not necessarily the bigwigs, right?
Right.
They sit like they're the bench warmers in the big leagues.
Yeah.
Not all of their titles are AAA, but they can pump one out when they want to.
Mm-hmm.
But the core thing, I think, is that we did see exactly this happen in the music industry, and it was the best thing to ever happen to the music industry.
Right. The bubble popped. Yeah. I agree.
And the thing is, when the bubble popped, it didn't suck.
Yeah.
Like with a lot of things, when the bubble bursts, that's bad.
Mm-hmm.
But when that happened in the music industry, the bubble bursting was everybody realizing they no longer needed the big wallets anymore.
Because it's a creative field, and you can't, you ultimately cannot stop people. You cannot stop human beings from being creative. Like, the only thing that's being hurt when the bubble pops is the only fucking people that are in that industry that aren't the actual creatives.
Right.
It's the people who don't play fucking video games. I also want to see EA disintegrate before my very fucking eyeballs. Holy shit.
Yeah. I think I said that on Less Than Normal last week.
Yeah. Anyway.
But no. And the thing is, this happening will be good for creators too, because there will be more diversity in games. And diversity in games is a good thing because it draws new interest.
And you know what's super fucking cool about that? Is that creators are seeing this coming and they're making their own production studio.
Yeah.
And the primary
specifically
reason,
so that other creators can reach out to them and go, hey, I have this cool project. Do you want to help me finish it?
Yeah. And so that they don't have to pay for as much marketing, much like how creators came together to create a computer production company so that they didn't have to pay for, this is the same set of creators, by the way. Sorry, this is all OTK that I'm talking about, this entire conversation.
I would have to look it up, but ironically enough, one of my favorite
by the way, do ! Starforge in my chat if you're looking for a build. Highly recommend. Sorry.
Oh no, you're fine. But Newer, if I remember correctly, is a bunch of people who work for a bunch of other audio visual device companies. And they went, I think we can do this different. That's going to be better for everyone. And they're not looking to make the best product. They're looking to make the best product at their price points. And it is.
Yeah.
I have a $35 microphone that by flipping one switch sounds almost as good as this Audio-Technica 2040.
Yeah.
Or 2020. It's one of the two.
Well, it's also in the microphone and audio design industry, Go XLR.
Yeah, same idea.
Which there's a topic I'll probably bring to next week for that, because I don't know if you heard, but they shut down software development for Go XLR.
I'm not surprised.
It's kind of like, yeah, I'm not surprised either. Still kind of fucked though. Like, it's not even going open source. Well, there's just no longer going to be any software dev for Go XLR hardware moving forward.
Which sucks.
Mm-hmm.
And there are people who are going to release new modded patches for it and shit.
Yeah, probably.
But the thing is, there's too much competition in that space specifically for Go XLR to be competitive.
Fair.
It is what it boils down to. They're losing money.
Yeah.
Because the Go XLR dual input device is what? $100?
150, I think.
150?
Like they're always
this
more
audio box
expensive than you think it
USB
is.
96, which was the industry standard forever. It's showing its age a little now. Also costs $100. The one that Audio Technica makes costs $100. Like the bigger companies are starting to reduce the price of devices like that,
right?
To a point where it's getting harder for smaller companies to compete with them at that level.
Go
Even though the
XLR
Go XLR
always,
product is a fantastic product.
Yeah, it always had more features and more creator-tuned features. They were very, very niche to specifically creators. And I believe they're practically the only company that has such a steadfast product, like a ironclad product, purpose-built for creators.
Black Magic Design.
Yeah, but anything
I think
with...
is their manufacturing arm.
Oh, yeah, okay. I was just gonna say, if you're gonna say Black Magic like has a competing product to Go XLR, it's probably gonna be more expensive.
Oh no. Their products are more expensive, but not by a huge. For instance, you can buy an editing shuttle, which is the same kind of editing shuttle they would provide to editors at, say, Marvel. Because, I don't know if you know this, but all Disney productions use DaVinci Resolve for editing and Blackmagic hardware for editing tools.
Yeah.
They make really good shit. But the thing is, they try to keep it as affordable as possible. We're way off topic
again. Yeah.
And I'm not scared. I'm very good at...
I don't think that other games have to be... I feel like games can coexist. Like, you can have a $5 game that's really good at being a stealth game, and you can also have a mega game that's $200 million. Like, it's not like there has to be one game that everybody plays.
When Baldur's Gate 3
Literally
comes out...
what we were just saying.
Yeah, when Baldur's Gate 3 comes out, I'm still playing Vampire Survivors every once in a while. I did pick up that game, by the way. When Baldur's Gate 3 comes out, there's still a valid argument to playing Dave the Diver. You can still go back and play Skyrim.
Because they're different experiences.
Yeah.
You don't pay money for a video game to say I have the best video game.
Right.
Just because you're not paying for the game. You're paying for the experiences that game gives you.
Yeah, like just because Baldur's Gate 3 comes out does not mean that everyone in the world stops playing Oblivion.
Right.
Yeah. That's...
I mean, I stopped playing Oblivion a while ago, but it was, to be fair, probably 6 or 7 years after Skyrim came out, I think was the last time I played Oblivion. So it's only been 4 or 5 years. It was pre-pandemic, but not by much.
Every once in a while, a new mod pack theme comes out, and I want to try it on Oblivion. It just happens. Anyway.
Elden Ring cast a big net, and they caught a huge amount of players, so no, I disagree. I think that there are...
He was reading chat.
...examples of games that do that, things like Grand Theft Auto, etc. But I also think there's a lot of examples of games that don't. So I see what you're saying, but in general, whenever you try to appeal to so many people... I feel like there are a lot of games that I see. I think Anthem was a really great example of this.
Brought that up before.
Is that, like, these are games that were designed by a committee of people that have a focus group that tells them what video game players like. You know, like, if they...
They're not the gamers. They're just looking at data.
You know, like, the last game that they seriously played was Donkey Kong.
Yeah.
My job, and there are few things in this world that I love as much as not just fulfilling player expectations, but exceeding them, making experiences especially that seem ridiculous or like they shouldn't work into games that are meaningful and that reach players in ways that otherwise would never be possible. There's one thing that scares me though, and it's that players aren't being told what they're losing. Every mega game intended to reach the entire world at a single time.
This is the scary part.
There are 100 video games you're not being allowed to play that would have specifically been just for you.
Valve, why?
Yeah. I think that's definitely true. And also, like, if you go back and you play, like, you've got games like Secret of Mana, for example, that are like, I mean, actually, like, by the way, like, after listening to everything this guy said, he's really not out of pocket at all with what he was saying. Like it's reasonable.
I agree. Like
okay. It's reasonable, but I don't think the finger should be pointed at Baldur's Gate.
He is pointing the finger at Baldur's Gate 3 heavily as like this is why you should be,
because it's the example.
Right.
I guarantee you, if Elder Scrolls 6, if the positions were reversed and this was Elder Scrolls 6, it'd be the same fucking post.
Right. No, it's the idea of Baldur's Gate 3 that he's pointing out, but I still think that that's not the way that you approach this argument. That's not the villain.
Okay, so I've done some looking, and I've found some ironic things. And I think that Baldur's Gate 3 is setting itself up to be able to functionally have a community similar to the one that plays in Grand Theft Auto Online.
Yeah.
GTA RP.
Yep.
And I think they looked at that community and said, what are things that players absolutely always want to see in their RP cities? Because GTA RP is the shining example of a huge community of people who like role play and the common features that they want. There are certain types of things you see in every fucking RP server.
Yep.
There's a reason for that.
Yep.
And I think that they took note of that and applied it where it made sense to their game.
I mean, when you and I talked about, I can't remember what exactly we were talking about, and it doesn't really matter, but I made a reference to Grand Theft Auto 5, and you read what I said. You heard what I said as me including into Grand Theft Auto 5 RP. I was not. I like in my brain, GTA RP is its own separate video game. The same way that GTA 5
might as well be.
The same way that
Gary's
GTA
mod
5
stopped being a mod at some point.
Right. But the same way that GTA 5 and GTA Online I refer to as two separate video games, GTA RP is a third separate video game entirely. There's very little reason to bundle all three of those into the same thing. But it's like we
talked about earlier, describing the multiplayer of Halo Infinite and the single player of Halo Infinite almost need to be considered as different games, because depending on what you got that game for, you had a very different experience at launch. I wanted the single player story and co-op, which I knew I would eventually get, right? I got a really good single player story, and they eventually turned co-op on.
Whenever I talk negatively about Halo Infinite, I always point out I'm talking about the multiplayer and how horribly they have treated the multiplayer community in the production of that game.
Right.
Because at the same time, I'll talk super highly about how the storytelling, the universe building, the character development, the voice acting, the
changes in gameplay mechanics to adapt to a new style of exploration and world building.
Fucking incredible. The single player. Yeah.
They nailed all of that so well. The single player campaign is so well done. I totally get people are upset about the multiplayer. I understand why, and all of those complaints are valid.
Yeah.
Right? But with a lot of these things, you have to talk about them as different games because they're providing different kinds of experiences.
No, I agree. So whenever I say GTA 5, I mean literally the single player, in just the single player.
Right.
Whenever I talk about Halo Infinite, I make it clear I'm talking shit on the multiplayer. Like exactly.
Right.
Because
there are other games where it's completely flipped. For instance, I haven't played much of the single player campaign of Black Ops 3, but my understanding is as long as you get all of the zombies stuff for it, the zombies experience is far superior to the single player game.
Yeah.
That being said, all of the zombie stuff for it also includes all of the maps from Black Ops 2 and Black Ops 1. And some of those are like boner inducing for me.
See, and I never really, I don't know, I enjoyed zombies, but when it comes to COD, I just played a lot of the multiplayer and oftentimes the campaign too. Actually, I haven't gotten to the most recent campaign. I really need to do that. Because the most recent Call of Duty campaign...
Oh, this computer will probably run it, though.
The most recent Modern Warfare, the campaign is like cinematic movie quality. But you're also playing a game. Like, it's not cinematic movie quality like some games that like you're literally just like playing on a single rail track. This is Call of Duty, but also cinematic movie quality in between, like gameplay segments of Call of Duty. It's a very, very short campaign as far as I understand, but I really want to go back and I really want to play it because I haven't yet. Anyway, focus.
It absolutely is. Like, it wasn't bullshit in any way. Like, what do you guys think? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I think that was fine. Larian Games were multiple times on the verge of being bankrupt, but they still moved on. Yep, that's definitely part of it. Yeah, he's wrong. Well, I think that, like, I
love that a chatter watched Asmongold reacting to all 7 of those videos or whatever, however fucking many there were, and they just types in, "No, he's wrong."
I think that he's wrong. You could say that, like, his analysis is unfortunate. You don't like that he's right, but I don't think he's wrong.
Yeah,
or games
he's not wrong.
This whole thread, you can't be appalled by how much big games.
Oh yeah, we're back to the original video that Asmongold was reacting to now.
Cost to make.
Okay,
and
so I have something to say about this post that's on screen right now. I hope no one expects a 10, 20, or 40-person team to make a game like Baldur's Gate 3. I 100% think if you utilize the right tools, a 20-person team can make a game like Baldur's Gate 3 in the same time scale.
With the right tools, yeah.
Again, Unreal Engine 5 has a lot of tools that make a lot of these processes easier.
And it also
not sponsored, by the way. It's fucking really cool.
It's an engine in my eyes on par with Source 2, which is still yet to have a public SDK for.
Yeah.
Yikes.
And the problem is Source 2 is as good or better from what we've seen produced out of its standpoint, from a developer standpoint, unknown.
Right.
But this one's available and free.
Yeah.
Those lavish productions, the standard by which all these games are judged. I hope Baldur's Gate 3 is a generous, once-in-a-lifetime RPG. I hope no one expects 10 to 20 to 40-person teams to make one. Now, most of the other
people expect to have a game that has the scope of Elden Ring in it. I think that the real frustration comes out whenever a game...
I would never expect a 10 to 20 to 40 person team be able to make a game like Baldur's 3. Is it in the realm of possibilities? Sure. Can you get 100 monkeys to write Shakespeare? Yes. Eventually.
But I'm also saying that if you have a 10 or 20 person development team, if
it's
you're
the right
planning properly and utilizing the right
tools,
you can still make amazing things.
Oh yeah. 3 people made a multiplayer combat game that outshines Battlefield, Call of Duty, Halo, multiplayer, all in one.
Game is just bad. If a game is short, people want more of the game. If a game is bad, people don't want the game.
Developers that hopped in on this tweet also shared similar sentiments. However, they were also smaller third-party companies or indie developers, and we don't have those same kind of expectations for them that we would anybody else. We wouldn't look at them and say, well, you need to make games that look and play just like Baldur's Gate 3. That just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. We don't look at a game like
because we don't currently expect them to make games that look like Cyberpunk.
Right. Well, that's the important word here is expect. It's like the question isn't can a 10-person development team make a game like this? Yeah, possibly. Is the average gamer going to look at Baldur's Gate 3 and then look at 3 people and go, you do that? No.
No,
they're not.
We're smarter. I feel like we're smarter than they're giving us credit for.
Right, exactly.
Vampire Survivors and
that was my initial like guttural reaction to reading through those tweets was, are we all 10 years old and don't know how the world works? No.
Expect those guys to turn around and come out with the next Halo or something like that.
Yeah, definitely.
If anything, we actually expect from those smaller companies to produce less
small games,
polished games to us that just have more in-depth gameplay or explore
Dave the Diver,
a very specific part of gameplay in a much larger scope than most games normally
because
do.
I don't think Dave the Diver cast a broad net. I just think it is very in depth.
Yeah.
Because it is very, very niche.
Yeah. You want playable goblins in Baldur's Gate 3? You never know. They might actually do it. I haven't read much.
They might release a goblin DLC.
I haven't read much on what Baldur's Gate 3 is actually going to be. I haven't played it yet. I haven't played like the early access part of it. I am giving myself as little exposure to the game as possible. They're focusing Dragonborn for release. Okay.
Yeah.
And have really
simplified... if I get the game and they ever release a goblin, I'm going to make a goblin character and name it Knob Doblin.
The Goblin.
The Hobgoblin.
Oh, there you go. I knew where you were going.
A much larger scope than most games normally do, and have really simplified game loops that keep us.
By the way, somebody said, isn't it disingenuous for her to say the consumer knows how many people are in a dev team? Yes, the consumer does not give a fuck how many people are in the dev team. It doesn't matter. Oh, it took $200 million to create? Well, I don't give a fuck. I don't want to spend $70 for it. Well, I don't care. Well, I want to play the game. Well, it takes time. I don't care. It's not the consumer's job to care.
Okay, so while I disagree with his sentiment that the consumer is dumb, and I think he's exaggerating for effect here.
He is, yeah.
It is not the consumer's job to give a shit.
No, it isn't.
So just release the best game that you can release, and if it's a good game, we will play it.
I want to give you money for game. I don't care who you are at the end of the day. Give me game. Here's money. He's boiling down at like a very, very basic form of that interaction where you and I are gamers and we already obviously know far much more about the game devs than probably the average person would when we buy a game, but that's just who we are.
Right. I'm excited.
Okay.
It's one of those things that as soon as I have the funds available, I'm probably going to pick it up because I've talked to Zach about this privately, but if the game is what I think it's going to be by that point, I kind of have a content plan I'm going to roll out around it.
Also, I agree. Goblins being in it isn't spoilers. That's just D&D.
Yeah. The goblins are like rats.
Yeah.
Like a Vampire Survivors or something like that. Now, what's really interesting about this thread is that, it doesn't just end with the third party and the indie developers. No. The AAA developers felt like they should also chime in as well. And, oh boy.
Here we go.
Oh boy.
Here it comes.
Insomniac Games design manager Ryan McCabe urged others not to use a singular game to set expectations for everyone that's developing RPGs because it isn't.
Obsidian Entertainment design director. Having the foundations set and the funding to build things on your own terms is invaluable. That's the fucking argument I've been making.
Yeah, no. I'm not disagreeing with that.
Yeah, I know you're not.
But to be fair, I don't think he thinks anyone is disagreeing with that.
Right.
Useful.
This is not about downplaying talented people working on BG3. Yeah.
I want every game to be like Elden Ring. That's right. I said it. I want every game. That is the tip of the mountain. Now, if you don't get to the tip, I understand it. But you better be on the fucking mountain. Don't be on some hill over somewhere else talking about battle passes and gotcha bullshit.
And foolhardy.
He's spitting.
Obsidian Entertainment design director Josh Sawyer noted that having the foundation set and the funding to build things on your own terms is invaluable. This is not downplaying the talent.
It's again, please understand that we have quarterly profits to make. No, the consumer is not responsible for you being able to make money.
I don't think that's what he's saying there.
No, it's not. Yeah, I think that's a misread.
I think what he's saying there is give the creative people the creative freedom to make the game good.
Yeah.
So they have to buy your shitty
saying.
game.
Yeah.
No, that's not how it works. What the fuck are we talking about here? This is insane.
I'm wondering if he doesn't in this moment realize who Obsidian is, because I don't think that's something that they're going to be worried about for a while.
No.
Because for a relatively small development company,
yeah,
they've put their fingers in a lot of people's pies.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, no, they're a fantastic studio. Every game that they've put out that I've particularly been interested in playing has blown my fucking mind. No, I think
Obsidian is the only other company I've ever suggested do a 3D Zelda game,
right?
Other than Larian.
I think Asmon is stuck on his previous train of thought talking about battle passes and gacha. So he's, I think he misread.
Work on Baldur's Gate 3, but acknowledging the case is atypical for the games industry. Now, I find these tweets specifically a little bit more interesting. I don't know if this is industry transparency. Are they telling us that, some of these larger studios like Insomniac or Obsidian Games don't actually have any autonomy over the things that they're creating? Or
that's what I'm always going to say about large AAA studios is that, the autonomy for creatives is kind of being stifled by the wallets.
I bet they don't. I bet they probably don't. And I think that is probably one of the biggest reasons why we see lower levels of, I think a lot of video games now are not as creative as they used to be in a lot of ways. I think the storylines are very much copy-paste. Whenever I see many of these games,
they're poppy. Yeah, that the storylines are, they follow the standard hero loop in AAA title games because they're poppy. They cast the widest net, and probably if someone had something more creative in mind, it got stifled.
Kind of predict what's going to happen, especially with like these bigger games. You look at the menu, you look at the battle pass, you look at the way the game is set up. I think it's kind of the same fucking thing. Like, how many of you guys have never played a game, but you see the game UI and you watch the game for like 30 seconds and you know everything that there is to know about it?
Happens plenty of times.
So it doesn't happen very often for me, but there is 3 specific genres of game that fall into this category. That they're all essentially clones of each other. Maybe 4. MMOs. Battle Royales.
Sure. Yeah.
Gotchas.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, gotchas especially because you don't have to read too much into the iceberg. Like, you don't have to go that deep into the iceberg of gotchas to find that almost all gacha games come from the same parent company.
Right.
Like, I'm pretty sure Honkai Star Rail and that other really huge one, Genshin Impact, come from the same fucking company.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah. So it's just, yeah. Battle Royales. Yeah, so Battle Royales and MMOs, I will say it's because a studio thinks that their idea is unique enough to set themselves apart. However, you're attracting you're attracting players from that genre that know that genre from past experience, almost exclusively only have come from another battle royale or from another MMO. And so they play your battle royale and your MMO the way that they're used to playing battle royales and MMOs. And so they just look at your unique features that you've added, and they either don't use them that much, or they don't see the use, or or it is actually genuinely something useless that you thought was cool, but it just, you tried adding a stealth mechanic to an MMO. Why? We're all human beings. I can literally see you.
Right.
I mean, yeah, there's rogues in World of Warcraft.
There are very few games that do multiplayer stealth well.
Yeah.
Which is why most games don't utilize it, or if they do, it is a visual stealth mechanic,
right,
wherein either A, you become invisible or quasi-invisible, active camo in Halo.
Right.
Or B, you physically hide behind things, and if they can see you, they can fucking see you.
Well, Fortnite has technically stealth mechanics because you just pop a wall up and there you go. Technically.
I mean, sure.
If you see the wall pop up,
you can
then
also
not,
crouch behind an existing thing.
Yeah, or hide in a bush. Yeah, no, sure. But that's metas that players have developed.
Especially this is true with shooters. It is so fucking true with shooters. And this is what happens. And I think that it's a huge problem. And the reason why it's a huge fucking problem is because the developers that are making these games, they're actually, coding move leg, left leg.
There was a joke when I was a kid. And this is back when Activision Blizzard was pumping out 20 to 30 games a year. Oh, they released a new Call of Duty. Did they add 2 more shades of gray? That was a joke that I used. I mean, I was a Halo fan, but also genuinely fucking each Call of Duty game that came out back then on Xbox 360 was almost indistinguishable from the other one.
Okay. So here's the difference between you and me. You're talking about the multiplayer experience.
I'm talking about campaign as well.
Oh, see, I played Black Ops and Black Ops 2. Those are the campaigns that stick out in my head. They were both fan-fucking-tastic.
Oh, no, the campaigns were great. But visually and gameplay-wise, could have been the same exact fucking game. Just the stories were different.
Oh, yeah. But there's not necessarily anything wrong with that.
I would if you're iterating
more
on the
features
same...
doesn't necessarily make it better.
No, I know. But changing up the gameplay loop doesn't mean you have to add more features. Half-Life 2 to Half-Life 2 Episode 1.
So their attempt for a modular gameplay loop was having multiple multiplayer features as well, though.
Yeah.
Not only PvP, but also zombies.
Yeah.
Which zombies is the only multiplayer Call of Duty I have ever gotten into.
Right.
And the stories they tell are fun because I don't know if you know this, every zombies map has a story.
Oh yeah, I know that.
And you have to find it.
Yeah. And
except for
there's
Origins.
also stories baked into the characters that you choose to play as well.
Yes.
Yeah.
And it's especially for the time that it was coming out, it is such a fucking unique experience.
That was unique, yeah.
That depending on which players were playing, you got a different story. Like which characters were playing, you got a different story. All the maps had different stories. And some of them were fucking wild, B-movie sci-fi shit, and I loved that.
Yeah.
I mean, you go to the moon at one point to stop Hitler.
I played that one.
It's good. It's fun.
But no, shooters are there isn't. I think the most unique shooter to come out in the past 10 years? Probably Halo Infinite.
The worst one?
No, the most unique one.
Oh, you're talking for the story.
Yeah.
The co-op story. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to play the co-op story yet.
No, I'm talking about just the story. No, like not PvP shooter or like multiplayer shooter. Like I'm saying the mechanics of the gameplay loop of you engaging with an enemy in the Halo Infinite by far has been probably the most unique in the past decade. Beyond just I'm going to click on their head.
You say that, and I'm going to say the Nemesis system.
What Nemesis system?
From Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War.
Those aren't shooters.
No. But I'm saying it feels like the Nemesis system almost when you meet new enemies and shit.
Yeah. Because there are enemies that will say out loud, "I thought I killed you."
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And that's really fun. I enjoy that.
Yeah.
I also enjoy all of the movement mechanics, though they are tried and true movement mechanics in adventure shooters.
Dodge roll and grappling hook and
yeah. But there's nothing wrong with using tried and true movement mechanics that people like.
There is something utterly unique, however, about the Halo jump. It's not many games where your character can jump 8 feet in the air.
Right.
With just a flick of the ankles.
Yeah.
But that's also why I liked Halo over Call of Duty back in the day, because it was also unique back then. Halo 5 gunplay and Halo 5, the way that Halo 5 played and shot and felt more like fucking Call of Duty than an actual Halo. Halo Infinite.
I liked the story of Halo 5. It did not, and I think I said this while I was streaming it. I think you and I actually talked about it when I was playing Halo 5.
Halo 5 story,
but it did not feel like a Halo game mechanically. Like the movement, none of it felt like Halo.
Yeah. Halo Infinite.
The story was decidedly Halo. The vehicles were decidedly the vehicle mechanics were decidedly Halo in the worst way.
I disagree that the Halo 5 story is a trigger topic for me. I do not like.
I don't remember the actual story. I do remember I had fun playing through it.
Sure.
I remember it was overall a positive experience. It wasn't near the experience I had with Infinite.
Right. Just gonna move on from the Halo 5 story, because I have gone on 2.5 hour rants on my stream about the Halo 5 story. So let's not go there. The Halo Infinite story was the first Halo game since Reach that felt like an actual Halo game again. Because Halo 4 also didn't feel exactly like a Halo game.
No,
it was somewhere in between.
Fun.
Yeah, it was fun. It was somewhere in between, though.
But it also felt weird.
Halo Infinite, they nailed the
Infinite
feel.
Felt like I was playing Halo 3 again.
Yeah.
But with more movement options.
Exactly. Yeah, no, 100%. Yes. And that's why, even though like my friends and I got like literally, I found my current best friends through Halo 3 multiplayer. And I kept telling them over and over again, I know that multiplayer is shit. We couldn't even fucking play multiplayer together because the online matchmaking system was so garbage. It literally didn't work 30% of the time, sometimes 60% of the time, depending on playlist, sometimes 100% of the time, depending on playlist. For 3 months, an entire multiplayer playlist, big team battle, just you couldn't load into a game for 3 months. But it was still in the game. They could have just removed the menu option. They knew it wasn't working. Whatever. But I still told them the campaign is worth it. If you don't want to pay full price, fine. but the campaign is worth paying some money if you can catch it on sale. They finally caught it on sale, played the campaign. They were amazed.
Yeah.
Agree with everything I said. It
Yeah.
feels like an actual Halo game. Got off topic again. Fuck.
Right leg, left leg, right leg. These guys went to school to make Elden Ring. They didn't go to school to make fucking cookie cutter, let me think, cookie cutter looter shooter game with a battle pass that's on a bi-monthly basis. These are people that were inspired by Pikmin. They were inspired by Super Mario, inspired by Dark Souls, inspired by World of Warcraft, something like that. And that creativity is just being fucking like put in a garbage disposal.
Yeah, it's
But the thing is, okay, so everybody's talking about how everyone's creativity is being put in the garbage disposal. Meanwhile, shitting on Larian, who has done nothing, it seems, but give their development team creative freedom.
Yeah, well,
again, I feel like Larian is illustrating if you want to be a AAA production company, this is the way to do it moving forward.
Yeah. People are saying everyone stifles the creativity of their own developers. When they say the word everyone, they're not actually talking about every single game development studio, 100% of all. They're talking about
Activision and
examples.
EA primarily.
Pretty much. And
because
Microsoft.
I can tell you what, after playing Borderlands pre-sequel and then playing Borderlands 3, you can tell that the publishing arm tried to get a little more involved in pre-sequel, realized they fucked up and were completely hands off for 3.
That's
because
why,
pre-sequel was fine.
The story was
fine.
Really the only reason to play that game. I could not continue playing. I tried to play pre-sequel. I could not. I fucking loved Borderlands 1, Borderlands 2, Borderlands 3. Pre-sequel, I fucking hate playing it. I had to just look up what happens in the story. Watch someone else play it.
I thought it was fine. I had an enjoyable experience. Me, Fen, and Danger played through it on stream.
Well, when you're playing it with someone else, that's different.
But it wasn't 2. It wasn't 1.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it doesn't have to be the same game.
Yeah.
But it felt choked out compared to the previous 2 and then compared to 3.
Yeah.
And I think that was Gearbox trying to, the publishing side, trying to have more input on game development. And that didn't work out real hot because ask someone what their favorite Borderlands game, different people will say 1, 2, or 3.
Yep.
All of those options are valid. No one, pre-sequel, to my knowledge, is not anyone's favorite Borderlands game. And of all of the people I know, we all agree that it's the worst one in the series.
Yep.
We don't all think it's bad and unplayable.
It's just bottom of the tier list.
I thought it was, like I said, I thought it was fine. Right? But it doesn't hold a candle to the first 2.
Right. Honestly,
or the third one, which
I think 3 is my all-time favorite.
I agree.
Even after playing,
you know what it is for me?
Even after playing Tiny Tina's, 3 is still my favorite.
I haven't played Tiny Tina's yet. I need to fix that at some point.
Yeah.
But no, I think 3 is my favorite too. And you know why? You know what the big thing is? And the story is great. It's well written. But so was the first and the second one.
Yep.
You know what the big difference for me was?
What?
Combat slide and mantle. They added 2 movement mechanics that were simple, but they expanded gameplay in a way that made it more interesting, especially in combat, because you had more action economy.
And I think
that's a thing a lot of shooters fail to realize is you need to give players action economy, not options. Because you can give me all the options in the world. If you don't give me the action economy to utilize them properly.
I think Borderlands 3 was one of the biggest games to include action slide and mantle, like the ability to slide and that whole thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that's the reason why Apex Legends exists and the movement in Apex Legends is what it is today. Because Borderlands 3 came out in... Oh, it came out in 2019? Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I felt like it was much older than that. Never mind then. I mean, still, there's probably some universe where sliding and mantling does not exist in Halo Infinite because Borderlands 3 didn't exist. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, yeah.
Well, but the community, those are the only movement mechanics that they added.
Yeah.
Right?
There was a lot more
but
movement
the entire
mechanics.
Community, the day after it launched, that's all they could talk about. Oh my God, there's so many more ways that you can move.
Yeah.
It makes it more easier to explore the map, which is a thing that people have loved to do in Borderlands forever, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, that's why people were excited with... I think they added combat rolling and mantling in Halo 5, which is why the competitive scene for Halo 5 was kind of rekindled a little bit, but it didn't last too long. And then they replaced combat rolling with sliding in Halo Infinite. And the competitive scene fucking came all over themselves and then fell flat on their face within like a couple of months because the entire multiplayer infrastructure, like the entire multiplayer population just disappeared.
Oh yeah.
And so there was no environment for people to like get to pros. Like there was no healthy revitalization of the Halo competitive scene. And the ranking system is fucking terrible. The way they handle Elo, the hidden rank, the public rank, the way their MMR system, terrible. Which, yeah, they need to. I think they've tweaked it so it's better these days. But anyway, I digress. Back to the video.
Just getting destroyed, and what comes out of it is this shit. That's what I think happens. I think it's very problematic. And I think it's more corrosive than people might imagine, because whenever you are disconnected from being like, because they're in a creative role, and one of the worst things that you can do to a person in a creative role is prevent them from being creative.
Mm-hmm.
Are they telling us that they don't get the amount of funding that they need for some of the projects that they're making, or are they saying that they do? It's interesting to say that they're jumping in on this conversation and saying that they also don't want to be held to the standard that Baldur's Gate 3 is putting out, when they themselves come from companies that have more than enough resources to be able to put out the exact same quality of games.
Obsidian.
As Larian Studios does. Just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Now, things get really interesting when
Obsidian makes fantastic quality games. I just think that the scale of the games that Obsidian puts out is a lot smaller because that's just what they want to do. And that's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Make Outer Worlds 2. I'm excited to play it.
Please make Outer Worlds 2.
It's on their games list. So it's in development. Yeah, no, I saw that when I looked them up earlier and I was like, just like silently to myself.
Diablo 4 senior designer.
I saw you open your mouth.
So that is an illithid, also called a mind flayer, and it eats your brains.
Is he currently holding is that a brain?
Chris.
Nope, that's a worm.
No, I don't know what that's supposed to be.
Baldur also drops in. Okay. He says you're at Diablo 4. Just doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Diablo 4. I want to hear it.
Now, things get really interesting when Diablo 4 senior designer Chris Baldur also drops in.
Oh.
He says, you're absolutely right. Even if you look at one of Vink's touchstones, Ultima 7, that's a game that had 12 years of prior games feeding into it. If we were to look at this as a new benchmark, we would need to then focus on creating conditions just like with Tears of the Kingdom. Furthermore, he states, but people often only look at the fruits of labor and not the labor itself.
It's because nobody cares about the labor.
I like this part of Asmon's speech.
Okay.
Hang on. Just a second more. Just a second more.
Nobody gives a shit. That's why everybody goes and buys Adidas shoes, even though they were made in sweatshops. That's why that's why AI art is so popular. Nobody actually cares about how hard you worked on something. Please stop caring about how hard you work. That is not a badge of honor. That is just, and oftentimes, it should be the opposite. You work too fucking hard to achieve too little.
I saw this clip separate from this video. Because, I mean, he is kind of spitting. In a way, in some contexts, actually in a lot of contexts, he's right.
Yeah.
Unfortunately. I mean, I'm saying unfortunately as someone who does the thing where it's like, yeah, you know what, frankly, sometimes not interested in the trials and tribulations you went through. I have money, I'm giving you money for a game. And I just want to enjoy the game.
You know, and that's counterintuitive when you look at small developers using things like Kickstarter to fund their projects, right?
Right.
Because, and it's clever marketing because it makes you invested in the development process.
Mm-hmm. It makes you care about the developers. It gives you a parasocial relationship with the developers.
So does releasing a game in alpha or in early access, as long as you do it properly and properly let people know that it is in early access.
Yeah. As opposed to some games that are just permanently in early access. And you know what?
Oh, okay. So RimWorld is an example, if I remember correctly.
7 Days to Die is the one.
There's another one, but we're not gonna talk about that for reasons. If you don't know, you do. You've heard.
Heard what?
Oh, the company behind 7 Days to Die has started copy striking people for playing modded versions of their games, it seems.
Oh, that's fucked. Oh, fuck them. They were mod friendly to begin with.
I've seen one confirmed copy strike that is confusing.
And confusing is enough to
other
to
reports
go.
Of similar things.
Yeah, that's
kind of like when Nintendo started doing that again recently.
Yeah, I got to look into that, because that is a game I have. For in case my chat doesn't know, I have near 1,000 hours in 7 Days to Die, a game that's been in early access development for 9 years. It's never leaving.
Honestly,
alpha.
I think that's part of the reason for its success, though.
Yeah. I think it's an accidental marketing gimmick where they probably didn't realize they were going to be continuing to develop it. They just found more features over the years that they just wanted to add. Anyway.
Work smarter, not harder. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, we need to care about how much effort you put into it. Of course it matters to an extent, and people can appreciate the effort that is involved. But don't expect people to one-to-one value to effort. Because you can put a lot of effort into something.
So this is also a fallacy when it comes to, like, building and restoring cars. Or working on a car. Let's say you have a car and you have to do work to it, and you have to do work to it, and you have to do work to it. And in the last year, you've put $4,000 into this car to keep it running. You've decided you're tired of putting money into it, so you go to sell it. Well, you have $4,000 into it in the last year, but it's only worth $2,000. So nobody's going to pay you for it because it's only worth $2,000.
Yeah.
It's the cost something fallacy. I can't remember. But it makes you think that just because you put more into something, it should have more value, when that is not always the case.
Yeah. No, I agree.
And it can be worth fucking nothing. That's just how it is. Like, and again, like, there are many games that, like, with a benchmark for a game, Diablo 4 is a great example. Diablo 4 has 20 years of prior games feeding into it. And on release, it's not as comprehensive as Path of Exile. And I don't think it's supposed to be in some ways, but I know that it's trying to be in some ways, and it's not yet. So that's just how it is.
Diablo 4 is not an easy game to hop into if you've never played Diablo 3, if you've never played Diablo 2. They are, just because of how in too deep the series is, there's a lot of baggage. There's a lot of things you'd need to figure out at the start of playing Diablo 4 to figure out the gameplay mechanics, the common loop of gameplay. And they try to introduce it to you. And as far as I understand, Diablo 4 does an okay job at it. It just doesn't translate usually a new player to a more advanced player very well. That new player is going to play a bit, probably get to level 40 or 50, and then probably stop playing, as opposed to getting all the way to level 100.
And it doesn't matter about how many people are on the team. I don't care. You release a game, people are going to be like, hey, this either works or it doesn't.
Same as it ever was,
also,
I guess.
Pause it. Another problem I have is we focus on creating conditions just like with Tears of the Kingdom. Look, if you're going to talk about RPGs, you need to leave the Zelda franchise out of it for a couple of reasons. One, the Zelda franchise is in many ways the granddaddy of the modern RPG.
Yep.
And the granddaddy of many evolutions of the modern RPG.
Yep.
1. 2, it has a fervently loyal fan base that it doesn't matter how bad Nintendo fucks up, we'll still play it.
Yep. It's like Marvel movies. No matter how bad they are. Marvel people.
Honestly, I have yet to go to a Marvel movie that I think is objectively bad.
Congratulations, you're a Marvel fan. No, I'm kidding. No, I mean, filmography-wise...
There are movies that are bad in comparison to the other ones, but as a movie, it's still a good movie. Thor Dark World is a good example. It's still a good movie. It's just not the movie I wanted when I went to go see Thor the Dark World.
I think people... this only comes from a place of usually superhero movie exhaustion, where it's just kind of the same... Like, you can boil it down a superhero movie to just being a superhero movie. Oh no, they're in trouble and they're gonna get out of it. Or, oh no, this is the one where they actually die. Okay, cool. You've done that 5 times before now. In the past,
yeah, but you can do that with every other movie. Pick any other movie genre.
Yeah, no, that's why
the point of a genre.
There's someone in my community that is just exhausted of most movies. Uggs. He doesn't enjoy most movies these days because they're just utterly not unique in any way, and it's the outcome is predictable.
There's nothing new under the sun. All is as it has been and will be again.
I have a different outlook where I'm very easily just yeah, and I just go and I have fun with things. So I tend to enjoy most movies, even if they're bad ones, because I find my own enjoyment out of it.
Some of my favorite movies, specifically some of my favorite superhero movies, are objectively bad movies.
Gaming is very, very different. However, the level of interaction, the sheer concept of immersion, or in some games cases, lack thereof.
The difference is an objectively bad game is usually objectively bad because of poor controls.
Usually it's come down to, well, I wouldn't say it's always controls. There are games that control fucking early Unreal Engines had bad basic controls that a lot of indie games just use the default controls. And I used to be triggered by Unreal Engine feeling on a controller. They had a feel to it, and I would be able to play a game, move my character for 3 seconds, and go, "Oh, this is unreal." Because I was just disappointed. But the game was still great. I don't think it's always. It's not
but
always
I'm saying,
controls.
like, I'll rephrase. It is your ability to control and interact with the world around you.
Right. Interactivity, immersion. Yeah.
Right.
Which is the very on paper difference between watching a movie and playing a video game is the fact that you are interacting with that universe through a controller or through keyboard and mouse.
For instance, there's a game that we play sometimes, you've played with us, that I have a hard time actually playing unless somebody else suggests it.
What game
Drop
is that?
and Seek.
Oh, yeah. Me too.
Do you know why I have a hard time playing it? There's one control there is one thing that happens in the game that just makes it a thing I don't recommend.
What's that?
Like if we're looking for a game to play together. As an example, when you're stepping from the street up onto a curb, you have to jump over the curb.
Oh, yeah.
It's less than an inch, guys.
Yeah. It's not an intuitive design. You can just... Yeah.
But yet I can fuck with the physics in another way to make myself fly into the air as a giant water tower and be the lord of all I survey. Like it's ass backward in a lot of ways. That's weird.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a bad game, but if there were any other pain point with the game that were that large, I think it would objectively be a bad game.
Yeah. Well, and yeah, I mean, put it this way, the reason why people dislike the pre-sequel compared to other Borderlands titles, it's not because of the controls or the or the interaction with the world. It's just that the world doesn't have that same passion about it. Wasn't made with this. It's just.
It feels very sanitized.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Anyway.
Same deal with people wondering why there are so few artists painting like Renaissance masters. And now this is where I'm saying to pump the brakes. It's completely fine for some of these smaller companies to hop in, some of these smaller developers to hop in and say, hey, don't hold us to these kind of standards, even though I think
nobody's going to say that.
It's weird that they even bring it up because I can't imagine people actually doing that.
Nobody does that.
But it's a completely different thing when you have Diablo 4 coming into the picture. We're talking about a company that has far more resources than Larian Studio does, far more people working for them, far more just money, experience, everything, far more everything. If we're going to be running by...
They have one more game compared to Baldur's Gate.
At least his idea of how things should work, well, then that should be the same case for Diablo 4. And Diablo 4 should show this massive evolution of the series from years of experience and all of the other...
Yeah, I think Diablo 4 is a great game, but it's not... It doesn't evolve the genre. It's not Elden Ring. It's a great game.
It's a great game. It just continues what the last game did.
It doesn't evolve the genre. That's actually a really good way to word it.
Yeah.
It's not there.
Where I think Baldur's Gate is attempting to do that.
Games that's been feeding into it, whether that's Warcraft, StarCraft, Overwatch, whatever. It doesn't matter.
I know people might not like that I say that, but I do like it.
Even though I like Diablo 4, it is definitely not that game. It's not that...
You're not that guy, pal.
Game that has
it's not that
20 years of other games that are feeding into it.
Well,
it's not the game that reflects all of this experience learned from prior Diablo titles. Now, like I said before, it is completely fine for some of these other companies to hop in and have their opinion and say, don't hold us to this standard. It's a completely other thing for these AAA companies to come in and try to use this as an excuse.
Yeah, I can agree to that.
Look,
Diablo 4,
like I said,
Activision
I think
Blizzard
Larian
has like 5x the horsepower of Larian. And yet all they can do is just continue what the last game did so many years ago.
Right. See, and that's a thing that I've always liked about Bethesda, because with the exception of New Vegas, which was a passion project that they gave back to the people who started it,
Right.
right? And it's amazing. But with the exception of that one, we have seen in every Elder Scrolls and Fallout title a technological leap of some kind that is new and innovating in some way in the game.
Mm-hmm. Same with the Halo genre. I mean,
yeah.
As much as I don't like 4 and as much as I don't enjoy 4 as much and don't like 5, wording that very carefully, every game did have its technological leap, and they mixed it up. It wasn't the same exact game as the last time. Diablo 4 is very similar to Diablo 3, and it feels very much like what you said earlier, where Activision Blizzard is just kind of trying to coast.
They're trying not to piss people off at this point, because so my understanding is the gameplay of Diablo 4 is a mix of Diablo 3 and Diablo 2.
Right.
Because Diablo 3 lost a huge chunk of the Diablo 2 fan base because the gameplay loop was too wildly fucking different.
Right. Yeah.
I didn't like Diablo. Like, I'm one of those people. I played Diablo 3 at or near launch.
Mm-hmm.
It was first off, I was playing on controller because I was playing on Game Pass on my Xbox. But the controls were clunky and cumbersome on controller from my perspective. I liked the movement in Diablo 2. You know, and if you're going with a real-time isometric RPG, which is what Diablo 3 and 4 and I believe 1 and 2 also are, there are a few standards that all isometric RPGs have that Diablo 3 is missing, and I don't know about Diablo 4.
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't be able to say
things,
because I've never played besides like a couple of hours of Diablo 3, never played Diablo games.
Oh yeah, I also only played a couple of hours of Diablo 3, and then I asked people who had many more hours than that questions about the game.
I actually enjoyed Diablo 3. I just got interested in other games.
That's fair. But you like the thing that I hate.
Yeah, grinding.
The grinding.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of grinding in 3. I've heard there's quite a bit in 4 too. But the thing is, there was a lot of grinding in Diablo 2 too, except it wasn't required. They were things that were optional mechanics that you could interact with. They weren't required.
As far as I understand, it's also not required in 4. And this is actually something that a lot of advanced players are upset about with Diablo 4 is the late game balancing, where at like level 50, you can get a piece of gear. You can get you can get a god roll on a piece of gear, or an Allah roll, if you will.
Allah just means God in Arabic. It's the same word.
I know, it just sounds cooler. That piece of gear will take you from level 50 all the way to level 100, and plus you'll never replace that piece of gear. It's a piece of gear you got when you're level 50 because of a god roll. And late game players are upset with that. Like the more advanced players are upset with that. I look at that and I go, yeah, I want to have, if I get insane luck, I want this one variable removed.
Yeah, that sounds real fucking cool.
Yeah.
That sounds real fucking cool. Can you imagine being level 10 in Dungeons and Dragons and you find a magic item and all of a sudden you're level 20?
Yeah.
You're an epic level character. You have all of your stuff unlocked and
Yes,
you
please.
just go fuck shit up. The
Yeah.
rest of your party's still level 10, and they're like, "Can you leave some for us?"
Yeah. No, that'd be sick. Nah, that's like the current. That's like what people are finding to be upset about with Diablo 4. If that gives you any semblance of what like advanced players are feeling about the late state of the game, that's all they have to complain about. So I think it's in pretty,
And the thing that they're
good
complaining
states.
about is them bringing back a feature that I liked, where you could ignore the crunchy parts of the game.
Yeah. Yeah. It's not like, yeah. Anyway.
No, because Larian did set the bar. They set the bar for you. AAA games should absolutely be aiming to hit the same mark that Larian Studios does. There's absolutely no excuse for it, especially with the size of some of these companies and how much money they have available to them, how many people they have that are working for them, how long-standing some of their franchises are.
I acquit Bethesda of any wrongdoing because they're working on Starfield.
They're also working on Elder Scrolls 6.
Yep.
And I have recently heard rumors of a as yet untitled Fallout project that is being planned and written.
God, I hope it's not mobile. But no, yeah,
No. So my understanding is they experimented with things happening before the war in Fallout 4.
Yeah.
The thought here is that you are going to have to travel to different pods to go back in time to find out where things are. It sounds like they're going to do an Assassin's Creed.
Right. Yeah.
But
no, I
they've already illustrated that kind of tech exists in the universe, so I don't have a problem with that kind of story gimmick.
No, but yeah, Bethesda has the resources of more than what Larian Studio has, and they're using them.
Yeah, because they're backed by Microsoft now.
They were developing Starfield before being backed by Microsoft.
Oh, no, I know.
Yeah.
But you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Their pockets got a little deeper that day.
My only fear about that is how much Microsoft controlled the development of Halo 4, 5, and now Infinite. And the only reason why the Infinite campaign was as good as it was because an hour before they were set to launch it, the original launch date, not an hour before, a year before the original launch date, the game was a piece of shit. And they brought on, I think it was Joseph Staten. I can't remember. One of the original creative developers that was at Bungie, that was like the major figurehead for the development path of the original Halo trilogy. They brought him in as a contracted advisor. He looked at this steaming pile of garbage and said, you're going for way too much. You're going for so much that none of it works.
Mm-hmm.
He scrapped 2/3 of the game, 2/3 of everything that they had developed, and said, here's the 1/3 you got to work on.
Right.
That 1/3 was the campaign. And the rest of whatever remained was how the game actually felt to play. Everything that he put into the original trilogy, basically.
So I'll put it this way. I don't think that you can use Microsoft, or I don't think that you can use the Halo franchise as a barometer for how Microsoft is going to treat third-party companies that they have taken into their wing, because Halo has been Microsoft's property. Now, by all accounts, when Microsoft acquired Mojang, people at Mojang were worried that their day-to-day operations were going to change. And they did a little bit. But you know what Microsoft's input was? Hey, if you want, we can get you a coordinator to help you plan and schedule things to get a more consistent development cycle.
Right. No, I have a fear about how Microsoft might control the development of Bethesda Studio games. That doesn't mean that fear is confounded in what I've seen in truth. I can only go by the example that I actively know about because of whistleblowers at 343 who anonymously provided this information behind the scenes. So I maintain that fear. There's no getting rid of that fear until I see Starfield or Elder Scrolls 6 and have it not have a similar story. I'm waiting for them to prove me wrong.
I'm not saying
that's not what they're going to do.
Fair, but how they've treated Mojang.
Mojang, I see, is completely different. Like Microsoft looks at Minecraft not as a video game title to iterate on and produce as like a AAA title. They look at Minecraft as, for the most part, an educational tool.
Okay, to be fair, that's a fair outlook.
Yeah, no, it is. But I'm saying there's
an education edition that'll teach you everything from basic engineering to chemistry.
The closest and from my eyes only comparison to draw on how Microsoft will treat a game studio is to look at how they treated 343, and they really fucked it up. So gonna maintain that fear until I see a game come out from Bethesda and see if it's fucked up or not. And I hope it isn't. I genuinely hope it isn't.
I do also want to point out, and this is probably a factor in the decision-making process at Microsoft when it comes to their involvement in what their studios are doing. Bethesda wasn't struggling.
No.
So I feel like there's at least some trust there that they know what they're doing. Especially since I think Microsoft kind of put their fingers into Fallout 76 a little bit.
No. That was Fallout 76 released a lot.
No. I'm saying on the fix.
Oh, yeah.
Like, I think they're part of the reason that game got put into a state that's more acceptable to a larger amount of the player base.
A game launch is different than cleaning something up, however. Like, again,
I agree.
I need to see a game launch to be able to trust Microsoft again.
No, I agree 100%, but that gives me faith that if the game launch is fucked, they'll do their best to correct it real quick.
They're doing their best to correct Halo Infinite. However, the players have already made their decision, and most will never return to Halo, which is fucking depressing to me.
Right. But the thing is, what do you think they learned from that? Because there's a good chance they learned the same lesson Gearbox did when they were fucking with pre-sequel.
There was supposed to already be campaign DLC for Halo Infinite.
Oh, no, I know.
Yeah, so they actually, the 343 announced it was no longer developing content for Halo Infinite campaign. That they had ceased plans to produce content for Halo Infinite campaign because Microsoft swung the axe. Because of how Microsoft controlled the development of Halo Infinite to sabotage it unintentionally.
Right. And
they fumbled that bag so hard.
Them swinging that axe is, if anything, to me, acknowledgement of their realization that they fucked up and they can't do it that way. Because I think they have realized that project on the multiplayer side is fucked beyond redemption.
No. They've canceled plans to produce DLC for the campaign so that they can work on the multiplayer.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So they've went all hands on deck. Hey, let's give people the game they paid for.
No, the game they paid for was the campaign. The multiplayer is free.
Oh, you know what? That's fair. I always forget you
They
can get the
fumbled
multiplayer
the
on its
fucking.
own. I never played the multiplayer, so that's not a thing I know.
I disagree with. I would have rather wanted to see them create the campaign.
Oh yeah, I would like to see more campaign content, please.
But it's not going to happen because the message that
multiplayer is what's going to keep it relevant in their eyes.
Which I think is the wrong call.
I do too. You should have focused on the good half of your game and ignored the other half. Pretend it doesn't exist.
The parts the parts that Joe came in and asked were the focusing end of Halo Infinite being primarily there for the competitive scene. And Microsoft they kicked Joe, and now they're right back to turning Halo Infinite into their ideal candidate for the competitive scene.
Because that's where they think the staying power is.
They
the problem
fumbled the bag so hard.
Okay, but the thing is,
they were given a golden goose and they killed it.
Right? That was the old meta. But the meta before that is coming back. Good single-player storytelling.
Honestly,
and not just in indie titles, in AAA titles. Look at the Horizon series.
For me, the meta never changed for Halo. The meta for Halo always should have been social games. Even in Halo, the meta was social games. Even in Halo 3.
I agree.
Halo 3, which was the peak of all competitive Halo, the meta was still social games.
But what I'm saying is they're chasing the modern meta, which is currently dying. And that is
again, they're fucking fumbling the bag. And they're they just my trust is dripping down to fucking empty in Microsoft.
And I guarantee you, we're not going to get another Fallout 76 out of the next Bethesda title, because I would put money on Todd Howard just walking away from everything before it happened.
I hope so.
Because they know their audience is people who like single player experiences and want them to be good.
I've pre-ordered Starfield. I got the fucking watch edition of Starfield. I'm hopeful, but I'm still gonna wait and see how Microsoft handles that. Because right now I look at Microsoft as shit tier in terms of game publisher. They fumbled the biggest bag in the biggest franchise.
Okay, but I reserve shit tier.
Historically.
I reserve shit tier for EA and Activision Blizzard.
I'm putting Microsoft at least closer to Activision Blizzard. EA is obviously just
they're off the bottom of the tier.
Yeah. I put Activision Blizzard and Microsoft right next to each other, which is what makes it so fucking hilarious that Microsoft is trying to acquire Activision Blizzard.
See, I put Microsoft above them.
Halo just hurt me so bad, man.
And that's the thing, is I don't have an emotional connection to
the only reason why you enjoyed
that franchise like you do.
The only reason why you enjoyed the Halo Infinite campaign so much was because they had to bring back an ex-Bungie dev as an advisor to just pull something out of the mess there. The only gratifying part of Halo Infinite didn't even come from... I mean, it came from them, but the direction didn't even come from Microsoft.
If it was as at the 11th hour as you suggest, okay, one of the earmarks of good leadership is when you don't know what to do, bring in someone who does. So we are not going to talk bad on people for bringing in people who are the right person for the job. That is the good call. That is the right call to make. And I will never not say it's not the right call.
Sure.
Okay.
And now that Joe is gone, they're going right back to the bad decisions.
To being dumb, right?
They didn't learn their lesson.
But yeah, no.
Or they learned the wrong lesson from the lack of success that the game produced.
I don't know. I think, and by all the little snippets of stuff I've read that people have said, Bethesda has a lot more autonomy than some people think they do. It sounds like near as much autonomy as they had when they were with ZeniMax.
I'll believe it when I see it.
And that's fair.
Yeah. Well, anyway.
There are
that was a buy by Microsoft because that was a product and a company that worked and was a good investment already.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Business-wise, yeah.
Uses whatsoever for them not to be able to compete with games like Baldur's Gate 3 in terms of scope, in terms of depth, in terms of performance.
I don't give a fuck if you compete in terms of scope or depth or performance in some regards. Is the game fun to play? Like, why is everybody talking about these factors that don't matter? I don't give a fuck about the depth of the game if it's fun. Look at the depth of Only Up. There's like nothing going on in that game, but it's still fun to play.
Yep. True.
The Jump King. Mario, yes. What are we talking about? Like, again, like I get that this stuff matters to an extent, but like people put so much fucking value in my opinion, things that are.
Your story doesn't have to go as deep as Lord of the Rings for it to be for the game to be fun to play. Your game just has to be fun to play. That's what he's saying.
Look at Super Meat Boy. I kept trying to say Celeste, and I'm like, no, Celeste is full of story. The story of Super Meat Boy is super simple. Guy kidnapped your girlfriend, you go rescue girlfriend.
Yeah.
You die a lot while trying to rescue your girlfriend.
Yeah.
But it's a blast. Me and my daughter used to play it, passing the controller back and forth.
I mean, shit, even Borderlands isn't really that deep. No. The only depth of the universe is that what you see in the game. There isn't really any big fancy lore.
Exception being 3. 3 is has a lot more emotional depth, I think, than the other titles.
Yeah, definitely. But still, like
but that's just good storytelling.
Yeah.
And that good storytelling makes you invested in what's going on, which adds to the enjoyment of the game.
Emotion. And the emotion, the joy, yeah.
Are not defining characteristics of an incredible game.
I mean, you look at Larian right now, and they've already come out and said, we don't care about meeting a specific date. We want to make sure that when we release this game, it's going to play at 60.
Yeah, Blizzard used to say that too.
Stable on the PlayStation 5.
Those were the good days.
They're taking their time to make sure that the game comes out for the Xbox and it's in perfect working condition when it does, regardless of whatever hiccups or problems that they've had along the way. This is a company that holds itself to a standard, a quality standard that many developers don't anymore.
And I think that's the factor. And I think also, like, again, going back.
So this is the thing I've talked about a lot. I was born in the mid-'80s.
Mm-hmm.
I've been gaming on consoles since the fucking Atari.
Yep.
Now, here's the funny thing about the Atari, the Sega Genesis, the Super Nintendo, the Neo Geo, the Game Boy, the fucking Nintendo 64, the fucking Sega Game Gear, and about 3 dozen other cartridge-based consoles. And then after that...
You didn't have this plugged in.
Right. And then after that, even when games started moving to disc, storage space was at a premium. You couldn't update that. So when you released a game, it had to be done.
Yeah.
And if it wasn't, it got ET'd and you almost destroyed the gaming. Anyway,
round and round we go.
But
No,
now we can release a half-finished product, and don't worry, we'll fix it in future patches.
Yeah, game devs found the convenience of over-the-air updates too useful.
So the thing is, I understand some of that, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Because in those old carts, there are reasons that if you're playing on original hardware, some versions of the Nintendo 64 console and some versions of the Nintendo 64 cartridge, specifically one particular revision of the Japanese console, if I remember correctly, or cartridge, console and cartridge, because that game performs slightly differently. Because games did get updates.
Yeah.
But it was as they made a new batch of games.
The original,
and they couldn't change it too much.
The original Halo, which is one of the first console multiplayer competitive shooters, couple weeks into its release, received an over-the-air update. Why? Because a dev at Bungie, last minute before they shipped the gold image, decided to buff the damage on the Halo pistol because he wanted to best his coworkers in multiplayer. And he wanted to just be the guy pistol whipping everyone in lobbies, because the expectation was no one's going to pick up the pistol when you got an assault rifle or, a machine gun or shotgun or anything. But this was the guy with the pistol, and he was headshotting everyone left and right. And he was that cool. Like a couple of weeks after it released, it received an over-the-air update. The first ever, nearly one of the first ever console multiplayer competitive shooters. Also, probably one of the first games to receive a balancing patch over the air. Immediately after its release.
The game that I would consider the dawn of the competitive shooter, the true dawn of the competitive shooter, GoldenEye.
Yeah, the couch competitive shooter. Yeah,
right. Which the Halo substantially was, even through Halo 2.
Right. Yeah.
The majority of the player base was couch
because you needed gold online, which not a lot of people were willing to pay for. Subscription services weren't that as much of a thing back then, but $12 a year.
Well, and it made less sense, especially since the connections weren't great. The ability to use the service was spotty at best sometimes, etc.
Yeah, Halo and Halo 2 were still very much LAN games. Halo 2 was the first to be a bit more online versus LAN, and then Halo 3 was just you had your LAN parties, but
Halo 3 was wild.
Yeah.
But no, and so it's. Do you know how many over the air updates GoldenEye received?
18. No, of course I know.
0, because it was on a fucking cartridge. There's only 3 revisions of that cartridge too, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
One of them, the first one, fixes Oddjob's hitbox. And he's still a cheaty bastard. If you play Oddjob, you don't get to play with me.
Yeah, you're a piece of shit.
And if you play Jaws, you're also an asshole.
Yeah.
Because you have to aim up to hit the head.
Yeah, and anyway.
But yeah, no. So it's. I'm totally cool with the bar being lowered a little bit, because that allows for some flexibility and creativity and development. That you're not necessarily going to get enough feedback on to find out certain interactions until you get it available to the player base.
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. That's exactly the deployment model that publishing companies should allow game developers to have, is release when it's ready.
And release it in early access before that, so you still have cash flow.
Yeah, exactly.
Larian's model, I think they fell into the perfect development model.
Maybe what works best for right now. I don't think there will ever be a perfect development model for video games, because
no. But I'm saying for this style of game on this scale, this genuinely seems to be. But this is what I've been suggesting for a while. I know you're on that train with me. Just release the game in fucking early access. We talked about this when Cyberpunk came out.
Yeah. It's different if your game has the occasional bug where you fall through the world, if there's like a quest that gets soft locked. Those are different things than your game running on 3 FPS on rather modern hardware. There's a big difference there on launch.
Right.
Falling through the world, patch it. You know what? If a patch comes in 2 weeks, fine. Whatever.
People
if a patch comes in, if a patch comes in,
the animation selector just couldn't find one.
Yeah. If a patch comes in 6 months because I fell through the world and there's one very specific spot of the map, I won't go to that spot of the map. Whatever. I'll just hold off on doing this quest that's been soft locked for a couple of months. Yeah, sure, that's fine. It's the game running at 3 FPS. When I look in a certain direction and then everyone starts T-posing and phasing in and out of existence, and then I get hit by a car that didn't exist 3 seconds ago, that's not an excuse of
and
a
that car is mine somehow?
Yeah.
Back to what I was saying from being like disconnected from the creative pursuits of your labor and like that whole conversation. I think that like having to push out games that aren't ready, I think the developers know they're not ready. I don't think the guys that like actually code the game, I don't think they're stupid. Sometimes I do, but most of the time I really don't think so. I think that there is just, because this is what my dad told me, right? My dad used to be an executive at a publishing company, and he used to tell people, and he used to have to be the one to tell people, listen, we can only reprint so many pages. This is the money that we have had allocated, and there are going to be errors and mistakes, and that's just how it is. Sure. And you know what I bet that does? I bet that dramatically demoralizes people.
Yeah.
It massively
stifles creativity.
Demoralizes them. Because they came in there looking to make a perfect game. And they're getting forced into pushing out something that is not.
Imagine if Mozart had a time limit to produce one of his songs.
He did on several of them, actually.
Well, yeah, but still.
They were commissioned by nobility and royalty and shit.
Usually that timeline...
I know that happened with a lot of composers.
Yeah, but usually that timeline was more than generous for them to be able to provide their level of quality to that.
Yeah, it was anywhere
music.
from like 6 months to a year.
Yeah. But
which, to write a piece of music, like I saw a guy write an epic piece of music in 10 hours once. So, you know.
I mean, I actively watch Ari at home, who creates great music on the fly. But however, that's not getting too married to the analogy here. Like you're a game developer and you're working on this thing, and then you're like halfway done through producing this thing, and you already have it's not like you're coming up with ideas on the fly. You have an image at the end of the deadline. You have an image that you want to produce, and you are 50-60% of the way to producing that image. And then your boss comes by, takes the piece of paper off your desk, and says, "Thank you." And you're going, what? And now your name is plastered on top of something that is 50-60% done, and now you're a part of those credits, and people can say John Smith worked on this game, and it's a piece of shit game. Yeah. See, it's demoralizing. Exactly, as Asmund says. Which is exactly why there's been a lot of whistleblowers and anonymous people speaking from these companies that do this, that like, it ain't our fucking fault.
Right. Well, and it wasn't even anonymous from CG Projekt Red when it happened to them.
Yeah.
That dev team was very outspoken, but since their publisher was also them, there wasn't really a whole lot anybody could do about it.
Right. Yeah.
You know what the great thing is? I've looked into it a couple of times. As near as I've been able to tell, nobody got fired, reprimanded, suspended, terminated over it. Because I think the publishing side by that point realized they fucked up and should have listened.
Yep.
And the developers speaking out is what saved that game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Meanwhile, there's EA in handling the Andromeda situation by nearly firing half the studio and reducing it to nothing but a skeleton crew and moving them to other studios.
Right.
Are you more willing to play a Baldur's Gate 3 now? Maybe. I don't know.
This isn't a excuse for other developers not to be able to meet that. No.
Yeah.
Instead, this is an example that they should be trying to follow in the footsteps of.
Yeah.
I'm interested to hear your guys' thoughts on this. I, again, wasn't really planning on putting out another video. I'm going on vacation after this. I'll be back. It'll be a couple more weeks before I get any other videos
I hope
out.
you had a good vacation.
But, yeah. I just wanted to give some light to this. I hope you guys enjoyed the video. If you guys...
Man, imagine dropping this as a video and Asmongold reacts to it.
Right.
700,000 people have now seen Asmongold react to your video, and now they all believe what Asmongold just said, and they all are on his side of things, and you said something he didn't like. And then you come back from vacation.
He's also said a lot of things that Asmon agreed with.
No, I'm just saying, like, the imaginary scenario of, like, this happening to someone, then Asmon just saying, I think this guy's a fucking idiot. And then you come back from vacation and you're like, oh no, what did I do?
Who are all these people?
Guys did subscribe to the channel. If not, that's cool too. Outside of that, stay cool, stay righteous, stay safe, my friends, and peace.
I think a great example of this in streaming is Germa. Germa does these events.
Oh, he's so right. Germa is the Larian Studios. And you can't look at Germa and go, every streamer should do that. Because only fucking Germa knows how to do that.
And like Ludwig, who does these events, and like there's a few other guys that do these crazy events that are like so big and like so expensive and so in-depth, etc., that like it does raise the bar for streaming for everybody.
But if every streamer did those large events, it wouldn't be special anymore.
They would lose meaning.
Yeah.
But like nobody expects, I don't know, S-Fan on Tuesday to come up with content that's of the same quality as Germa's Dollhouse. Nobody expects this, but whenever Germa's Dollhouse is on or something like that is on, well, people are going to want to see that.
Yep.
People are going to want to watch that.
Literally still one of the greatest streams that I've most creative streams I've seen.
And that should be the goal. And it doesn't mean that it's that's not a bad thing.
I should say one of the greatest streamed content pieces, because it was multiple streams.
It's that people want to see content that's interesting, unique, that pushes the bar. I think that's great. And Ludwig shouldn't be in the same sentence as Germa. Well, I don't really like. Look, what are we doing? What are we doing here? The point is that people that do really, really big streams, people know that every single stream that you do isn't going to be like that. That's fine.
Oh, yeah.
But people still want...
Ibai, one of the largest Spanish streamers, who currently holds 3 out of the top 10 concurrent viewership records on Twitch, still does reaction streams.
Want to see good streams. And I think that's really kind of the... I think that's a good parallel to kind of the issue with people feeling this way about Baldur's Gate. Oh, and Jeremy are good friends, work together all the time. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, he has a couple more minutes. It looks like he's scrolling through Reddit. Oh no, he's talking about this YouTuber. Yeah, but that there it is. I mean, as I expected, you and I had a lot of discussion topics about it. I'm actually surprised he doesn't link to the video. Interesting.
Oh, it might be in a card.
It's right here.
So this video...
Yes, legendary drops. This guy has 8.5 thousand subscribers. Oh God.
46 views on this, 1,000 views on this video, Jesus. Hey, if you want to help get 146,000 views on a video, you should check out Zach's VODs channel.
Good Lord. Good luck. No, there are people who watch my VODs for some reason. Probably because they missed the stream. But yeah, no, I mean, hey, I'm excited for Baldur's Gate 3. I want to pre-order that shit as soon as it makes monetary sense for me to do so. And I don't know if, like, you can still play the early access. I think you can still play the early access version of it. I don't know if I would play it.
I probably would if there's not an NDA around it.
Well, because Ori said in your chat that they're like the early access has been out for so long that like Larian is trying to push out another act to the game because it's been so long that they feel bad. They're like, yeah, the current story has been in there for so long that it's just stale, and like people are like, come on, okay, come on. Yeah, let me see. I don't know if there's any streaming restrictions. Can I stream? Nope. Baldur's Gate 3 early access. Wait, when is this slated to release? I don't think they really talked about it.
Oh, yeah, you can just buy it and start playing right now through Steam.
Yeah.
Which means
Yeah,
there's not a restriction. Is there multiplayer?
Will BG3 support mods? Yes. Period.
Of course.
Many mods are already out on Nexus mods.
I'm not surprised.
Early access is an incomplete version of the game's first of 3 acts. Larian estimates that one playthrough of early access is about 30 hours?
And longer than that if you're a completionist and an explorer like I tend to be.
Yeah, but that's insane for an early access. For a tech demo, just, yeah, here's 30 hours of the game. And that's one of 3 acts, by the way. Not including all the side shit. Oh, saves will not carry over to full release.
I doubt saves have persisted between all updates so far.
Larian has stated that
already
Act
has
1...
online co-op enabled. Holy shit.
Jesus. Larian has stated that Act 1 at full release will have about 1/3 more content than it did at early access. Yeah, that game that you just spent fucking... Most $60 games have 20 hours of content.
GTX 970 with 4 gigs of VRAM or more, DirectX 11, 150 gigs available disk space, SSD required for what I feel are obvious reasons, Oh my god, it'll allegedly run on an FX 8350.
Jesus Christ. That's an old fucking CPU.
Hang on. Recommended settings. Or recommended system requirements. So to get the optimal performance out of this game, this is the minimum they recommend, essentially.
Mm-hmm.
An Intel i7 8700K or a Ryzen 5 3600.
Not bad.
16 gigs of RAM.
That's a lot of
2060
RAM.
Super or better. Well, minimum's 8 gigs.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, compared to the other hardware, if you have a 3600, you probably only have 16 gigs of RAM.
Well,
so it's
okay.
in terms of hardware ratio, they have more memory than the other hardware. Like this is leaning towards memory heavy for as a game.
Yes.
Which makes sense considering all the shit that you can do in it from an RP sense, where they have to have all those scripts, all those animations loaded. And the SSD access, with the fact that it requires an SSD, they ran out of memory. They tried to shrink it to 16 gigs. And then halfway through development, the whole SSD direct connection to the GPU thing happened, and they went, oh, we don't need to ask players to have 64 gigs of RAM anymore. I'm just looking at some of the pictures. Damn.
Oh my god, I just realized what I was hearing.
What? Oh,
I was
my screen
losing
share.
my mind, Zach. No. I was looking at the Baldur's Gate page.
Yeah.
The video,
and the video
was playing, but I heard
yeah.
people talking and I was confused. It was the developers talking about the game over video of what I'm assuming is gameplay.
Damn. Honestly, the actual gameplay screenshots that they have of like the isometric, like the 4-player squad, it's making me think a lot of Dragon Age Origins, which was a very well received game. But obviously this is a lot more advanced than Dragon Age. Man, the UI is so classic too.
You know what it's real similar to? Divinity Original Sin 2.
I never played.
Can't imagine why. Didn't you play with me once for like 10 minutes?
I don't own it.
Oh. You should get it. We should play it.
Pretty sure, at least. Yeah, I don't own it.
The main campaign is about 60 or 70 hours.
So that'd be a few weeks of streaming.
Yeah. It can be done faster than that, but like if you are exploring and looking at everything in each like different map zone like you should do in isometric games.
Yeah.
It's 60 or 70 hours.
Well,
and there's
Dave,
content that we couldn't get access to on my playthrough. You going to bed, bud?
Yeah, I gotta get up in 6.5 hours.
Yeah, me too. I don't have to get up in 6.5 hours, but I am going to bed.
Fair. I don't think I'm gonna raid out. I think I'm just gonna end it.
Yeah, I don't really know that I have a raid target.
I mean, I would raid Wake, but just not feeling it tonight.
That's fair. All right, I'll chat at you later, brother. I'm just gonna go ahead and disconnect.
All right, have a good night, man. Oh, he's gone. Damn. He's already gone. Uh-oh. Don't take your shirt off. There you go. All right, folks. That is it from me this evening. Hopefully I get my floodlight, my LED floodlight set up here. Hopefully I receive it soon. This has been a good stream, though. Thank you guys for joining me. I should be live next, if all goes well. I'll still be live tomorrow at 8 p.m. I may have to work. I'll let you guys know in the Discord if duty calls. You know what I mean? So join me in the Discord for any updates. My on-call shift ends Monday at 8 a.m. So just got a few more days to go through, and then I'll be good to go. However, yeah, tomorrow, I think I'm playing Weed Shop 3, which I've made a lot of progress on since the last time I played it on stream. So hopefully you guys enjoy that. But this evening, I'm headed out. I hope you all have a fantastic rest of your evening. Wait, hang on. No, I can't. I don't want to end my stream on Vaporwave Fur thing, whatever. I want to end on an Ari at Home song. How is this? Which one is this? There we go. Yeah, that's a good one to end on. All right, folks. Thank you for joining me this evening. Hope you all have a fantastic rest of your afternoon, evening, morning, whatever it is. Wherever you are in the world, I hope it's a good one. And I will see you guys all again next time. Adios.
Will you keep giving me them?
Come on, Ari, get to the good stuff. There it is.
I'm so cute. Hey, when I'm all by my own outside, what do I do? I elbow everybody in the face, tripping over my legs, then I make my mistake. I'm so clumsy, I'm so cute. When I'm all alone, guess what I do? I just elbow everybody in the face as I trip over my legs. I make my escape. I'm so clumsy, and I'm so cute. When I'm all alone, guess what I do? I go outside and I elbow everybody in the face while I'm tripping over my legs, and then I make my escape. Clumsy, and I'm so cute. When I'm all alone, guess what I do? I go outside and I elbow everybody in the face while I'm tripping over my legs, and then I make my escape. I'm so clumsy, and I'm so cute. When I'm all alone, guess what I do? I go outside and I elbow everybody in the face while I'm tripping over my legs, and then I make my escape. I'm so clumsy, and I'm so cute. When I'm all alone, guess what I do? I go outside and I elbow everybody in the face while I'm tripping over my legs, and then I make my escape. I'm so clumsy, and I'm so cute. When I'm all alone, guess what I do? I go outside and I elbow everybody in the face while I'm tripping over my legs, and then I make my escape. I'm so clumsy, and I'm so cute. When I'm all alone, guess what I do? I go outside and I elbow everybody in the face while I'm tripping over my legs, and then I make my escape. I'm so clumsy, and I'm so cute. Alright, now tell me, when I'm all alone, guess what I do? What else do I do? Other than elbowing people, what other clumsy shit? I'm so clumsy, yeah, I'm such a klutz. When I go outside, I fuck everything up. Yeah, I'm going outside. Yeah, after the beast all slaughtered, then I am tripping down the stairs and spilling my water. Yeah. Wait, can you give me clumsy shit like that you're doing to other people? Like, just that border that get increasingly antagonistic. So start out a little light. What sort of clumsy things do you do? And then as the song progresses, we're gonna make it increasingly antagonistic. Hey, I'm so clumsy, I'm such a klutz. I'm tripping elderly people, I fuck 'em up. I'm patting people on the back, even though that wasn't what I intended. Yeah, people looking at me strange. I look over there, I'm pretending. Yeah, I shut the door in front of people when I mean to hold it. Yeah, I guess I just happened to let go of it in that moment. Yeah, tripped over a baby and right into an adult.